right now there is a big shake-up and the DGCA has issued an advisory, and we went through the advisory. Priyanka, it's completely looking at changing the way such issues are dealt with. I'm going to read out from this, and the DGCA has issued a new advisory for all airlines, and has said in the recent past, DGCA has noticed a few incidents of unruly behavior and inappropriate conduct by passengers on board the aircraft during the flight, wherein it is observed that post holders, pilots, cabin crew members have failed to take appropriate actions. I repeat, have failed to take appropriate actions, saying that non-action, inappropriate action, omission by the airlines towards such untoward incidents has tarnished the image of air travel in different segments of society. Adding that an individual's responsibility for handling of unruly passenger has been specified under various provisions of aircraft rules, DGCA regulations, circulars and manuals of airlines approved, accepted by DGCA. Salient points are reiterated here. They're highlighting the responsibilities of pilots. I repeat, they're highlighting the responsibilities of pilots. They're highlighting also, if I can ask my team to also pull out the second page of this. I have another page, I'm just going to pull that up. But essentially what they've done, Priyanka, is they have said, look at the words used, saying post holders, I repeat, post holders, cabin crew, pilots have failed to act in the past. And look at this, they've gone on to sort of speak about the responsibilities of pilots. Point number 2, speak about the responsibilities of cabin crews. Look at this, cabin crew specifically saying that it is a responsibility of cabin crew to handle unruly passengers and to defuse a critical situation until it becomes clear there is no way to resolve it through verbal communication and written notice to a passenger. Applying restraining devices should be used when all conciliatory approaches have been exhausted. Not just that, also responsibility of director in flight services and cabin safety. They pulled up the post holders in airlines as well, saying the director in flight services responsible for reporting any such incident in prescribed pro forma given under cabin safety circular. Further detailed procedures are described under safety and emergency procedure manual of respective airlines. And look at this, head of operations are hereby advised to sensitize pilots. DGCA is telling everybody, sensitize pilots, all airlines asked to sensitize pilots, cabin crew, director in flight services of their respective airlines on the topic of handling of unruly passenger through appropriate means under intimation to DGCA. Any non-compliance towards applicable regulations shall be dealt strictly and invite enforcement action. So this is a huge shake-up, essentially a big shake-up, Priyanka. All airlines have been pulled up. All of them have been asked to handle their situations. Let me go back to page number 1. I'm going across to page number 1 once again. And in page number 1, they talk about the responsibilities of, I'm asking my team to just put up page number 1. They're saying there have been so many incidents of unruly behavior. Not one, not two, so many incidents of unruly behavior. We have to ensure that pilots do their job, cabin crews do their job, and even the, look at this, look at the language use. I'm repeating this paragraph and handing it back to you so that you take it forward with our team of experts joining us. Look at this. It says, few incidents of unruly behavior, inappropriate conduct by passengers. Observe that post holders, pilots, cabin crew members have failed to take appropriate action. Non-action, inappropriate action, omission by airlines. The words used, the language used is scathing. The reference is obvious. I think it's a big wake-up call, a shake-up in the entire airline industry, asking for them to simply do their job, go by the rule book. Back to you, Priyanka.
Well, absolutely a huge shake-up there, Niranjan, and of course a huge impact of relentless coverage of Republic TV, because we have been getting all the aspects of this entire horrific incident that had taken place on air in the flight itself. Niranjan, I want to thank you for joining us on the broadcast, and I want to take that question to Rajalakshmi Joshi, who continues to be with me on the broadcast. Rajalakshmi Joshi, now they have stated that there are new guidelines now. There is a need for sensitization of the pilots. There is a need of sensitization of the air staff. And that really is the need of the hour, isn't it? Because when we look at the timeline of this entire incident, We see that the air staff and the air, staff members, in fact, had brushed this entire incident under the carpet. They did not report this entire incident, did not really register the enormity of this entire incident as well. So much so, they said that the compensation had been given, and it seemed as though that the passengers had a compensation, and they had also sorted out this entire issue as well. That is why they did not intervene, which is why we see these kind of guidelines that are a need of the hour, isn't it?
Good evening. As much as I appreciate all these guidelines that have been given by the DGCA, I still feel that there is one more guideline that should have been included in this, and I hope it is. And I don't know if that was missed out, but I feel that there should be some kind of a limit on the amount of alcohol that is being served on the flights, especially these, international flights, because I have seen that as a person who has, as a woman who has traveled alone on in business class, I have seen that on a lot of these flights there are a lot of passengers who are absolutely arrogant, and they have misbehaved with the co-passengers, with the airline staff, and there is no end to the kind of hassles that they create. So I don't understand why there needs to be unlimited serving of alcohol on these flights. So there should be a limitation on that. I hope the DGCA takes note of it, and that they include that also as a guideline. And apart from that, what I find shocking and what I find appalling is there are so many lapses on multiple fronts by all the different people involved in this.
Joshi, right, hold on to your thoughts there. We're getting more and more updates on this case right now. We are putting out those breaking updates for our viewers on our screens right now. Now, this is a big impact of Republic TV's coverage, viewers. We have now seen the accused, Shankar Mishra, in fact. We had been seeing how he had been let go from the official WhatsApp groups, and now we see a statement from Wells Fargo as well. This is the latest statement that has been issued by Wells Fargo, and that stated that he has in fact been terminated. For more on this, let me once again go across to Niranjan joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, it's over to you. Please take us through the statement that we have just received from Wells Fargo.
Statement here, we have the statement here with us. The statement from Wells Fargo. It's a direct Republic TV impact. For the last few days, we've been talking about this passenger called Shankar Mishra who urinated on a 70-year-old woman passenger. He's been sacked. He's been terminated. After Republic TV highlighted the story and brought you all aspects of the story, this passenger who's unrepentant, who's unleashed his lawyer on a 70-year-old woman passenger has been sacked. I repeat, he's been sacked. He's been terminated. This is a statement from Wells Fargo dated the 6th of January, a media statement from Wells Fargo accessed by Republic, which says, and from their offices in Bengaluru, saying that Wells Fargo and Company is issuing this statement regarding a November 2022 incident aboard a New York to Delhi Air India flight. Wells Fargo holds employees to the highest standards of professional and personal behavior. We find these allegations deeply disturbing. Deeply disturbing. This individual has been terminated from Wells Fargo. We are cooperating with law enforcement and ask that any additional inquiries be directed to them. So that is it. He's been terminated. Big impact, Priyanka. So far, there was no word from Wells Fargo, but they've been, we've been reporting from their offices since this morning, asking them questions. We told you a few seconds back that he's been taken off groups. It's now confirmed. He has been terminated. I repeat, Shankar Mishra, the man who urinated on a 70-year-old woman passenger and who unleashed his lawyer to attack this woman passenger now, has been terminated. Back to you for now.
Just one more question with you, Niranjan, if I could ask you, because now we see the kind of reaction from Wells Fargo. Of course, we are tracking all of these latest statements from Wells Fargo as well, that has, as you pointed out as well, has terminated Shankar Mishra as well. Of course, these are back-to-back breaking updates that we are getting on this story. We are slipping into a very short break. We'll be back with more updates.
Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We are also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the Vice President of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they are not aware of whether he is here or not.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world this morning. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of the ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit.
On 3rd January, Israel's new Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, conducted a visit accompanied by heavy security detail to the holy site in Jerusalem. The visit was the first to the site by an Israeli minister since 2017. While the visit was not accompanied or followed by violence, it is seen as particularly inflammatory given Mr. Ben-Gvir's past advocacy for changes to the status quo.
Overnight rains have caused streets to be flooded in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closest rescue station. The U.S. Coast Guard has removed more than 300 Cuban migrants from a remote island off the Florida coast. More than 4,400 Cubans and Haitians have arrived in Florida since August amid deepening and compounding political and economic crises in both countries. Arizona's newest governor, Katie Hobbs, was officially sworn in. The inauguration event for Hobbs and several other elected officials took place at Arizona's state capital near downtown Phoenix. Dangerous conditions caused by enormous waves and high tides have impacted the Santa Cruz coastline, forcing evacuations and resulting in damage to multiple piers. According to sources, significant damage has been caused in major areas and will be closed till further notice. Roadblocks and protests continue across Peru as people demand President Dina Boluarte to step down and the Congress to be closed. However, the president said that the police and the army are working lawfully to protect public peace and said only a few groups are protesting. A powerful storm heading towards California has prompted the governor to declare an emergency in the state. State authorities have stockpiled emergency supplies and urged people to avoid non-essential travel since dangerous conditions.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Republic, 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
It's a massive Republic campaign impact. Wells Fargo sacks the accused Shankar Mishra. National focus on Air India's inaction as accused unleashes lawyer blames the 70-year-old woman now. Sacked by company but not arrested yet, India says arrest Shankar Mishra now. First, fist fight, punches and violence, all-out ruckus in the national capital as the BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies. Fresh twists and turns in Delhi hit-and-run case. Back-to-back CCTV tapes emerge. Who's the mystery man?
Breaking in exclusive news and information on This Is Exclusive Today, viewers. Wells Fargo has now sacked the Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra. I go across to my colleague Prajwal, who's joining us live. Prajwal, what is happening? Massive impact of our campaign.
Absolutely, because Republic has been at it, and now we have accessed the press release by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo has clearly gone on to mention that it holds their employees in the highest standards of both professional as well as personal behavior, and we find these allegations extremely and deeply disturbing. This individual has been terminated from Wells Fargo. We are cooperating with the law enforcement and ask that any additional enquiries should be directed towards them. So Wells Fargo is basically cutting off all the ties with the accused over here and stating that if there is any sort of further queries that will have to be done, the media can go and approach the law enforcement authorities, because whatever information that Wells Fargo had about their ex-employee Shankar Mishra, it will be directly given to the law enforcement authorities as well. So curtains down for Shankar Mishra, at least in Wells Fargo, where he was the vice president and was heading the business unit out here in Bengaluru. So all said and done now, finally we will have to look at how the law enforcement authorities will go on and act on it. And apart from that, now we are also getting to understand that the cops have collected details about when Shankar Mishra was present in office as well, because he was last seen in Bengaluru is what we get to understand when he was an employee of this particular organization. Now it is also being stated that his IP address is still active in Bengaluru and is still being traced to Bengaluru too. So these are some sensitive piece of crucial evidence and information that the cops are now collecting, and it is being understood that the Karnataka cops are also going on and sharing this information with their Delhi counterparts too, so that it will go on and help them nab Shankar Mishra, who is still present in Bengaluru.
I also want to tell our viewers, as this is happening, this is only because of the Republic massive impact of the coverage we've been doing for the past few days, because no other channel has dared to pick up this issue. Maybe if it had been an airline that was by the government, it could have caused a political earthquake. But Prajwal, I want to come back to this bit of information, because even as the lawyer for Shankar Mishra has been trying to defy and be defiant in this, we've clearly seen action now being taken for the very first time. We're also seeing the DGCA issue an advisory, a complete shake-up in the guidelines of how passengers need to be treated. But some action from Wells Fargo after the coverage on Republic TV. They've said we are now, and I'm going to quote from the statement that I beg your pardon, I'm going to quote from the statement that's there from Wells Fargo and Company. It says, regarding the November 22 incident aboard a New York-Delhi Air India flight, we hold employees in the highest standards of professional and personal behavior. We find these allegations disturbing. And the most crucial line, Prajwal, this individual has now been terminated from Wells Fargo. So action coming from Wells Fargo, even as we have our reporters in Delhi. Harsha will be joining us, telling us what's happening at Air India. who are the people who've been questioned at the Air India, whether they're now being called to Bombay to be questioned further. Prajwal, I want to ask you one further question. Now that the statement is out, what is known about the whereabouts of Shankar Mishra?
Now, Rhythm, so far, according to the information that we have accessed, it is now being learnt that Shankar Mishra has been quite active on all his social media platforms, where he has changed his identity from Shankar Mishra to a person by the name of Suraj. He's also gone on to do that in several other social media handles. Some of his social media platforms has been completely deleted. But as we are, as it is there in the course of the investigation, the cops have also gone on to trace that these are the same credentials that he's also posted on yet another social media platform, which still maintains that he is the vice president at Wells Fargo. So this is something which is quite shocking. And 2 days ago, there was a lot of activity on his social media platforms, which sources are pointing to us. Sources who are in the know of the investigation has stated that he's gone on to change his identities on all the social media platforms too, and his average screen time, which was usually around 2 to 3 hours on a particular social media platform, has increased to 8 to 10 hours only because of the fact that he has been receiving messages from many people asking him to quit, asking him to take moral responsibility as well. And it is also pointing out to the fact that he had also been under a lot of social pressure too, because on the 5th of January, Wells Fargo also released a statement, but it nowhere mentioned about the termination. But today, after the exclusive coverage by Republic outside the office of Wells Fargo as well, where we have also tried to approach their PROs, their representatives, and also tried calling them, they remained mum. But now finally they have been forced to go on and issue a statement saying that Shankar Mishra has been terminated. His whereabouts in Bengaluru is still not being known, but from what we understand, cops, sources in the department, sources in the police department are pointing out to the fact that they know where he is. His geolocation and coordinates are being tracked as of now, and they will surely help their Delhi counterparts as soon as they land in Bengaluru to track down Shankar Mishra and also nab him and take him back to Delhi.
Yes. All right. I'm sure, Prajwal, that his arrest is imminent. I'm also going to introduce Harsha, who's joining us on the broadcast. First, I also want to introduce our guest, Raj Lakshmi Joshi, who's an activist joining us live from Mumbai. Raj Lakshmi, the kind of furor that's been caused, it's only been caused because of certain coverage that Republic has carried out. The larger picture that we are trying to look at here, Wells Fargo takes action. When is Air India going to come out with a proper apology? Retrospective statements clearly are not enough.
Good evening, Rhythm. And, I find it appalling that there have been so many lapses on so many fronts. Starting from, obviously, the person, this Shankar Mishra, this creep, who is going all out to dodge every accusation possible. In spite of all these WhatsApp chats, that they are putting out, trying to claim that there was some kind of an understanding between him and the victim. On the contrary, it only goes on to prove that he was at fault. Definitely, he was at fault. But what I find shocking, even more shocking, is that the Air India crew, instead of taking any kind of action against him, instead of immediately reporting him, detaining him, or doing anything of that sort, they in fact tried to bring them both to a negotiation. They tried to in fact bring her face to face with the accused. They tried to settle down the matter. It should have been there should have been so much of a sensitization on their side. I don't think that they needed to wait for some kind of a guideline to be told what kind of a action they should be taking in such an such a matter, because I don't think that somebody needs to be told that you have to take action if some some unruly passenger is urinating on another person. Is that something? Is that something that needs to be told to someone that this is what you need to be doing? And I find it shocking that they did not find it necessary to report it to their superiors, and the Air India officials also, even on the ground staff also, they did not take any action. They just left it to the kind of personal negotiation between the accused and to the victim. How could they do that?
Yes.
And, I find another thing also, what I would like to say is every woman out there who feels that, her modesty has been outraged, I don't think that she should wait for, anybody else to come out and help her. She should go out and take whatever action necessary at that very instant. Because I just want to say that, now today the lawyer also is mentioning that there are no witnesses here right now. So I just want to just remind you all that this was on an international flight. So we don't know where the co-passengers must have gone. They may even have left the country for all you know. So it is quite possible that all the evidence, all the eyewitnesses are just, they have maybe they have gone out of the country. So if the lady had taken stricter action earlier, maybe things would have been a little easier if she had actually thought of going into this.
Yes.
The thing is that most victims, they feel that they should not be coming out with such things. No, her name can be kept a secret, but she should come out.
Absolutely,
and she should not feel,
Raj Lakshmi.
Yes.
When we're talking, Raj Lakshmi, when we are talking about what happened with the lady, I wonder what the Air India crew was doing. I want to ask Harsha what's happening. Harsha, since morning you've been tracking the story. You've seen whether the Air India CEO is questioning people, whether there is the crew that's being questioned. Take us through the action through the day. And the last question that we really need to be asking, and our viewers are asking, is why this complete clam up with activists, with the aviation experts not talking about it? Who enjoys this kind of clout? And will India continue working in a manner in which Air India can wash its hand off this incident? So Harsha, first about the updates since morning, and then we ask this larger question.
Exactly, Rhythm. Now, since this incident has come in light, we are seeing from the day one that Air India is trying to cover up and suppress the entire issue. Until now, be it the DGCA, be it the Civil Aviation Ministry, be it the attention of the public, which this entire incident has grabbed, everyone is asking for the justice for that victim. At least he should be jailed. 30 days punishment is not enough, which has been done on the part of Air India. And now we have got to know that an internal inquiry has been set up by Air India CMD CEO. Earlier, we saw that Campbell Wilson, who is the CEO of Air India, he has mentioned that the crew members, the staff, the pilot have failed the airlines. They haven't done their duty properly. They have not complied with the actions. They have not complied with the procedure which they have to follow. And today we were getting to know that in National Capital, the CEO has inquired and investigated and recorded the written statements of the pilot and co-pilot, and all the crew members of the Air India and along with the pilot have been called to Mumbai Air India office tomorrow. So we're expecting at least any serious action should be taken against the crew members as well, because DGCA has especially quoted that the crew members, pilot have tarnished the image of the airlines. Not only that, they had certain duty, because when a pilot is there, when a captain is there, he is carrying airlines and cargo with him. It's his responsibility for the safety and comfort of the passenger, and that do a passenger who's traveling in business class, her safety was not looked in by the senior attendants at the crew members. And right now, Rhythm, we are waiting at IGI police station. We are told that the pilot, the group captain, will be coming late in the evening for the interrogation, because there's one interrogation which is also going on in this police station with the crew members and the pilot of that particular airlines. Yesterday we saw the crew members came in, and today we are waiting for the pilots to come in and they record their statements here at IGI, because some serious allegations are there, and he did urinate, because we heard the phone conversation. And with this Rhythm, I would like our viewers to hear the telephonic conversation which I had with the advocate of the accused, Shankar Mishra, his lawyer Ishani Sharma. What did she say? She was stating that there were no eyewitness in the airlines. Listen into the telephonic conversation. Verifying my client. No, ma'am, I just had to ask some simple questions to you, ma'am. I just thought, I will get a brief idea after speaking to you.
I would put forth, I would answer your questions to the best of my ability. I would answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Okay, ma'am, I would like to ask you, ma'am, like you have pushed a statement from the side of Shankar Mishra, and ma'am, you have stated that he is cooperating with the investigation while the police is on the go and searching for him. Ma'am, where exactly is the ma'am your client Shankar Mishra?
Do you really think that I'm obligated to answer that? I'm not going to answer that.
Okay.
I mean, you can ask me anything about the statement. You can ask me anything about how the picture is not as the media is painting it. It is not black and white. There's a grey side to it. How, if there is no eyewitness account, eyewitness statement, no eyewitness present in a flight that was nearing full, the crew is not admitting that, okay, they have seen the incident happen. How is that possible on a flight that something like that happened when there is no eyewitness to it? You can ask me that if there are two people in a business class seat and there's somebody in between from the aisle, and how did the woman get drenched and the man in between did not get drenched? So there is a lot of grey to it. There is a lot of things that are yet a matter of evidence trial and for the court to decide. I would just sincerely request all of you to please wait for the other side of the story and not kill a person's reputation on air in front of the entire country.
Okay, ma'am, just a follow-up question, like what you said. Ma'am, you said that there was a middle person also. He didn't get drenched in urine while the victim said...
The statement the woman has made say that there was a man who tapped and told him to get back on his seat.
Yes.
So that man doesn't complain on anything of that reaching that man, right? I'm not officially saying anything right now. I am just pulling out things from her version of the story.
Ma'am, what was your client Shankar Mishra, what was he apologizing for? Because the WhatsApp chats, the statement which you gave...
What he was accused, he was apologizing for the accusations that were laid on him, which he was unsure of.
So, Ishani ji, can we say that what you are stating is those are accusations? That means that Shankar Mishra, who's the accused in this case, he is saying that he didn't urinate on the victim.
See, again, how can we have a black and white to this? This is a matter of the woman in question has gone and filed an FIR. It is something that is a matter of investigation now. I cannot say that he did not, and you cannot say that he did. That's all I'm saying. That if there is something that is yet to be proven, I cannot say if something has to be proven in the court that he did not do it. I can only push my case saying that these are the circumstances that say that he would not have done it. You cannot say that he did it and he should be vilified countrywide for having done that, which is not yet proven in front of the court.
But Ishani ji, he did urinate and the extra clothes were offered.
Were you there?
No, but woman wrote in her complaint what incidents happened.
So this is now for a third party to decide, and this country has a judicial system which is where all of these decisions will be taken. That's exactly what I'm saying, right?
And about the eyewitnesses, ma'am, as you are yourself stating that the flight was full, there was there were many people. Then there would be co-passengers who would have seen it.
I have no record to say that the flight was full. I am saying the flight had more than these three people we are talking about. It definitely had more than these people. Now, the one man who told him to get back to his seat, the man, Shankar Mishra, and the respected lady. The flight had more people, and nobody has come forth to say that I have seen him doing this. They have seen the ruckus that was created post, that is fine. But nobody has come on record to say that I have seen them doing this. Well, if somebody comes, that's all right. Also,
What exactly, Ishani ji, what exactly is the theory you are putting it? Because on one side you are saying that there is no proof of he did that. Exactly what happened then, according to accused?
I'm a lawyer. I'm an officer to the court. I have a duty to the court. I have a duty to my client. I cannot make a statement about my theory or my side of the story because that's not the right thing to do.
Okay, ma'am, one more thing. Because there are two teams of Delhi police, one in Bangalore and one in Mumbai right now, and we are being told that the accused have switched off his phone and he's not being located. Can we expect an arrest or a surrender? Is there any plan of surrender, that the accused will surrender himself?
I'm not obligated to answer that. Don't ask me questions I don't answer.
But as a lawyer, are you planning to take a court way for anticipatory bail or something?
Again, our future course of action will be made known to you in due course of time. Thank you so much.
Republic, 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्म में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning this statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement. This is an insult. TMC leader Saket Gokhale's bail has been denied by the court in Ahmedabad in connection to the crowdfunding misuse case. Gokhale was subsequently sent to jail under judicial custody. He will now have to approach the Sessions Court for relief. Prime Minister Modi will flag off Ganga Vilas cruise on January 13 and preparations.
निधि 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 है निधि 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 प्लीज आ जाओ प्लीज कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि निधि है घर में निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं निधि निधि दौड़ रही है निधि 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 देखिए निधि थी निधि कुछ कहना है निधि 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 को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है देखिए ये तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं। निधि घर के अंदर थी, हमने नॉक भी किया लेकिन निधि ने खोला नहीं था दरवाजा और अब निधि को पुलिस लेकर यहाँ से जा रही है। हमारे सवालों का जवाब नहीं दिया, हमने पूछने की कोशिश की निधि आखिर क्या था पूरा मामला, आखिर क्यों आप पर्दे के पीछे हैं, क्या बयान दे रहे हैं, आखिर कुछ नहीं कहा निधि नहीं, लेकिन निधि को पुलिस लेकर यहाँ से चली गई है। जाहिर तौर पर उससे पूछताछ होगी, कई सवाल जो अनसुलझे हैं उन सवालों के जवाब भी पुलिस अब निधि से लेने वाली है।
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi and this is Republic.
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets to flood in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closet rescue station. And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है, मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning this statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement. This is an insult.
It's a massive Republic campaign impact. Wells Fargo sacks accused Shankar Mishra. Air India P-gate issue explodes. National focus on Air India's inaction as accused unleashes lawyer blames a 70-year-old woman passenger. Sacked by company but not arrested yet. India says arrest Shankar Mishra. Nobody knows where he is. Fist fight, punches, violence, all-out ruckus in the national capital as BJP versus AAP face-off intensifies. Fresh twists and turns in the Delhi hit-and-run case. Back-to-back CCTV tapes emerge. Who's the mystery man seen in this video? Thank you for joining us on Republic this evening on Live and Breaking. The pictures of the day. We're not proud of these pictures, but it happened. In Delhi, the mayor elections, the local body elections have been discussed. The Aam Aadmi Party is in a majority there. But the pictures from this morning, just before the people of Delhi voted for a mayor, completely unprecedented. Look at those pictures. These were the pictures, and we'll play out those sequences. The sequences of what unfolded as elected representatives came to blows on both BJP and Aam Aadmi Party claims. Both parties are saying that their leaders are injured. Now, this is nothing. There are so many sequences of them pushing each other, attacking each other. Some elected representatives showing blood-soaked hands and clothes. Now, all of this happened because they wanted to pick a mayor. The BJP wants its own mayor. The Aam Aadmi Party wants its own mayor. Let's play out the pictures, the 14 or 15 moments of shame from inside the Delhi Civic house. And this is how the story is unfolding. Let's play out those pictures.
हज कमेटी के मेंबर हमेशा दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा नियुक्त किए जाते हैं। फाइल एलजी के पास भेजी जाती है और वो साइन करके वापस भेजते हैं। आज तक दिल्ली सरकार के इतिहास में ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि जो नाम दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा भेजे गए हों उनको रिप्लेस करके कोई एक नया नाम हज कमेटी में एलजी द्वारा डाला गया। और किसका नाम डाला एलजी ने? कांग्रेस की लीडर ऑफ द हाउस नाजिया दानिश का नाम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नुमाइंदे एलजी साहब ने डाला है। ये क्या दिखा रहा है? ये स्पष्ट तौर पे दिखा रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में और कांग्रेस में डील हुई है। नाजिया दानिश को हज कमेटी की मेंबरशिप दी गई है और इन रिटर्न उन्होंने कांग्रेस के पार्षदों का आज की वोटिंग से वॉकआउट इंश्योर किया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चुनाव में फायदा पहुंच सके।
देखिए, मेयर के चुनाव के अंदर तो डायरेक्ट इलेक्शन होता है और आम आदमी पार्टी के 134 पार्षद हैं, भाजपा के 104 हैं। तो जाहिर सी बात है कि इस इलेक्शन में मेयर जो है आम आदमी पार्टी की बनेगी, डिप्टी मेयर भी आम आदमी पार्टी के बनेंगे। मगर जो दूसरा चुनाव है, जो कि एक बड़ा अहम चुनाव है जो आज होने जा रहा है, वो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव है, जिसके अंदर प्रेफरेंशियल वोटिंग होती है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सबसे बेहतर तरीका, द बेस्ट के सिनेरियो ये था कि कांग्रेस के काउंसलर्स वॉकआउट कर जाएं, क्योंकि जैसे ही कांग्रेस के पार्षद वॉकआउट करते हैं, हाउस ऐसी स्थिति में आ जाता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के अंदर अपना कब्जा कर पाएगी। ये बड़ी अजीब बात है कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो था वो कांग्रेस कर रही है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले दिन से कह रही थी कि उनकी कांग्रेस से बातचीत हो गई है। और दूसरी एक बात बताता हूं आपको, जहां पे प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर आम आदमी पार्टी का बनना था, एलजी साहब दखल करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बना रहे हैं। मगर वहीं पे हज कमेटी के अंदर कांग्रेस की पार्षदा नाजिया दानिश जो ओखला से आती हैं, उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एलजी साहब ने हज कमेटी में नॉमिनेट किया है। ये आज फाइल आई है हमारे पास। इसका मतलब कांग्रेस का और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लेन देन शुरू हो गया, सेटिंग शुरू हो गई। कांग्रेस के मुस्लिम पार्षदों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एलजी पोस्ट बांट रहे हैं और कांग्रेस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मदद करने के लिए हाउस से आज वॉकआउट करेगी। तो ये खुली सेटिंग जो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच में दिखी है, ये आज सारा देश देखेगा। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि आज कांग्रेस पूरी तरीके से एक्सपोज हो गई है।
मैम, आज जो तस्वीरें देखी हैं आपने अंदर, आपको लगता है कि ये पार्षद इस तरह से चीजें करते हैं?
नहीं, ये देखिए नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी क्या हरकत कर सकती है ये आपको समझना होगा। एक अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं माई वे और हाईवे, ये वही हरकत है। और मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ कि मेरी आंखों के सामने जो रील रिपीट हुई है, वो रील रिपीट हुई है 26 जनवरी का दिन, जब रेल भवन के ऊपर अरविंद केजरीवाल अपना स्लीपिंग बैग लेकर पहुंच गए थे और उन्होंने स्वघोषित जो है वो एनार्किस्ट हूँ मैं, ये डिक्लेयर किया था। मेरे सामने वही चेहरे और वही सीन रिपीट होता है जब इनके नॉमिनेटेड सांसद राज्यसभा के अंदर पीठासीन अधिकारी के सामने बदतमीजी करते हैं और माइक तोड़ते हैं, और आज भी इन्होंने वही हरकत की है।
आज तस्वीर कुछ भयावह आई, लेकिन अब ये आरोप लग रहा है, जो आपके काउंसलर्स लगा रहे हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी के कुछ काउंसलर्स अंदर ड्रिंक करके आए थे और महिला काउंसलर्स जो बीजेपी की उनके साथ बदतमीजी की। आपको कुछ पता चला ऐसा?
देखिए, मुझे ये पता चला कि बदतमीजी हुई है। अब वो पीने की स्थिति में हुई थी या नहीं हुई थी उसकी मेरे पास जानकारी नहीं है, मगर जिनके साथ हुई है उनको बेहतर जानकारी होगी।
कार्रवाई किस तरह से आप लोग करना चाहेंगे?
जो भी नियम अनुसार चीज़ें हो सकती हैं, इनके खिलाफ जहाँ कंप्लेंट जा सकती है और जो केस बन सकते हैं वो
ये इसलिए क्योंकि इनको डर है कि मेयर इलेक्शन हार सकते हैं।
देख, मैं वही कह रही हूँ, मैं इनको कहीं ना कहीं इस बात का, अगर संख्या आपके पास है तो आपको डर किस बात का? आप भी वोट दीजिए, हम भी वोट देंगे, जो तय होगा वो तय होगा।
Getting in some breaking news now that all Delhi BJP leaders will sit on a protest tomorrow. There's going to be a protest in the national capital. All Delhi BJP leaders will sit on a protest against the attack inside Delhi Civic House today. This is against the attack on their councillors. MPs, MLAs and councillors of the BJP in the national capital are expected to sit on a protest at Rajghat along with senior BJP leaders. That's happening at about 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. Piyush is joining me with the details. Piyush.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. What we are now hearing from our sources from Delhi BJP is that all BJP leaders, be it MP, MLA, senior leaders of Delhi BJP, also all the elected councillors, which means 7 MPs, 8 MLAs, 104 councillors of BJP, along with the top leadership of Delhi BJP, which also includes Delhi BJP President, Vice President and also the General Secretary. So, entire unit of Delhi BJP is going to sit on protest tomorrow in National Capital at 11:30. They are at Rajghat and they are going to protest against the unruly behavior, unprecedented scenes. So we saw there inside the Delhi Civic Center, at the floor of the house, where the councillors were attacked. What we are also learning is that they are going to tell to the people of Delhi as to how not only the councillors were misbehaved, but also they are going to highlight as to how Aam Aadmi Party councillors were drunk when they were inside the house. So these are the allegations which BJP is now levelling. On the other side, Aam Aadmi Party is making counter-claim. Aam Aadmi Party is now coming out and saying that what BJP is saying is absolutely lie. And there's a conspiracy which is going on at the part of BJP and Congress to defeat Aam Aadmi Party, as just because our Congress Party wants to help BJP, it today walked out of the elections. Today in the morning, Niranjan, when we reached there at around 11 a.m. at Civic Center, we saw as to how the brawl took place, violence took place. Unprecedented scenes were there on the floor of the house where the councillors were attacked, and it was happening because of the oath-taking ceremony. What Aam Aadmi Party was claiming is that till now, first the councillors were allowed to take oath, not the nominated councillors, but today nominated councillors were allowed to take oath, and it was some sort of an ego issue, a disrespect to the Aam Aadmi Party councillors, as Aam Aadmi Party has got the majority in the house. So it was somewhere an ego fight at the part of Aam Aadmi Party, but BJP is saying that even if nominated councillors were allowed to take oath first, what was the problem? Why did Aam Aadmi Party took law in their hand? Why did they attack women councillors? Why did they come inside the house after consuming alcohol? This is what the BJP is claiming. On that claim, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that nothing of this sort has happened, and all this is a lie, and a conspiracy has been hatched by BJP because it wants to take over the mayor post. Remember that today all the councillors had gathered there at Civic Center to elect mayor, and it could not happen because of the violence which we saw. Now what we are learning is that Delhi BJP leaders all MLAs, MPs, councillors, top leadership of BJP, organizational leaders, all of them are going to sit or protest tomorrow at Rajghat against today's attack on BJP councillors. Niranjan.
Yes. In fact, you spoke to some of those who are injured. We have the full sequence. Look at those pictures, ladies and gentlemen. Play those pictures full frame. That's what they did. Full frame, the pictures in the middle. Jumping over each other, jumping over the house. You elected them. The people of the national capital elected them. Jumping over each other, kicking each other, holding each other's hands, punching, fisting, all in a day's work for elected representatives. Shameful pictures.
Two councillors are hurt and they have now been taken to Armel. Their MLC is going to be done. Delhi BJP President, Working President Virendra Sachdeva is right now there at Armel to get the MLC done of all these corporators who are injured. Remember that since morning we are seeing these pictures of not only sloganeering but also violence coming in from Delhi Civic Center. Let me also try to show you here how the confrontation is still going on. We are seeing how BJP workers and Aam Aadmi Party workers are raising slogans against each other here at this very venue where the elections for the mayoral post was all set to be done, but it could not happen because of the continuous ruckus. लगातार आप लोगों की क्या मांग?
केजरीवाल चोर है।
मांग क्या?
केजरीवाल चोर है। केजरीवाल चोर है। इस्तीफा दो। केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो। केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो। केजरीवाल डर गया।
क्यों डर गया? क्या हुआ?
केजरीवाल इसलिए डर गया, उनको डर था कि मेयर जो है बीजेपी का न बन जाए, क्योंकि उसकी क्रॉसिंग वोटिंग हो सकती है। वो अपने इस साहब को जो जीत कर आए ना वो जानता है। मेरी तरह ये भी बेईमान है।
Niranjan, we are also seeing these pictures coming in from the Delhi's Civic Center where this protest going on, and right as we are speaking, these BJP workers are protesting right in front of the entry gate of Delhi Civic Center, where we saw the pictures of not only sloganeering but also massive violence which erupted inside the house.
A short break. Now we have some breaking news from Bengal on the fight over the Vande Bharat Express, the attacks on it and the political blame game that's on. Another minister has made a comment. We're back with those pictures and the political controversial reactions.
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu and this is Republic.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world this morning. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of the ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben Gvir's visit.
On 3rd January, Israel's new Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, conducted a visit accompanied by heavy security detail to the holy site in Jerusalem. The visit was the first to the site by an Israeli minister since 2017. While the visit was not accompanied or followed by violence, it is seen as particularly inflammatory given Mr. Ben-Gvir's past advocacy for changes to the status quo.
Overnight rains have caused streets to be flooded in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closest rescue station. The U.S. Coast Guard has removed more than 300 Cuban migrants from a remote island off the Florida coast. More than 4,400 Cubans and Haitians have arrived in Florida since August amid deepening and compounding political and economic crises in both countries. Arizona's newest governor, Katie Hobbs, was officially sworn in. The inauguration event for Hobbs and several other elected officials took place at Arizona's state capital near downtown Phoenix. Dangerous conditions caused by enormous waves and high tides have impacted the Santa Cruz coastline, forcing evacuations and resulting in damage to multiple piers. According to sources, significant damage has been caused in major areas and will be closed till further notice. Roadblocks and protests continue across Peru as people demand President Dina Boluarte to step down and the Congress to be closed. However, the president said that the police and the army are working lawfully to protect public peace and said only a few groups are protesting. A powerful storm heading towards California has prompted the governor to declare an emergency in the state. State authorities have stockpiled emergency supplies and urged people to avoid non-essential travel since dangerous conditions are expected in the coming days. Maxar Technologies released satellite images showing large-scale destruction of the city of Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine after months of heavy Russian bombardment. The US House has been adjourned for the third day without electing a new speaker after Kevin McCarthy continued to suffer a string of defeats in multiple rounds of voting. As the fight for the speaker drags on, it has now become the longest speaker contest in 164 years. Mercedes-Benz says that it will build its own worldwide electric vehicle charging network starting in North America in a bid to compete with EV sales leader Tesla. The company said that Mercedes' branded network will open to owners of all electric vehicles.
I am Priyanka Sharma from Gujarat and this is Republic.
There have been two back-to-back attacks on the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal, and after Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, her Minister Udayan Guha has now said that the reason for back-to-back attacks is the overpriced tickets and substandard services.
আর সাধারণ গাড়িকে বন্দে ভারত নাম দিয়ে তার ভাড়া বন্দে ভারতের নিয়ে
Union Development Minister, North Bengal Development Minister of West Bengal, Udayan Guha is saying that normal bogies of railway has been colored, it has been painted, refurbished, and they have been rebranded as Vande Bharat Express. So usually there will be a sense of irritation among the passengers. The passengers will be angry, and then only this kind of things happen when you are charging such a hefty price in the name of Vande Bharat, and the car is getting a service like a local train. The speed of the train is like a local train. Then obviously there will be dissatisfaction, and the people will be angry regarding this entire thing.
60 কিলোমিটার বেগে গাড়ি চলবে, অথচ হাওড়া থেকে নিউ জলপাইগুড়ি আসতে 8 ঘন্টা সময় লাগবে।
The train is flying at the speed of 160 kilometers, but from Howrah to New Jalpaiguri, it will take 8 hours. How can this be justified? Because other trains are similarly taking the same time, but it's much lesser in fares.
So that was the translation by Mayuk from the Republic Bangla team to what the West Bengal minister was saying. We'll take a short break, but we are back with the Anjali killing case in New Delhi, the hit and run. There's another CCTV video that's emerged that shows both Anjali and her friend Nidhi with another boy minutes or hours before the death, the killing. Nobody knows who he is. We have more questions.
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets to flood in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closet rescue station.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents.
yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning the statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement. This is an insult.
Delhi police officials arrived at the Mumbai residence of the accused Shankar Mishra in the Air India P-gate episode, but the door was locked of his residence. They had to leave. Meanwhile, the Delhi police has also sent a team to the Bengaluru Wells Fargo office to get more details of the accused. Delhi police also called the pilot and the co-pilot of the Air India flight in connection with the Air India P-gate episode. Apart from the two, the police also expanded its probe. Other crew members have also been called in for questioning. Shankar Mishra's lawyers issued a statement saying that their client had got the lady victim's clothes and bags cleaned, and instead of apologizing, Shankar Mishra has unleashed his lawyers to question the victim's version.
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets to flood in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closet rescue station. And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है, मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning the statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement. This is an insult. TMC leader Saket Gokhale's bail has been denied by the court in Ahmedabad in connection to the crowdfunding misuse case. Gokhale was subsequently sent to jail under judicial custody. He will now have to approach the Sessions Court for relief.
Republic, 45.7%. Republic TV has 331% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys the landing experiment.
India is number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I've told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Good evening. Welcome to Republic TV. I'm Ridhiman and Bhardwaj on the biggest story tonight. And what could it be except its fists, its punches, its fights? And who's doing this? It's your and mine political representatives. They are fighting like children, like cats and dogs, and right here in the temple of our democracy, in the house that takes place in the Delhi. Now, what is the most important thing that has to be seen here, viewers, before I go across to the headlines is, will our political representatives behave in this manner, and will this continue to be allowed? That's our top key focus on the biggest story tonight. Our top focus today on 7 p.m. It's a massive Republic campaign impact. Wells Fargo sacks accused Shankar Mishra. National focus on Air India's inaction as accused unleashes lawyer, blames the 70-year-old woman now. Sacked by company but not arrested yet. India says arrest Shankar Mishra now. Fist fights, punches and violence All-out ruckus in national capital as BJP versus AAP face-off intensifies. Fresh twists and turns in Delhi hit-and-run case. Back-to-back CCTV tapes emerge. Who is the mystery man? And mega face-off in West Bengal after Mamata minister politicizes attack on Vande Bharat, says attack due to overpriced tickets. Our focus viewers, AAP and BJP councillors clashed with each other. They raised slogans protesting against each other ahead of the oath-taking ceremony of the mayor at the MCD Civic Centre. Can Indian lawmakers continue to work in this manner? The full-frame pictures on the screen show the election over the appointment of the BJP councillor as the presiding officer and the clashes that took place. And lots of people, even as the clashes and the fights and the jumping was taking place, is clear. This is 2033, it's happening here. We saw similar scenes in Bolivia, in Turkey, but can Indian lawmakers stoop to this, viewers? Politicians have to have a certain amount of etiquette as public servants, as public officers, but the kind of jumping we've seen, the kind of protests, the kind of heckling, the kind of punches being thrown clearly shows this is our 15 seconds of shame. First fight, injuries, then the drunken charges. It's an ugly fight to gain control of the national capital. The biggest thing is we Indian citizens do not deserve these bizarre, shameful scenes. Let's take a look at the reactions that came in today.
हज कमेटी के मेंबर हमेशा दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा नियुक्त किए जाते हैं। फाइल एलजी के पास भेजी जाती है और वो साइन करके वापस भेजते हैं। आज तक दिल्ली सरकार के इतिहास में ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि जो नाम दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा भेजे गए हों उनको रिप्लेस करके कोई एक नया नाम हज कमेटी में एलजी द्वारा डाला गया। और किसका नाम डाला एलजी ने? कांग्रेस की लीडर ऑफ द हाउस नाजिया दानिश का नाम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नुमाइंदे एलजी साहब ने डाला है। ये क्या दिखा रहा है? ये स्पष्ट तौर पे दिखा रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में और कांग्रेस में डील हुई है। नाजिया दानिश को हज कमेटी की मेंबरशिप दी गई है और इन रिटर्न उन्होंने कांग्रेस के पार्षदों का आज की वोटिंग से वॉकआउट इंश्योर किया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चुनाव में फायदा पहुंच सके।
देखिए, मेयर के चुनाव के अंदर तो डायरेक्ट इलेक्शन होता है और आम आदमी पार्टी के 134 पार्षद हैं, भाजपा के 104 हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है कि इस इलेक्शन में मेयर जो है आम आदमी पार्टी की बनेगी, डिप्टी मेयर भी आम आदमी पार्टी के बनेंगे। मगर जो दूसरा चुनाव है, जो कि एक बड़ा अहम चुनाव है जो आज होने जा रहा है, वो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव है जिसके अंदर प्रेफरेंशियल वोटिंग होती है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सबसे बेहतर तरीका, द बेस्ट के सिनेरियो ये था कि कांग्रेस के काउंसलर्स वॉकआउट कर जाएं, क्योंकि जैसे ही कांग्रेस के पार्षद वॉकआउट करते हैं, हाउस ऐसी स्थिति में आ जाता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के अंदर अपना कब्जा कर पाएगी। ये बड़ी अजीब बात है कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो था वो कांग्रेस कर रही है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले दिन से कह रही थी कि उनकी कांग्रेस से बातचीत हो गई है। और दूसरी एक बात बताता हूं आपको, जहां पे प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर आम आदमी पार्टी का बनना था, एलजी साहब दखल करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बना रहे हैं। मगर वहीं पे हज कमेटी के अंदर कांग्रेस की पार्षदा नाजिया दानिश जो
Let's also look at how the BJP reacts to this when they blame the councillors and say the MCD Act should be applied. Let's listen into what Meenakshi Lekhi says, but an ugly fight that's broken out and escalated between the AAP and the BJP.
मैम, आज जो तस्वीरें देखी हैं आपने अंदर, आपको लगता है कि ये पार्षद इस तरह से चीजें करते हैं?
नहीं, ये देखिए नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी क्या हरकत कर सकती है ये आपको समझना होगा। एक अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं माई वे और हाईवे, ये वही हरकत है। और मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ कि मेरी आंखों के सामने जो रील रिपीट हुई है, वो रील रिपीट हुई है 26 जनवरी का दिन, जब रेल भवन के ऊपर अरविंद केजरीवाल अपना स्लीपिंग बैग लेकर पहुंच गए थे और उन्होंने स्वघोषित जो है वो एनार्किस्ट हूँ मैं, ये डिक्लेयर किया था। मेरे सामने वही चेहरे और वही सीन रिपीट होता है जब इनके नॉमिनेटेड सांसद राज्यसभा के अंदर पीठासीन अधिकारी के सामने बदतमीजी करते हैं और माइक तोड़ते हैं, और आज भी इन्होंने वही हरकत की है।
आज तस्वीर कुछ भयावह आई, लेकिन अब ये आरोप लग रहा है, जो आपके काउंसलर्स लगा रहे हैं, कि आम आदमी पार्टी के कुछ काउंसलर्स अंदर ड्रिंक करके आए थे और महिला काउंसलर्स जो बीजेपी की, उनके साथ बदतमीजी की। आपको कुछ पता चला ऐसा?
देखिए, मुझे ये पता चला कि बदतमीजी हुई है। अब वो पीने की स्थिति में हुई थी या नहीं हुई थी उसकी मेरे पास जानकारी नहीं है, मगर जिनके साथ हुई है उनको बेहतर जानकारी होगी।
कार्रवाई किस तरह से आप लोग करना चाहेंगे?
जो भी नियम अनुसार चीज़ें हो सकती हैं, इनके खिलाफ जहाँ जहाँ कंप्लेंट जा सकती है और जो जो केस बन सकते हैं वो
ये इसलिए क्योंकि इनको डर है कि मेयर इलेक्शन हार सकते हैं।
देख, मैं वही कह रही हूँ, मैं इनको कहीं ना कहीं इस बात का, अगर संख्या आपके पास है तो आपको डर किस बात का? आप भी वोट दीजिए, हम भी वोट देंगे, जो तय होगा वो तय होगा।
देखिए, अगर अपना मनोनीत सदस्य पहले शपथ ले या चुने हुए ले, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता था, मगर आम आदमी पार्टी को लग रहा था कि उनका मेयर में हार होगी, इसलिए उन्होंने सारा झगड़ा किया। और वो जिस तरीके से आके उन्होंने कमिश्नर के पास जाके और अपना सत्या शर्मा जी के पास जाके वहाँ पे पूरे एक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी मचाई, तो ऐसा शोभा नहीं देता। दिल्ली वालों ने बहुत ही आपको उम्मीदों के साथ में चुनकर भेजा है, तो आप यहाँ पे वोटिंग होने दीजिए, उसके बाद में जो सारे सदस्य जिसको मेयर चुनेंगे वो माना जाएगा।
संजय सिंह ये कह रहे हैं कि एलजी ने कांग्रेस के काउंसलर को एक पद दे दिया है, उस वजह से कांग्रेस जो है वो सपोर्ट करिए बीजेपी का, तो कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस बीजेपी मिलकर।
अब देखिए, जब वो जीते थे उसके बाद वो इतना चिल्ला रहे थे, अभी उनको अपने पार्षदों पर भी भरोसा नहीं है कि उनके पार्षद किसको चुनेंगे, इसलिए उनको अपने पार्षदों पर अपना भरोसा रखना चाहिए और यहाँ पे सदन को सबकी शपथ होनी चाहिए, उसके बाद में वोटिंग होनी चाहिए।
क्या स्थिति है, कितने कॉन्फिडेंट है आपकी आप लोग जीतेंगे?
देखिए, दिल्ली की जनता मेयर का इंतजार कर रही है, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि हमारा उम्मीदवार बहुत अच्छा है और यहाँ पर ऐसे ही होता है, यहाँ पर हमेशा अच्छे उम्मीदवार को चुना जाता है, तो हमारा उम्मीदवार अच्छा है, अनुभवी है, तो हमें पूरी आशा है कि वही मेयर बनेगा।
ये जो भी सदन में हुआ है वो बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक है, निंदनीय है। आम आदमी पार्टी के लोगों ने पोडियम पे चढ़ के पोडियम तोड़ने की कोशिश की। जो अधिकारी और जो सत्या शर्मा जो पार्षद हैं, उनको जो संचालन करने की एक सदन की व्यवस्था दी गई थी, उनको मारने की कोशिश किए हैं। और उसके बाद इन लोग जो हंगामा किए हैं वो तो इन लोगों की नैतिक हार दिखाई रहा है। लेकिन क्या जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, जो दिल्ली की सत्ता में है, जो निगम में भी सबसे ज्यादा सीट लेके है, क्या वो हार मान चुकी है? अब हिंसा का सहारा लेगी? और जो भी यहाँ व्यवस्था होती है सबको, सदन की व्यवस्था तो मैं नहीं जानता, सदन की व्यवस्था जो भी आज आयुक्त देगा उसके बाद महापौर चुना जाएगा, फिर महापौर चलाएगा। तो आप महापौर तक जाने में क्यों डर लग रहा है आपको?
अच्छा, आप कितने कॉन्फिडेंट है कि बीजेपी का मेयर होगा?
नहीं, हम ये नहीं जानते, हम तो चुनाव के लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। लेकिन जो स्थिति है, जैसा डर इनके चेहरे पे दिख रहा है, इसका मतलब कि इनके पार्षद भी इनके साथ नहीं है।
क्या ऐसा आपको लग रहा है कि कुछ आम आदमी पार्टी के पार्षद हो सकता है कि बीजेपी के जो कैंडिडेट है उसके उनके लिए वोट करें?
भाई, अभी यहाँ तो जिसको जहां मन करेगा वोट कर सकता है, तो वो तो हम नहीं जानते। लेकिन इनका जो हिंसा करने का हमने रवैया देखा, इसमें इनकी नैतिक हार तो दिख रही है। और जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, जो पार्टी के पार्षद सबसे ज्यादा हैं, वही हंगामा कर रहा है, पोडियम तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहा है। इसका मतलब कि कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी को डर है कि वो नहीं जीत पाएगी।
प्रश्न और स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर्स को लेकर भी आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं कि उसके ऊपर कब्जा बीजेपी करना चाहती है और इसीलिए एक इंडिपेंडेंट मेयर को लाए और फिर कांग्रेस अब वॉकआउट भी कर रही है।
ये कोई प्लॉट थोड़ी है कि कब्जा कर लेगा कोई बदमाश आके भैया, ये लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया है, जो जिसको वोट देगा वो जीतेगा। इसमें कुछ भी जबरदस्ती थोड़ी हो सकता है और सदन के जो पार्षद डिसाइड करेंगे वो होगा।
अगर रवैया आम आदमी पार्टी का आपको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये एज है आप लोगों के लिए?
नहीं, ये तो हमको देख के लग रहा है कि मेयर भी बन जाएगा और स्टैंडिंग कमेटी भी बनेगा।
Let me also show you what we've been seeing through the day, viewers. We've seen councillors climbing up. They pull and push the dais. The councillors push each other. They heckle the officials. All this clearly seen as they climb up, pull and push the dais, and then they heckle each other. And even as they're heckling, we can see very soon, yes, they fall off. They fall off. As we are showing, the councillors heckle each other. They fall as they push each other. Never seen before, unprecedented scenes in the national capital, ugly escalation for war, and the chaos and the scuffle clearly shows that they will continue to do this for power. These are 15 moments of shame. Let me show you now in a second visual that we've got. The councillors in this are seen heckling each other. There is argument, there is injury, there are fist fights. One can see that they're heckling each other. Then the councillors fall as they push each other. There is pushing, there is hitting, there is punches, fist fights, violence that is seen, and ruckus and chaos in the Delhi Civic Centre as this fight escalates for control and power. And viewers, as we showed you these scenes, we've also had our colleague Piyush Mishra reporting live since morning from there, where fist fights have been seen, punches and violence has been seen, and all-out ruckus in the national capital. Let's take you through what happened in the day today when Piyush filed this report. Take a look.
Few councillors are hurt and they have now been taken to RML. Their MLC is going to be done. Delhi BJP President, Working President Virendra Sachdeva is right now there at RML to get the MLC done of all these corporators who are injured. Remember that since morning we are seeing these pictures of not only sloganeering but also violence coming in from Delhi Civic Centre. Let me also try to show you here how the confrontation is still going on. We are seeing how BJP workers and Aam Aadmi Party workers are raising slogans against each other here at this very venue where the elections for the mayoral post was all set to begin, but it could not happen because of the continuous ruckus. लगातार आप लोगों की क्या मांग?
केजरीवाल चोर है।
मांग क्या?
केजरीवाल चोर है। केजरीवाल चोर है। इस्तीफा दो केजरीवाल, इस्तीफा दो।
केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो। केजरीवाल डर गया। क्यों डर गया? क्या हुआ?
केजरीवाल इसलिए डर गया, उनको डर था कि मेयर जो है बीजेपी का न बन जाए, क्योंकि उसकी क्रॉसिंग वोटिंग हो सकती है। वो अपने इस साहब को जो जीत कर आए ना वो जानता है, मेरी तरह ये भी बेईमान है।
Niranjan, we are also seeing these pictures coming in from the Delhi's Civic Centre where this protest going on, and right as we are speaking, these BJP workers are protesting right in front of the entry gate of Delhi Civic Centre, where we saw the pictures of not only sloganeering but also massive violence which erupted inside the house.
And fresh twists and turns in Delhi hit and run case coming up after a short break. We tell you back-to-back CCTV tapes emerge. Who is the mystery man? We're also going to tell you mega face-off in West Bengal. Also coming up after Mamta, Minister politicizes attack on Vande Bharat, says attacks due to overpriced tickets. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
I'm Shravan Sen reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic TV.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world this morning. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of the ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit.
On 3rd January, Israel's new Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, conducted a visit accompanied by heavy security detail to the holy site in Jerusalem. The visit was the first to the site by an Israeli minister since 2017. While the visit was not accompanied or followed by violence, it is seen as particularly inflammatory given Mr. Ben-Gvir's past advocacy for changes to the status quo.
Overnight rains have caused streets to be flooded in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closest rescue station. The U.S. Coast Guard has removed more than 300 Cuban migrants from a remote island off the Florida coast. More than 4,400 Cubans and Haitians have arrived in Florida since August amid deepening and compounding political and economic crises in both countries. Arizona's newest governor, Katie Hobbs, was officially sworn in. The inauguration event for Hobbs and several other elected officials took place at Arizona's state capitol near downtown Phoenix. Dangerous conditions caused by enormous waves and high tides have impacted the Santa Cruz coastline, forcing evacuations and resulting in damage to multiple piers. According to sources, significant damage has been caused in major areas and will be closed till further notice. Roadblocks and protests continue across Peru as people demand President Dina Boluarte to step down and the Congress to be closed. However, the president said that the police and the army are working lawfully to protect public peace and said only a few groups are protesting. A powerful storm heading towards California has prompted the governor to declare an emergency in the state. State authorities have stockpiled emergency supplies and urged people to avoid non-essential travel since dangerous conditions are expected in the coming days. Maxar Technologies released satellite images showing large-scale destruction of the city of Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine after months of heavy Russian bombardment. The U.S. House has been adjourned for the third day without electing a new speaker after Kevin McCarthy continued to suffer a string of defeats in multiple rounds of voting. As the fight for the speaker drags on, it has now become the longest speaker.
Welcome back, viewers. In a big statement on AFSPA, Amit Shah, Home Minister, has now said there has been a reduction by 74% as far as insurgency in Nagaland is concerned. And we are in the process of repealing AFSPA from Nagaland, and that has been started in a gradual manner. It's a big statement on AFSPA coming from the Home Minister. Let's listen to what he said.
(2014) की तुलना में 2021 में आतंकवाद की घटनाओं में 74% की कमी आई है.
There has been reduction of 74% as far as insurgency in Nagaland is concerned if we compare the data of 2014 with the data of 2021.
और सुरक्षा कर्मी और नागरिकों की मौत में क्रमशः 60% और 84% की कमी आई है, जो बताता है कि नागालैंड की कानून और व्यवस्था बहुत अच्छे तरीके से संभाली गई है.
As far as the law and order situation of Nagaland is concerned, if we see, there has been a reduction of 60% of the martyrdom of the armed forces, and there has been a reduction of 84% as far as ambush of the ordinary citizens in Nagaland are concerned.
अब सपा को क्रमशः धीरे धीरे नागालैंड से हटाने की शुरुआत कर दी गई।
The process of repealing ASPA from Nagaland has already started in a very gradual manner.
This is Alisha Ajanar reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning this statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement. This is an insult. TMC leader Saket Gokhale's bail has been denied by the court in Ahmedabad in connection to the crowdfunding misuse case. Gokhale was subsequently sent to jail under judicial custody. He will now have to approach the Sessions Court for relief. Prime Minister Modi will flag off Ganga Vilas cruise on January 13 and preparations for the program have started in Varanasi. This will be the world's longest cruise tour from Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to Dibrugarh in Assam via Bangladesh.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world this morning. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of the ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben Gvir's visit.
A look at our top focus. Delhi police officials arrived at the Mumbai residence of the accused Shankar Mishra in the Air India urination case, but the door was locked, because of which they left. Meanwhile, each Delhi police has also sent a team at Bangalore Wells Fargo official to get more details on him.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents, Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets to flood in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closet rescue station. And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh during the visit. The actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्म में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning this statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement.
Big impact of Republic campaign. Wells Fargo forced to act. That's the latest coming in after our relentless coverage. The company has terminated Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra. In a statement, the company says that it will cooperate with the law enforcement in further investigation. In another massive impact of Republic's coverage, DGCA has issued an advisory to head of operations of all scheduled airlines. The new guidelines are with regard to handling the unruly passengers on board and respective responsibilities as per the regulation. Sources tell Republic Air India has held an internal probe after the Air India P-Gate. Air India CMD has questioned pilot and co-pilot in the case. All the crew and staff of the concerned flight has been called into Mumbai tomorrow for further inquiry. Accused Shankar Mishra has not been traced as yet and remains absconding. Delhi police officials arrived at the Mumbai residence of the accused Shankar Mishra, but the door was locked. While the accused remains absconding, Shankar Mishra's lawyers issued a statement saying that their client had got the lady victim's clothes and bags cleaned on 28th of November. Instead of apologizing, Shankar Mishra has now questioned the intention of the passenger in the Air India urinating case. Meanwhile, Delhi police has called the pilot and co-pilot of the Air India flight in connection to the Air India urination case. Expanding the probe, the police has also summoned other crew members for further questioning. As Delhi police expands the hunt for the accused Shankar Mishra, one police team from Delhi has left for Bengaluru to get more details of the accused Shankar Mishra. Republic has now accessed the details of Air India's crew's questioning. According to the sources, crew members of Air India told police that they did the job and they even provided clothes to the lady. The crew also told the cops that they don't keep count of the alcohol served to guests, but he didn't look drunk. Delhi Commission for Women issued a notice to the city police in connection with the alleged harassment and misconduct by the passengers on 2 Air India flights, recently calling the incidents extremely disturbing and serious. The panel sought copies of the FIRs registered in the matters and arrests made. Even as the police and authorities wake up in the matter, massive outrage across the country over the Air India pay gate. A demand grows for Shankar Mishra's arrest. Ahead of the oath-taking ceremony of the newly elected councillors at the Municipal Corporation of Delhi Civic Centre, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP councillors held protests and raised slogans, due to which the elections and swearing-ins of councillors have been postponed. Major chaos took place inside the MCD house over the mayor elections. BJP councillors alleged that Aam Aadmi Party councillors were drunk and misbehaved with women councillors on the floor of the house. Aam Aadmi Party leaders, on the other hand, blamed the BJP for starting a ruckus because they were scared and asked them to respect the people's mandate in the MCD polls. Some of the reactions that came in with regards to the Delhi MCD polls and the ruckus between both the parties.
सब पैंतरों के बावजूद दिल्ली की जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एमसीडी से निकालकर बाहर फेंक दिया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली के लोगों के लोकतांत्रिक निर्णय का सम्मान ना करते हुए हर संभव तरीके से एमसीडी में बैकडोर एंट्री की कोशिश कर रही है।
मुस्लिम पार्षदों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एलजी पोस्ट बांट रहे हैं और कांग्रेस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मदद करने के लिए हाउस से आज वॉकआउट करेगी। तो ये खुली सेटिंग जो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच में दिखी है, ये आज सारा देश देखेगा और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि आज कांग्रेस पूरी तरीके से एक्सपोज हो गई है। मुस्लिम पार्षदों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एलजी पोस्ट बांट रहे हैं और कांग्रेस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मदद करने के लिए हाउस से आज वॉकआउट करेगी। तो ये खुली सेटिंग जो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस,
अगर अब
ये आज सारा देश
पहले शपथ ले या चुने हुए ले, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता था, मगर आम आदमी पार्टी को लग रहा था कि उनका मेयर
की कार्रवाई को आम आदमी पार्टी के गुंडों ने काला दिन बना दिया है। आपको मैं बताऊं कि ये बहुत तैयारी से आए थे। इनके पास ब्लेड जैसे धारदार हथियार थे। इन लोगों के पास कुछ शीशे का भी कुछ ऐसा चीज था जिससे वो बीजेपी के पार्षदों को इन्होंने मारा है।
Party workers are raising slogans against each other here at this very venue where the elections for the mayoral post was all set to begin, but it could not happen because of the continuous ruckus. लगातार आप लोगों की
BJP is all set to escalate the matter of the violence further and has announced to protest tomorrow at Rajghat. Another CCTV footage of the Delhi hit-and-run case has emerged, and on the timestamp on the CCTV tape is of 31st of December, about 7 in the evening. Both Nidhi and Anjali are seen on the tape along with the man. In the Delhi hit-and-run case, Republic spoke to Anjali's family exclusively. The victim's family said that they want justice and demanded that the accused must be given capital punishment. Politics over Vande Bharat Express intensified as West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that the stones were thrown by Biharis. A face-off between TMC and BJP was seen as BJP condemned Mamata Banerjee for such remarks. Republic spoke to the complainant exclusively in the Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh case, where she revealed that she is being harassed by the SIT, also revealed that she is being threatened and pressurized to withdraw the case.
पूछताछ हुई है एसआईटी की, इंक्लूडिंग जो मेरे बयान हुए हैं 164 के तहत, उसमें मैंने हर चीज़ मेंशन कर दी है. और डेफिनेटली सर मुझे थ्रेट भी आए काफ़ी, मेरे कैरेक्टर के लिए भी मुझे काफ़ी धमकाया गया है. और हर हिसाब से धमकाने उकसाने के बाद भी जब उन्हें पता था ये नहीं मानेगी, तो उन्होंने बाद में लास्ट में मुझे पैसे के लिए ऑफर दिया कि देश छोड़ के कहीं 1 महीने के लिए तुम चुप हो जाओ, ना ही तुम्हें कंप्लेंट वापस लेने की ज़रूरत है. तो सर बिल्कुल आए और वो सब चीज़ें देखिए अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है.
In a massive setback to Aam Aadmi Party, the Enforcement Directorate filed a second charge sheet in the liquor excise policy case in the Rouse Avenue court. According to sources, 12 accused names are mentioned in the charge sheet. In total, 5 arrested persons and 7 companies. Bombay High Court reserved the order for the next Monday on the pleas of Chanda and Deepak Kochar, challenging their arrest and seeking an interim release. The court was hearing the plea of Kochar's challenging their arrest. The Supreme Court on Friday stayed Meghalaya High Court's order, which had put a stay on the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the Chief Ministers of Meghalaya and a stamp to resolve the long-standing interstate boundary dispute between both the states. India will host the Voice of Global South Summit on 12th and 13th of January. Sources suggest that as many as 120 countries will participate in the summit next week. According to Foreign Secretary, this initiative is inspired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. It is also underpinned by India's philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Union Minister, while addressing a public rally at Moirang in Bishnupur district, asserted that BJP government in the state freed Manipur from bunds and terrorism and brought it on the path of development. The month-long Magh Mela started on Friday with about 2 lakh devotees taking a bracing dip in the waters of the holy Sangam here on the occasion of Posh Purnima. This year, 14 ghats have been built for the ease of devotees. Screens have been installed in the control center for monitoring the entire area of fair and crowd management. The wave of COVID infections has reached its peak in major cities like Beijing, while the government insists that the situation is under control, despite doubts about the official death toll and the fact that hospitals are still working flat out to save lives. The World Health Organization officials have been grappling with Beijing's tight control of data access throughout the pandemic, has now become increasingly vocal in their calls for reliable information as a major outbreak rips through China, as the organization has now accused China of underrepresenting the severity of the COVID outbreak and criticized its narrow definition of what constitutes a COVID death. China is seeking to minimize the possibility of a major new COVID-19 outbreak during this month's Lunar New Year travel rush after the end of the most pandemic containment measures. The new guidelines issued by the ministers asking citizens to stay home entirely. Maxar Technologies released satellite pictures showing the large-scale destruction of the city of Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine. After months of heavy Russian bombardment, the Russian army has now pressed with its offensive in Bakhmut in Donetsk despite heavy losses. An intense battle has now left 60% of the eastern city in ruins. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Thursday thanked the US for the decision to send armored vehicles and an additional Patriot air defense system to Ukraine. The US will provide its Bradley fighting vehicles while Germany is sending its Marder vehicles. Germany also will provide Ukraine a Patriot battery, the second headed to the country after the US said last month that it would send one of the most powerful air defense systems. Taiwan's president visited an army mechanized infantry battalion and an air force unit in the central city to encourage servicemen as well as to boost their morale ahead of the Lunar New Year period. Thousands of North Koreans filled Pyongyang's giant May Day Stadium on Thursday in a show of support for the ruling Workers' Party and leader Kim Jong-un. North Korea is now planning to mark major anniversaries in 2023, and placards at the rally marked them, including 75th anniversary of the founding of the country in 1984 and the 70th anniversary of the end of the Korean War in 1953. CES, the most influential tech gathering in the world, officially begins to attendees in the industry. More than 1,000 startups have joined to showcase their products at the annual CES Tech Show in Las Vegas, hoping to create some buzz around their gadgets and also capture the eyes of the investors who can help their businesses grow. The US guided missile destroyer Chung-un transited through the neutral waters of Taiwan Strait in a demonstration of the United States' commitment to free and open Indo-Pacific. However, Beijing has now asked Washington to stop selling arms to Taiwan, cut US-Taiwan military ties, and stop creating new tensions across the Taiwan Strait. The Saudi Arabian government infiltrated Wikipedia and jailed its two high-ranking officials in a bid to control the content of the website. Activists Democracy for the Arab World Now. Sources revealed that the government prosecuted them because they had contributed information deemed critical about the persecution of political activists in the country. Getting in some more breaking news on a story that we have been tracking very closely over the last 48 hours. Pilots along with the entire crew have now been summoned tomorrow morning by the Delhi police. Sources have confirmed that statements of all staffs would be recorded together. So far, we are given to understand a few of the crew members. The statement has already been recorded by the Delhi police, but the pilot of the airline and a few other crew members, their statements are yet to be recorded. They were summoned yesterday, but not all crew members did appear before the police. In fact, the police are still on the hunt of the accused in this particular case, who remains untraceable. The sister has already been questioned by the Delhi police. We're also trying to go across to our reporters on the ground, getting us the latest details. I'm given to understand that the accused has already been terminated from his services in the company that he was working. The company is based out of New York, has branches in Bengaluru, Delhi as well as Mumbai. We're given to understand that the accused in this particular case was shuttling between Bengaluru and Mumbai. In fact, the latest now coming in with regards to the investigation that's been carried out by the Delhi police. This comes almost a month after the complaint was actually filed with the airline only registering the complaint end of December, and the FIR being registered after that, following which the airline crew members as well as the accused were actually summoned. As of now, Delhi police hasn't arrested Shankar Mishra, the accused in this particular case. You can see his picture on your screens right now. It has only outraged the entire country, given the fact that he's yet to be arrested, but some more details are coming in. In fact, Shankar Mishra's sister too has been questioned by the Delhi police. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us on this broadcast. Harsha, what are the details that you're picking up from the police? We're given to understand that Shankar Mishra's sister was also questioned by the Delhi police. Is it true that she was in the national capital, or was there a team in Mumbai who had gone to record the statement of the sister?
See, exactly what we know is that the sister of the accused, Shankar Mishra, has been questioned till now, by the Delhi cops in the morning. The location where exactly she has been questioned is not the national capital, but the exact location has not been told by the DCP who is interrogating in this entire issue. But yes, sister has been questioned, and the next line of interrogation is with the father, Sham Mishra. Right now, as we see that Sham Mishra is coming as told by the police officer. He's coming to his residence in Mumbai. He's traveling right now from to Palghar, then to his residence in Mumbai. After that, Delhi police officials will question the father of the accused, Shankar Mishra, as well. So we can say that the entire family members of the accused will be questioned by the Delhi cops, and the team of Delhi cops is already around the residence of the accused, Shankar Mishra, and they are also tracking down the location of accused Shankar Mishra, as all the cell phones and all the number of Shankar Mishra are switched off.
We'll try and go across to Harsha in a short while from now, but a story that we've been tracking very closely. There seems to be some development in the investigation that has been carried out by the Delhi police. We'll try and get you all the latest details. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you more details of the campaign that has been started by Republic TV.
Shankar, Mishra, the accused in this particular cases. We're also getting to learn that just a few days ago, after the incident, Shankar Mishra, the accused, being identified as the vice president of Wells Fargo. This is the Wells Fargo office where the accused, Shankar Mishra, works out from. And a few of the employees too, when we did speak to them off the record, they clearly stated that they know him, but they do not know, or they're not aware of whether he is here or not.
I'm Zeenat Zishan Fazil, reporting from Srinagar, and this is the Republic.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawala will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning the statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement. This is an insult. TMC leader Saket Gokhale's bail has been denied by the court in Ahmedabad in connection to the crowdfunding misuse case. Gokhale was subsequently sent to jail under judicial custody. He will now have to approach the Sessions Court for relief. Prime Minister Modi will flag off Ganga Vilas cruise on January 13 and preparations for the program have started in Varanasi. This will be the world's longest cruise tour from Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to Dibrugarh in Assam via Bangladesh.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world this morning. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of the ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben Gvir's
Well, shifting focus now to the other story that we have been tracking very closely. This is the latest coming in the Anjali case a fresh twist. A friend of Anjali has now emerged, making a mention of the fight between the two. Let's listen in.
नहीं जी, मैं उसके किसी फ्रेंड को नहीं जानता, ना मैं उसे किसी उसकी जो लड़की दोस्त है ना मैं उसको जानता, ना मैं उसके कोई लड़के दोस्त है मैं ना किसी उनको जानता। हाँ जी, मैं किसी से मेरा कोई ताल्लुक नहीं, ना मेरा कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, मेरा किसी से कोई वास्ता नहीं है। ये मेरा झूठा नाम लिया गया है, ये मैं विनती करता हूँ मेरा नाम ना लिया जाए। मेरा 2 साल पहले 3 साल पहले जो था तो था, 2 साल से हमारे बीच में कुछ नहीं था, कुछ भी ना, हमारी कोई बात नहीं हुई, कोई चीज़ नहीं हुई, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं है।
क्या अभी तक पुलिस ने आपसे इस बारे में कोई बात की या इस बारे में अभी तक कहीं पुलिस ने आपसे मुलाकात की?
नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है।
सर मैं उस दिन अपने यहाँ पार्टी कर रहा था, अंजलि के मेरे पास फ़ोन आते हैं, वो फ़ोन पे फ़ोन करती है मेरे पास, ठीक है, तो मेरे पास फ़ोन पे फ़ोन करते हैं, मैं उसकी कॉल का कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं देता। फिर वो एक लड़के को भेजती है मेरे पास, वो लड़का मुझे लेने आता है, 11:30 बजे मैं वहाँ जाता हूँ। 11:30 बजे जाने के बाद वहाँ पे फिर देखता हूँ मैं, वो दोनों फ्रेंड पार्टी करी होती है, इन्जॉय चल रहा होता है वहाँ पे, ठीक है सर। फिर थोड़ी देर में और भी 8 दोस्त होते जो हमारे यहाँ के थे, फिर इनके आपस में लड़ाई झगड़ा होने लग जाता है। ये निधि कहती है कि मेरे पैसे तो दे दे, तो और अंजलि अपनी चाबी मांग रही होती है, इनकी आपस में हाथापाई हो जाती है, लड़ाई होने लग जाती है इनकी, हम छुड़वा देते हैं। सर अब मैं अंजलि को बिठाया था, मैं बैठ जा, लड़ाई झगड़ा मत कर। फिर वो निधि नीचे चली जाती है सर, नीचे जाने के बाद वो नीचे हंगामा करती है। फिर वो लड़के ओयो वाले कहते हैं भाई वो लड़की नीचे हंगामा कर रही है, उनको मनाओ। फिर सर वो अंजलि कहती है मैं मनाती हूँ, रुक जा मैं जाती हूँ। हम उसको कहते तो रहने दे तू, फिर लड़ाई झगड़ा करेगी। वो सर ना मानते, फिर अंजलि चली जाती है, हम ऊपर बैठे रह जाते हैं। नीचे जाके वो फिर लड़ाई झगड़ा करती है। फिर वो वाले हमें आके कहते हैं भाई वो नीचे लड़ाई झगड़ा कर रही है, एक बार देख लो, नहीं मैं तुम्हारा रूम खाली करवा दूंगा ये वो। फिर हम जाते हैं सर, इतने वो चली जाती है सर, इतने हम नीचे पहुँचते इतने वो स्कूटी पे बैठ के चली जाती है सर।
कब से जानते हैं
सर? मैं 2 साल से जानता हूँ उसे, कम से कम 2 साल से तो जानता हूँ।
निधि निधि निधि, अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ, कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है, निधि निधि निधि।
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets to flood in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closet rescue station. And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है, मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning the statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement.
Mics broken, violence ensues, clashes occur. Can political representatives behave this way? Does India's electorate deserve this? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
निधि 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 अरे सर निधि प्लीज आ जाओ। कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि है घर में, निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे निधि? निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप? कुछ भी बोलेंगे निधि? कुछ भी निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है, देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि निधि दौड़ रही है। निधि निधि निधि
Burning question presented by Samsonite.
Republic is on the trail of the Air India P-Gate accused Shankar Mishra. He's been sacked by his company but not arrested by the Delhi police yet. Complete shake-up in the aviation industry as the DGCA issues a new advisory now after the P-Gate episode. Unprecedented scenes in the national capital as the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP councillors literally come to blows ahead of the mayor elections. The BJP claims Aam Aadmi Party leaders were drunk. Charges fly as both parties now claim their leaders are injured. And this is the second charge sheet filed in the Delhi liquor scam. The ED says probe against Manish Sisodia continues. A very good evening. Thank you for staying with us on Republic. This is, remember, for the second straight day today that we are debating what happened vis-a-vis the Air India episode. His name now is Shankar Mishra. There is also a picture that you've seen all through today on Republic that has been accessed. Republic, remember, literally has been on his trail. Right from Bengaluru to Mumbai, Republic has been there trying to get you the first images, the first reactions of this man. But where is this man? Where is this creep? He is on the run. The man in the middle of the P-Gate episode is absconding. The police right now is literally looking for him. Now, we all know what he did, but again and again, it's important to reiterate. Because this man urinates on a fellow woman passenger, all this midair. He's unapologetic. He believes everything can be settled. In fact, this man, Shankar Mishra, has unleashed his lawyers, now his legal team, on this victim. He's decided to brazen this out, and the entire country condemns this tonight. What about Air India? Air India literally washing off their hands. But we at Republic say, is this the way Air India will be allowed to behave and get away? Let's first bring up the entire story, the investigation by our team, and then we debate.
November 26th, an inebriated man urinated on a 70-year-old female co-passenger mid-air. What followed was an attempt to brush the entire incident under the carpet.
A drunk man walked up to a woman on an Air India flight, unzipped his pants, and then urinated on her. This is the most sickening and horrendous sequence of events. But what did Air India do? Almost absolutely nothing. They decided to casually ban him for 30 days, and that also, what we are hearing, they took this small action weeks after the incident. This is not a joke, ladies and gentlemen, that Air India needs to understand. This is a very serious matter.
But Republic's unrelenting campaign has now forced action.
I'm trying to connect Shankar Mishra. I'm trying to connect Shankar Mishra. Put the phone on speakers. The phone is ringing. Shankar Mishra is not responding. Viewers, Shankar Mishra, the accused, the creep, who urinated and in fact is not responding.
From Mumbai to Bengaluru, Republic teams have tracked Shankar Mishra. But he is hiding and unleashing his lawyer instead. Following widespread public outrage, Wells Fargo removed him from official groups. He's now been sacked.
Right now we are outside his office in Bengaluru at Devana Bisanahalli, and now it is mainly being learnt of the fact that the accused Shankar Mishra was present in Bengaluru, but the timeline is yet to be established as of now because there are no details of whether he was present or not.
Rattled, the accused has now unleashed his lawyer. He has now questioned the 70-year-old instead. Even Air India, which tried to wash its hands off, is now compelled to hold inquiries. The DGCA issued new advisory to all airlines. And even as news tightens around accused Shankar Mishra's neck, the clamour for his arrest is only growing louder. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So where really is this man, and why is Air India today not even coming forward to issue an apology? Why don't they act against the captain, the crew members? These are very, very important questions that Republic will continue to ask. Let's say good evening to Geeta Abhar, who's a political analyst, along with Rajalakshmi Joshi, also an activist with us. Dr. Sumansi Raman is also a political analyst on the panel. And my first question is to Parvez Damania, the former ex-director of the KFA and aviation expert on the broadcast. Parvez Damania, why has Air India today not apologized? Why has there been no action against the captain, the crew members? Why is Air India wanting to cover up everything?
The situation that is right now, it is impossible to cover. And I fail to understand Air India now being a Tata Group company, and they are so consumer conscious and always working towards a better customer support. Not apologies. I don't think there is anything wrong in admitting the mistake. Mistakes do happen. And I think it would be good if Air India came forward and apologized. Definitely, I mean, I don't, it's maybe, but definitely the crew of Air India that were operating that flight is at fault. The air hostesses did not follow the protocol. The pilots did not follow the protocol. The protocols are very, very laid out and defined what they should do in each condition. And it is not only for in India, it's all for every international airline that is following the convention, the international convention. The air hostess should have reported. The pilot should have. Internationally, it has also happened that the pilots have diverted to the nearest possible airport and have removed the passenger, unruly passenger, and handed him over to the authorities. So this should have been done the minute the ATC should have been informed. The ATC would have brought the police, and the Bcash security should have been there when he was landed. He was arrested and prosecuted immediately. Now, if that what happened at that time, and the police had done their action, he would not have been on the run today. He is on the run today because this did not happen. There is no provision in any of the law of aviation where the staff is allowed to come to compromise.
You've idly explained to us what should have happened. But clearly that hasn't happened. I want to know from you, who do you believe here is to be blamed? Who's accountable?
No, the airline is accountable. Of course, the guy who's the accused who did this wrong is fully responsible, but the airline is equally accountable and responsible. When you buy a ticket and you get on an aircraft, from the time you board the aircraft till you get off the aircraft, it is the airline's responsibility to give you a safe travel. It is the airline responsibility to go point A to point B in a safe atmosphere. The commander of the flight is responsible for your safety. Even the action that the commander of the aircraft did not upgrade her. Forget upgrade, move her. This is not a question of upgrading. You're not upgrading from economy to business or business. You're just moving to make her life a little more easier. She must have gone through a tremendous amount of trauma. And I don't understand. The perpetrator should have been separated, put in such a way that he cannot harm other passengers, handcuff the crew. On the contrary, they are trying to conduct a meeting between the lady and the accused and trying to come to a compromise. There is no provision in any law that a crime has occurred and the air hostess or the pilot.
But then Mr. Damania, I need to ask you this. How is it today, Ms. Joshi, that Air India hasn't responded. They do not apologize. You do not have the chairman even speaking to the victim or even paying her a visit. That's the least that one can do. Go ahead and apologize at least. Put out a public apology. Tell us that you're ashamed of the conduct of the captain and the crew, Ms. Joshi.
No, this lady can easily move to the consumer court. Apart from a criminal angle, she can move to the consumer court and she will be the consumer court will definitely side her. What has happened is wrong. And I do not understand what is wrong in accepting mistakes. Mistakes do happen. It is very important that you admit the mistake, say sorry, and end the matter.
I don't think it's a mistake. I don't even want to call this a mistake. Mr. Damania, this isn't a mistake. Because like you said, not just the crew and the captain, ignore what happened, Ms. Joshi. They were trying to broker a deal. Now, who really is the captain and the crew that was trying to broker a deal? Who are they?
They were trying to downplay the incident. They tried to cover it up. And even later, if the lady had not pursued it, then I don't think that they would have even brought it up now. And it is so shocking that there is another incident just happening a few days later on another flight of Air India. So what were they waiting for all these days? So they should have taken this up. Maybe if this was taken up at the right time, then maybe the second incident wouldn't have happened. The second incident might not be as grievous as the first one, but then it is definitely a shame. The second one also, where a person has urinated on a woman's blanket. I mean, I shudder to think that if I am traveling in that business class, what will happen if they say that the lights were out and the person mistook that seat to be a toilet? If that person is so inebriated, then he could be a security threat to everybody.
I mean, why was so much alcohol served to him?
So that person should have been, he should have been detained. There
but
should
Mr. Damania, why today are these questions being addressed by Air India? Before I get in Suman and before I get in Geeta Bhatt,
that is shocking.
Mr. Damania, tell me something.
Yeah.
When it comes to what this senior citizen went through, can that be, bought with an apology? Can that silence, that cover up be bought with some amount of money? The point is, Air India has some very, very serious questions to answer.
No. See, already the DGCA inquiry has been
Mr.
launched.
Dabania.
And DGCA already has been. See, if people had been informed, the reports would have been filed. Automatically, this would have gone to the upper management, and the upper management would have been compelled to report to the DGCA. Let's accept reality. The DGCA is the person or the department that puts a person on no-fly list. So ultimately, this matter should have gone to the DGCA. Tomorrow, this man urinated. He could have done something worse. Would we have covered that up also? This situation cannot be covered up. And it is very important that Air India is a customer-friendly Tata group, which has prided themselves so much on consumer support, should have come forward and said, mistakes do happen. Let's accept the mistake, say sorry, and do the best we can to cover the situation, to make best of the situation. But
Mr. Damania, I still believe that, Air India has a lot of answering to do. What is even worse is how you have unleashed the lawyer. The lawyer from the side, Sumant, as I'll get you and Professor Geeta Bhatt now, Sumant, they've unleashed the lawyer on the senior citizen, saying that it's only one side of the story, Sumant, that's playing out right now. Now tell me something, can there be another side to this? Can there be another side? Because we've seen the lady, her entire statement that's come in. We've heard eyewitnesses speaking about this. What is the other side of the story?
Let me, first of all, this is an appalling incident, and there is no way that, that there can be any justification for what has happened. Now, the point, as far as Air India is concerned, let's look at the sequence of events. There is this incident which happens on board the aircraft. An hour or two after the incident, the man apparently becomes sober, and then he cries and pleads for forgiveness and apologizes profusely and promises to compensate the lady passenger, and subsequently does compensate her. And the airline also chips in and says that they would they would be refunding the fare and so on, because they don't have. Of course, the captain should have been involved. He should have upgraded her and given her a seat in first class and so on. All that is completely, just poor service and quality from Air India. They should have handled it better. But you have to look at the facts of the case. The money was returned apparently 2 weeks later. So was this, what if the lady did not want to accept the money of this man? Would it not have made sense to say either refuse to take it or immediately return it to him? Apparently, from whatever media reports came, this money was returned.
No, Sumant, I'm a little confused. I really want to be sure that I've heard that right. So I'll ask you to repeat this again. Are you right now targeting the victim? Are you saying she initially, took this money? She accepted this money only to return it later. What are you alluding to?
My point is very simple. Had the lady, this is not to excuse Air India in any manner whatsoever, but had the lady insisted on a police complaint to be given and the airline refused, then it becomes a different issue altogether. Some kind of a compromise was worked out on board the aircraft.
She did.
Should it have been worked? No. Should it have been worked out? No, I don't believe it.
Sumant, she did. But I don't know whether you've accessed the letter or not, but that's a letter that Republic accessed yesterday morning. We've been playing it out. The letter made it absolutely clear. The lady in question said that I requested the crew to arrest this man the moment you had the plane touching ground. Yes. And she said, in spite of that request, I was made to confront this man again. I was made to go back and sit on the same seat that this man urinated upon.
One second. You want a man to be arrested, right? You want him to be arrested, and you are justified in wanting him to be arrested. Why would you take money from
Should he not be arrested?
It doesn't make sense at all to me. And then you hold on to it for I don't know what, 1 week, 2 weeks before it is returned. Look, logically, the crew believed that some kind of a compromise had been effected. And they should have reported it. That's no question.
Who wanted the compromise? Sumant.
Should have better care of the passengers.
Sumant, it is really easy to sit here in judgment. You clearly are not aware of the facts, Sumant. So let me enlighten you. And I'll also get Geeta Bhatt here. Geeta Bhatt, isn't this the problem? You normalize everything. That apparently, in hindsight, why did the lady even take any amount of money?
Republic Today has also accessed the WhatsApp chats where this pervert is, sending back her clothes, her shoes dry cleaned through courier. And then you have a Sumansi Raman who says, hey, listen, why did the, lady initially even accepted money? Is that the real question here, Geeta?
Talking about Air India.
I think the question here is that, first of all, as far as the DGCA guidelines, if whether these guidelines are there and whether they have been followed by the crew of the airlines when this unfortunate incident happened. Second, one of the more important point here is that please see that in both the incidences, we see that it is a woman on which the urination has been very disgusting thing has been done by two men. There are two incidences which have been reported. One is one that we are discussing over here. Now that itself, it is important to understand that also one is the societal aspect also, that why is it that it would have been, there were so many passengers sitting around, must have been sitting around, and is it just, it's just by chance that it is that, in both the incidences, it is a woman on whom this kind of a, urination was, that person decided. I mean, even if he was inebriated, some sense would have been there in him in identifying people who was sitting on the, sitting on the seat. And also that this should also bring into question that the amount of liquor that is being served on these flights. Is it that he got...
And that is why, Geeta, that is why an apology here, no amount of apologies, Sumant, can compensate what this lady has gone through.
Look.
And today you, much like the lawyer for this pervert and creep, are out there, Sumant, targeting the senior citizen because you're asking her, why did you even were willing to accept money only to return it later, Sumant?
One second. The lawyer of the accused has put out the statement today where they have said there were no eyewitnesses to this whole thing, which again is very strange because, how could you not have eyewitnesses to something as gross and ghastly as this? So this is, even though the lights had been dimmed. Now, the second very important point is, again, I keep coming back to the role of Air India. Did they show poor judgment? Absolutely. Should they have handled it better? Yes. But I don't believe that the airline has committed a crime in terms of trying to, what the crew in good faith believed that awful behavior.
No, this isn't about one lady. This is about the entire aircraft. This is about the other people also.
Sumant,
inebriated enough.
Sumant, for a moment, Sumant, just put yourself, God forbid, but just try putting yourself in the place of the senior citizen. 1 second, Ms. Joshi. Let's have a reality check for Sumant. Sumant, for a moment, Sumant, God forbid, if you were in that position, you report this to the crew does nothing, they go back and you are told, Mr. Sumansi Raman, you can go back and sit on the same seat, we've sanitized it. And later this man who pees on you will come and say, I'm sorry. You will forgive him? You will forgive him?
A compromise was effected on board the aircraft. Right or wrong is a different issue.
Would you have compromised, Sumant? Would you have compromised?
There is no provision.
I would not have.
And who are they? Who are they? What kind of an authority? What kind of an authority? Sumant, don't run away from that question, Sumant.
What kind of?
Sumant, tell me this. Would you have taken a compromise? You have compromised, you would have taken an apology and forgotten about anything and everything that happened with you?
If I wanted the accused to be arrested, I wouldn't have taken his money. And I wouldn't have kept the money for 2 weeks. I'm sorry.
So the crime isn't big enough. But the fact, that lady took that little amount, measly amount, measly amount that she took. You today think that lessens the crime, Sumant.
It does not lessen the crime. What it does show is that a compromise of some sort was effected on board the aircraft. And I think this whole thing that Air India has committed a huge crime, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Air India's crew has shown poor judgment. They should have handled it better. They should have given her a seat in first class. They should certainly not have asked her to go back and sit on the same seat. All of that I accept completely. But The Air India crew, when this...
And Air India has the authority, Sumant, you're telling me to broker a deal. When the victim, Sumant, very clearly says that I did not want to be confronted with this man, and she says, against my wishes, you have the crew getting that man face to face with me. That is allowed.
He's not a woman, so he will not understand the trauma that the woman must have gone through.
He is coming to apologize. He is coming to say...
Ms. Joshi, let's listen to what Sumant has to say. I'm going to come back to you.
You want the crew to... I don't know whether they had security on board the aircraft to sort of physically restrain this man. And mind you, there doesn't seem to be... The other passengers don't seem to have known about it. Which is why the lawyers are saying there are no eyewitnesses. How is it possible on such a...
So what are you saying? Is she lying? Sumant, are you now questioning the veracity of the eyewitness account that this lady has herself written? The entire complaint that she has put in. Are you doubting her?
There are no eyewitnesses. Why are they saying that? I mean, it's crazy that such an incident cannot
No, you are ready, right? Mr. Damania. Sumansi Raman is ready to go by what the lawyer is saying, but absolutely not ready to go with what the victim herself has written.
You have
I don't think a 70-year-old lady will weave up this whole story. I don't think anybody sensible, any woman will say something like this happened, that a man flashed himself and then no sensible woman is going to say it. And she was traveling business class. She must have been from a good family on a New York, Delhi sector. And another thing, what shocks me is that the air hostesses are all senior in business class. They've been trained to handle emergencies like this. There is a fixed protocol of what happened when you come across an unruly passenger. The rules are very clearly laid down for the air hostesses. They undergo training, and for the pilots. So definitely the rules weren't followed. The protocol wasn't followed. And just by common sense, you cannot bring together a victim and the accused. The perpetrator of the crime should have been put away separate. He should have been guarded that he doesn't do anything crazy again. This could have become much bigger if they, and instead of putting him away, keeping her away from the
absolutely victim, he could have just been a flight threat, Sumant, for all that you know. And then Sumant, would you say an apology has happened? You know, dono mein patch up ho gaya, both have spoken, everything is good. Sumant, that's the kind of attitude?
Look, the passenger, for not 1 minute am I saying that the passenger has cooked up the story. That's not the point at all. I am pointing out the fact that today there must be at least 50 other passengers who traveled on that same aircraft who must have known what has happened. And so far, I have not come across the version from any one of them. I'm sure the passenger manifest is available with Air India. I'm sure that the journalists, media would have got.
Lady 72 वर्षीय आहे, आई बरोबर आहे, आई सारखी आहे, असा होऊ शकत नाही. इकडे काय तरी काही प्रॉब्लेम आहे, काही ब्लॅकमेलिंगचे आहे, इमेज खराब करायचे आहे.
तर त्या महिलांनी काही पैसेही तुमच्या मुलांकडून घेतले, ते पुरावे तुम्ही सादर केले?
पैशाची डिमांड होते. इवन एक सी डिमांडेड अँड इट वॉज पेड ऑल्सो. नंतर काय झाले मला माहिती नाही.
सध्या तुमचा मुलगा कुठे आणि कधी समोर येणार, आणि तुम्ही या माध्यमातून काय तुमची मागणी आहेत?
मी पण ट्राय करत आहे फोनवर. आता कॉन्टॅक्ट झाला नाही आहे. झाल्यानंतर मी काय बोलू शकत आहे.
So the man that you've just in fact seen on our screens, he's the father of the pervert Shankar Mishra. He's speaking up. The bite in fact is in Marathi. We'll just get our teams up to translate that. But I think a very little of what I have just understood. He says that he's been trying to establish contact with his son. He says, I absolutely do not believe this story that is now out. He says that she, as in the victim here, demanded money from my son. He says that they are trying to defame the image of my son. Let's see if we can actually get in our team to translate that and play that reaction again that has just come in. The first reaction coming in from the father of this pervert, Shankar Mishra, who also now says that he has not been able to speak to his son. But why is this creep? Why is Shankar Mishra not surrendering? Why is he not getting arrested?
That's a crucial question. Where is he right now? I think Alicia will be able to help us translate what has been said. But like I said, very briefly, he goes on again now to defend his son. He says nothing like this has happened. I do not believe this story. He's also used the word blackmail. I do not still know in what context. The reason why I think we must play out that reaction again. And he also does say that there was money that did change hands. So clearly, you are seeing an all-out attempt right now to not just victim shame. I think we have a reaction also coming in Hindi. Let's quickly listen into that.
सर शंकर मिश्रा आपचा मुलगा आहे, त्याच्यावर फ्लाईटमध्ये एका 72 वर्षीय महिलावर लघवी करण्याचा आरोप केल्यानंतर त्याच्यावर गुन्हा दाखल झाला आहे. काय म्हणाल आपण त्यांचे वडील आहात?
हो साहेब, ही 34 सालचा मुलगा आहे, माझा मुलगा आहे. मी तिला खूप ओळखतो कसा आहे. लेडी 72 वर्षीय आहे, आई बरोबर आहे, आई सारखी आहे. असा होऊ शकत नाही. इकडे काहीतरी काही प्रॉब्लेम आहे, काही ब्लॅकमेलिंगचे आहे, इमेज खराब करायचे आहे.
तर त्या महिलांनी काही पैसेही तुमच्या मुलांकडून घेतले, ते पुरावे तुम्ही सादर केले, काय
पैशाची डिमांड होते. इवन एक सी डिमांडेड अँड इट वॉज पेड ऑल्सो. नंतर काय झाले मला माहिती नाही.
सध्या तुमचा मुलगा कुठे आणि कधी समोर येणार आणि तुम्ही या माध्यमातून काय तुमची मागणी आहेत?
मी पण ट्राय करत आहे फोनवर. आता कॉन्टॅक्ट झाला नाही आहे. झाल्यानंतर मी काय बोलू शकत आहे.
All right, so you've heard that reaction again. Now coming in from this creep's father, who goes on to reiterate just about 2 lines. He says he does not believe these reports. This is a complete lie. He says his son can absolutely not do that. He clearly isn't taking any questions, but he goes on to say that every word that has come out in the public domain about his son is absolutely wrong. He also does say that she was a senior citizen. We've given money is what he says. But like I said, a lot of attempt being made to silence the victim here. I want to take it also to our colleague Niranjan, who's joining us from our Mumbai studios. You know, Niranjan, it's a classic case of what happens when you're up against a very, very powerful corporate group. A large part of the lobby is silent. A lot of aviation experts that we were trying to get in are also silent. And now you have the father, the first reaction that comes in from him, and not a word of apology. He says, I do not believe what really has been coming out in the media at all. But that's just one debate. I think you have another debate also for us.
Well, yes, the second debate is on the pictures that we saw from the national capital, where people who are elected to be councillors are having a go at each other, disturbing pictures. But before that, we have some breaking news coming in on the burning question, cutting across some pictures coming in from Telangana now, where farmers have intensified their protests. Getting in these pictures from Telangana's Kamareddy, where farmers are holding protests outside the collectorate, along with the Telangana BJP president Bandi Sanjay, who's now been detained. Situation there has been tense for the last few hours. Kamareddy was shot as farmers intensified their protests earlier. And these are pictures coming in. Top BJP leaders from Telangana who were also there were detained earlier. The BJP Telangana president Bandi Sanjay had extended his support for the farmers' issues. And even the Congress party had sent a few teams here to take stock of what was happening. So while the BJP leaders were there in Kamareddy district because of the farmers' protest, it appears that the police have stopped some of these leaders, including Bandi Sanjay. Aneri is joining me with more details. Aneri, what's going on? What are the farmers demanding?
Well, Niranjan, what we have been seeing right now happening in Kamareddy is that since last 10 to 15 days, the farmers of Kamareddy have been staging protests against the state government's industrial zone master plan, which the state government has been planning to come up with, in which the farmers' farmland has been also been taken in this industrial master plan, and that is the reason why the farmers there have been staging protests, saying that they will not give up their lands. Also, when we happen to speak to the farmers, they also said that this master plan will not allow this master plan to happen, because they will fight for it. And also at the same time, we have seen how the Congress and the BJP have been coming in support of these farmers.
I think we're getting in some reactions. Stay with me. Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP joining us. Krishna Sagar Rao, why did your leaders go there? Why have they been detained?
See, there was a suicide by the farmer who was supposed to lose his land under the new master plan. Now the government takes a U-turn after the death and says it was a draft master plan. If it is a draft one, why should they go to execute it? Bharatiya Janata Party throws its weight behind the hapless farmers whose lands were being snatched away under the guise of a master plan to actually acquire lands for friends and family of KCR and the government, the seniors in the governments, the senior ministers. So Bharatiya Janata Party's leaders are in Kamareddy, our president is in Kamareddy, and we are protesting in support of the farmers who actually yesterday have, used an uprising kind of an event to express their anger and anguish. And today we are there with them. However, the government is coming down heavy with the police, and the high-handedness is visible now when you see that the president of the party has been detained, and the democratic right of the party as an opposition is being contained.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those your views on that. Let me go back to Anjali quickly. Anjali, what is the latest situation there? Because we are hearing that the entire district has been closed, shut off. There was a band there. What's the law and order situation like?
Well, Niranjan, the band was being called by the farmers union today there in Kamareddy, and also at the same time now we see that early in the morning, earlier during the daytime, there were Congress leaders who had staged protest, and right now BJP State President Bandi Sanjay, who was visiting the farmers there, and also he had visited the residence of the farmer who had committed suicide 2 days back, saying that his land is also being taken away in the industrial master plan which the state government is coming forward with, and that is the reason why BJP State President Bandi Sanjay was also seen visiting the farmers' house, and then he also stated that the state government should withdraw this master plan. They should drop the idea of master plan, and also at the same time now we are seeing that BJP State President Bandi Sanjay is at the collector office in Kamareddy, where he has been demanding that the state government should withdraw back the industrial master plan, and also at the same time we also see that the farmers along with Bandi Sanjay are also there right outside the collector office, as they are not being allowed to go inside. They are trying to move in, but then extra forces have been called in, and this was in support. The Bandi Sanjay has come in support of the farmers and hitting out at the state government to withdraw back the master plan which they have come up with.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. And on to the big story that we are focusing now on, the burning question. It was supposed to be the first meeting of the Delhi municipal body, the MCD, the elections which took place recently. The hotly contested fight between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now today, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP councillors came to blows. They exchanged blows, and these are the same leaders who are elected in the civic elections. Exchanging blows, hurling chairs, climbing atop tables, indulging in continuous sloganeering to overpower the other side. The meeting, which was called to elect the mayor, the deputy mayor and the members of the standing committees, was supposed to be followed by the oath-taking ceremony of newly elected councillors. But what unfolded were unprecedented scenes. Slogans being shouted, papers being thrown. Take a look at what happened. You have to see it to believe it.
Chairs and mics flung, punches thrown in the air. Completely bizarre scenes played out. One might mistake these visuals for fist fight in Pakistan. Or brawl over proposed law in Ukraine. But this is our very own national capital. And the hooliganism by elected representatives saw no bar. The attitude was condemnable. The reason for this violent commotion is some councillors were sewn in before the rest. But we have seen these moments of shame before. From using knives in the parliament in 2014 to papers being flung at the speaker in 2020 or clashes on the floor of the house in Bengal. The burning question is simply this: is it time our politicians stop competing with the worst? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Unprecedented scenes. Let me go across to Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP. I think we just lost the line with her. We'll just reconnect. Kailash Vasudev, Senior Advocate, Vice President, Supreme Court Bar Association, and Dr. Piyush Joshi, Political Analyst, joining us. Dr. Piyush Joshi, is it true that Aam Aadmi Party leaders came drunk to the house as alleged by the BJP? Is it true? If yes, it's a very serious allegation.
Well, all the BJP allegations are really strange. We have Mr. Manoj Tiwari coming to the press conference and saying that Aam Aadmi Party MLAs were drunk, they were carrying blades.
No, it's not just him. There were many others. It was not just him. There were many other leaders who said that. Yeah. But if yes, it explains a lot.
So fair enough. Now name those people who did. If it is true, then all those should be punished. But we have to stop guessing and conjecturing. The problem is of trust deficit. The problem is that there is so much angst amongst each other, and who's responsible for this? It is what is the normal modus operandi? LG consults the chief minister and the cabinet of the ministers for each and every decision that the LG has to make. Now here we have a tremendously antagonistic lieutenant governor who actually does not follow any precedents. It may be legal, like demon was a legal thing, but it may be legal. We can always debate whether it is legal or illegal, but it is unprecedented. It is first in history that you appoint eldermen,
No, I don't think it's unprecedented. 1 minute. I don't think it's unprecedented.
In such
Charu
a GP,
No, is it unprecedented?
4 to 6 months. It usually takes 4 to 6 months to appoint eldermen, and now he goes and it is unprecedented. That's why I'm saying, because you can quote just 1 or 2 precedents. It may be legal, but it is unprecedented.
No, but what is the problem? Okay, fine. I'm not getting into the merits of who was elected, why did they take oath. I'm just simply looking at those pictures. Look at those pictures. Look at those pictures there.
It is unfortunate.
What is unfortunate? You're an Aam Aadmi Party supporter. Will you condemn what happened inside? Right? So what's the difference between, then if you point fingers at the BJP, I'm asking what's the difference between your party and theirs? Right? Because you always throw charges at each other. What is the difference between an Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP? If you look at these pictures, look at that.
Normally we have nominated members from Rajya Sabha as well, and we have elected members of Rajya Sabha as well.
No, I'm asking you about these pictures. No, I'm asking you about these pictures. Look at these pictures. Charu Pragya.
I told you it is unfortunate. It shouldn't have happened.
What is unfortunate? None of the parties have apologized. None of them have apologized, and from what? No, but the sequence of events we are hearing is that the Aam Aadmi Party was upset, and they're the ones who started it, according to the claims being made.
So
Charu Pragya, who started this?
Prove it that Aam Aadmi Party started it, and it was not the BJP councillor.
I'm asking them. I'm asking her. I'm asking her, Charu, who started it?
The thing is, it is not the point. The point is the way in which the LG has been operating. That is the point, and that is the point of conflict, and that is why this unfortunate situation has risen.
No, I'm asking you, if you don't like the way someone behaves, so is this what you do? I mean, you just start fisting them. Yeah, but Charu Pragya, even your party, I'm sure even the BJP was here, and both sides are having a go at each other, right?
I can't hear Niranjan for some reason, but I'm going to still come in, and Niranjan, if you can help me fix my audio, please.
I'll just fix that.
I'll tell you how the events of the day unfolded. Now, BJP has a candidate for these mayor elections. Aam Aadmi Party has a problem with it. It's our constitutional right. Even if they feel that they have the numbers, it is still our constitution right to stand for these elections. I want to ask you, don't people contest against Modi ji? If their logic were to be true, Modi ji ke khilaf koi khada hi nahi hota kisi bhi rajnaitik dal se. So that is when this entire story unfolded. Now they created a mess about the eldermen. Eldermen are not voting for this. They are not the people who are going to decide who the mayor is going to be in any case. Only the councillors are going to decide. So why create a hue and cry? Bottom line is, and their modus operandi has always been this, that they are insecure about their own people. They are insecure about their own councillors. They did not want their councillors to go in for this vote. And this is the ruckus they have created. And I think it is shameful. What unfolded today, what everybody, the whole country know, the whole world to see, has been shameful. Elected representatives of India cannot be fighting like this. And
no, but did nobody from the BJP?
And Niranjan, two quick things again I want to add.
Okay.
Number one, a lot of their councillors were intoxicated. That is just
on
not
what basis
done.
are you? On what basis are you saying that?
Our women councillors. One of them even suffered a cut.
On what basis are you saying that? It's a very serious charge. You're saying that they were drunk. On what basis are you saying that?
Yes, because I was listening to the bite of Rekha ji, and she has very confidently said that a lot of them were intoxicated. Now, if that is the case, it is a very serious one indeed. But on camera, you can see 4 or 5 male councillors surrounding 2 BJP female councillors. One of them suffered a cut. The other one was also accosted and hit. What sort of behavior is this? What sort of an example are you setting?
Councillors are also injured. There are 4 councillors of Charuji of Aam Aadmi Party who are also injured, who have also suffered certain cuts. The main thing is this. The main
you
thing
cannot
is this.
get too close to a woman. You're supposed to respect her personal space.
The main thing is. The main thing.
No, you cannot do this. Don't defend this. Please don't defend this. Don't even start.
The BJP is in a perpetual habit of lying, and that's why they keep on saying that they were drunk, they were carrying blades.
Well, everything is on camera. Everything is on camera. Nobody is lying about anything. Look at their behavior pattern. What person would do this in their normal state of mind?
No. Tell me something. What politician would do this in their normal state of mind? What politician? I want to bring in Kailash Vasudev, senior advocate. Kailash Vasudev, sorry to say, but you voted, right? Sir, you voted for these people. Look at what they're doing inside. Look at what they're doing inside, sir. They're competing with the worst in the world. We had a video from Senegal, the Senegal Parliament come in last month, and we were in the newsroom and that video came in when they were throwing chairs at each other, kicking each other. We were just looking at that video, and a replay is on in the Delhi Civic Center here, sir.
The biggest problem we are facing is we have been 75 years since we become a democracy. In the 75 years of our democracy, our nation is supposed to mature, and our politicians are supposed to mature a little more because they guide us. We elect them for the purposes of a certain amount of discipline and correctness in what they are supposed to do. It is unfortunate as to what is happening today when elected politicians fight in this manner. Can you imagine the impression they're giving out? It's a very sad commentary to see this kind of a distressing affair where we come to fisticuffs over the appointment of a person who's supposed to be elected to a post. You may have a majority, you may have a minority, but that doesn't mean that you misconduct yourself and behave in this terrible manner of fisticuffs and screaming and shouting at each other. It doesn't behave well for the nation, nor does it behave well for all of us who are respected citizens of a respected country. This is getting to be painful and difficult to accept. I'm not concerned with the party. I'm not concerned with anybody. I'm concerned with what we are as Indians. And if this is example we want to set, it's a tragedy for us to even hold these people and elect them to the house. Elect them any place, forget the house.
Yeah, but
it is saddening for all of us.
So, but look at the reason. I mean, both of them are sort of more the Aam Aadmi Party because they're saying they don't like the LG. They don't like the LG, so you'll beat someone up. Piyush,
the position
you don't like the LG, so you'll beat someone up. Someone's taking an oath, you'll beat them up.
I repeat what I said. Aam Aadmi Party, BJP, Congress, TDP, anything. This kind of conduct in a house, which is a house of dignity, is unacceptable to a citizen.
Yeah.
Right. Nobody could disagree with what Sir.
So then, why has the tell me something? Why has the Aam Aadmi Party not apologized?
The main thing is this, why? Let me give you an example here itself. Charuji is an official spokesperson of Bharatiya Janata Party. She has said that these nominated persons are not, these nominated aldermen are not going to vote in the mayoral and deputy mayoral elections. I was in a debate early on another channel with Harish Khurana ji, and Harish Khurana ji was justifying that how can a nominated alderman is eligible, can vote and is eligible to vote, and it will.
So you debated, sir. Piyush, you debated. No, 1 minute. Piyush, you debated.
So the main.
You debated in how many ever TV channels, but you can debate it.
I want to respond to that.
That is the thing.
You debate, but what gives you the right to get physical?
I want to come in here.
Yes.
6 years back.
I want to come in here.
Vasdev ji wants to speak.
You are supposed to be electing aldermen. Aldermen are people who are elected by both sides and are people of dignity. You are casting aspersions on each other for the purpose of selecting an alderman. Imagine if this was to happen in the Rajya Sabha, which is like electing an alderman. Isn't this sad on both your parts? Can't you select people with dignity? Is this the way you do it? It's a very sad commentary that we are seeing amongst our elected representatives. Just look at the way, just see what you're seeing on the screen. Have we not even iota of respect for the people who have elected you in power?
And women leaders also being pushed up. By the way, I just wanted to bring your attention to even women leaders. 1 minute, I want to bring the attention. I don't care which party it is. I don't care whether it's the BJP or the Aam Aadmi Party. But look at the way that women leaders are being pushed. And we've had the biggest debate over the last 2 weeks. After the Anjali story, is this how you treat women? Everyone comes on debates and speaks about how to treat women. But look at the way that women are being treated. Some of them have, cuts on their hands, etc. What's going on, Piyush Joshi? And here you're saying there's no need for an apology. You don't like the LG. You don't like some aldermen. You don't like, the people chosen.
No,
what gives you the right to hit someone?
For BJP, you are doing this in a house.
The main thing is this: it definitely no one has any right to hit anyone, and that's why I started by saying that all this drama which has happened in this in the assembly.
Sir, it's not drama, sir.
Very unfortunate.
Sir, it's not drama. It's physical violence. It's not drama. It's physical violence.
Yeah. So it is really unfortunate. That's why I started. It shouldn't have come to this. But how did it come? Because sir has already said. I'm sorry. I've forgotten your name. But the aldermen are supposed to be elected through a consensus. And here is an LG who goes ahead and you see the modus operandi. That's what they did in Madhya Pradesh. That's what they did in Maharashtra. That's what they did in Goa.
So, but you have a debate. You have a forum. 1 minute.
And then the main thing is, let me take you 6 years back.
No, but what?
6 years back.
Again, you're going back to the same point. 1 minute. You're going back to the same point, Piyush, that nothing gives you, Piyush, you're going back to the same point, but nothing gives you the right.
Just a moment, let me take you 6 years back.
No, you have a problem with the LG. Piyush, you can have the right. Okay, Piyush, let's assume. Piyush, let's assume whatever you're saying. 1 minute. Piyush, let's assume. No, let's assume what. No, let's assume whatever you're saying is correct. I'm saying let's assume whatever you're saying is correct. Okay, everything is correct. But still, what gives you the right to push, shove, fist, beat someone?
What gives the BJP's corporators right to push and hit the Aam Aadmi?
I'm asking you. Nothing gives them the right. Nothing gives them the right. Nothing gives anybody the right. But I'm asking you.
It's the tempers, It's the tempers.
Tempers. Yeah, in tempers, a lot of things happen in Delhi. 1 minute. In tempers, a lot of things happens in Delhi. Somebody drags a car over someone. Somebody drags a car over someone. Somebody chops somebody into pieces. No, talking about temper. Last 2 days, you want me to tell you how many cases we've reported from Delhi, Piyush? You want me to tell you how many cases we've reported in Delhi of crime, ghastly crimes? All happens because somebody has a bad temper. And these are the people, ironically, who are supposed to, lead by example. What a sad commentary on what's going on in Delhi. Let Charu, even Charu, what about all the BJP leaders who are seen also pushing and shoving? I don't think it's just Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Will your party pull them up?
It is both ways.
Yes, no. But
the sense of dignity does not prevail amongst any of them.
Yes. Right, and sir, I agree with you, and with humility, I accept that if somebody from the BJP also behaved in an unruly manner, it is wrong. But what Aam Aadmi Party is using as an excuse is wrong on every single front. I don't know why they are refusing to see that. Also, if the whole argument is about the LG choosing people you don't like with, please go back and look at their affiliation. You actually have a one-upmanship there. The whole crux of this, Niranjan, and I'm going to repeat myself, is that Aam Aadmi Party derailed the process of the election because they were very confident they are going to lose this election.
The elections. You coordinated.
I did not interrupt you even once.
No, I want to tell you something.
I did not speak over anyone. Please let me finish and then.
Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds, and I want to say something to you as well, Charu Pragya. Yes.
Yeah. So that was the reason for all of this happening today. It started early in the morning. From 10 a.m. onwards, you started hearing these statements coming from Aam Aadmi Party leaders. We knew then that they are intending to create a ruckus. And why were your councillors walking around with sharp objects they could use to cut women? Explain that also.
1 minute. I'll also tell you, the aldermen are supposed to assist the House in taking decisions of public importance.
With no right to vote.
Yeah, 1 minute. Now, this current controversy has two parts to it. First is regards to the people nominated. Because, Kailash Vasudev, a senior advocate, has put it beautifully that these are supposed to be people who are respected, who are acceptable. Charu Pragya, please tell me that, is it true that two of these nominees were found to be technically unfit for the job? If yes, why were they chosen by your party?
And if they are unfit for the job, then they should be suspended, Niranjan. Listen, that's exactly.
No. It's not that. No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Because we are hearing that even top leaders in your party, when they got to know about this, were really embarrassed about the kind of people who are nominated to be aldermen.
See, my party.
It's being reported.
Anybody who's found to be unfit for the position they are on. I am telling you this. But then does that mean this ruckus folds out in front of the entire world like this?
No, that question goes to both parties. I don't think it's just one party. With all humility, I'll tell both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, both your leaders are seen here having a go at each other. And that is India's national capital, where people, these elected representatives were supposed to take oath. Look at that. I don't know whether to laugh or to I feel ashamed looking at these pictures, and anybody should.
Unfortunate, no doubt about it.
Anybody should feel ashamed looking at these pictures. And you speak about women's safety, respecting women. Women. Look at that. Women leaders also were not spared. What a shame, and it's happening in Delhi. Thank you, Kailash Vasudev, Charu Pragya, and Piyush for joining us. The debate is coming up next.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world this morning. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of the ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit.
On 3rd January, Israel's new Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, conducted a visit accompanied by heavy security detail to the holy site in Jerusalem. The visit was the first to the site by an Israeli minister since 2017. While the visit was not accompanied or followed by violence, it is seen as particularly inflammatory given Mr. Ben-Gvir's past advocacy for changes to the status quo.
Overnight rains have caused streets to be flooded in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closest rescue station. The U.S. Coast Guard has removed more than 300 Cuban migrants from a remote island off the Florida coast. More than 4,400 Cubans and Haitians have arrived in Florida since August amid deepening and compounding political and economic crises in both countries. Arizona's newest governor, Katie Hobbs, was officially sworn in. The inauguration event for Hobbs and several other elected officials took place at Arizona's state capital near downtown Phoenix. Dangerous conditions caused by enormous waves and high tides have impacted the Santa Cruz coastline, forcing evacuations and resulting in damage to multiple piers. According to sources, significant damage has been caused in major areas and will be closed till further notice. Roadblocks and protests continue across Peru as people demand President Dina Boluarte to step down
and the Congress to be closed. However, the president said that the police and the army are working lawfully to protect public peace and said only a few groups are protesting. A powerful storm heading towards California has prompted the governor to declare an emergency in the state. State authorities have stockpiled emergency supplies and urged people to avoid non-essential travel since dangerous conditions are expected in the coming days. Maxar Technologies released satellite images showing large-scale destruction of the city of Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine after months of heavy Russian bombardment. The US House has been adjourned for the third day without electing a new speaker after Kevin McCarthy continued to suffer a string of defeats in multiple rounds of voting. As the fight for the speaker drags on, it has now become the longest speaker contest in 164 years. Mercedes-Benz says that it will build its own worldwide electric vehicle charging network starting in North America in a bid to compete with EV sales leader Tesla. The company said that Mercedes' branded network will open to owners of all electric vehicles.
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets
देखिए आपने अंदर आपको लगता है कि ये पार्षद इस तरह से चीजें करते हैं?
नहीं, ये देखिए नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी क्या हरकत कर सकती है ये आपको समझना होगा। एक अंग्रेज
And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्म में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology. BJP National President JP Nadda slams Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Earlier, Congress leader Siddaramaiah called Basavaraj Bommai a puppy before Prime Minister Modi. Condemning the statement, BJP President JP Nadda said that the former Chief Minister of Karnataka has given a very wrong statement. This is an insult. TMC leader Saket Gokhale's bail has been denied by the court in Ahmedabad in connection to the crowdfunding misuse case. Gokhale was subsequently sent to jail under judicial.
Number one manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world. Number one also in tractors. Number two in buses. Number three in trucks. Number four in passenger vehicles. And very shortly we will be number three, overtaking Japan. Just wait for a couple of years.
I'm told that you've taken some 800 acres. You are investing some 20,000 or 18,000 crore rupees in a Haryana plant. So you're also preparing for the future. That shows your commitment.
Its capacity is 1 million cars annually. So this is going to be
one of the largest in the world.
Not one of the largest. It is the largest.
Mics broken. Violence ensues. Clashes occur. Can political representatives behave this way? Does India's electorate deserve this? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
निधि 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 कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि है घर में। निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? निधि निधि कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ भी बोलेंगे? निधि निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए निधि कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। निधि देखिए निधि कुछ कहना है। निधि को लेकर पुलिस जा रही है। देखिए
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. MYK Laticrete Tile Adhesives. And Samsonite.
Good evening and welcome. We have all had enough, and we have had all enough for a very long time. These netas, these politicians who preach to the citizens must realize that if what happened in the national capital today, during the mayoral elections is any indicator, then it is time that we, the citizens, preach at the netas. It is time that we speak loudly to the netas. And if they cannot hear, which I suspect they cannot, it is time that we shout at the netas. Such a fight, viewers, such a fight. A physical fight. A WWE kind of fight with elected netas being rushed to hospital with multiple injuries, like they're in the middle of a wrestling ring. It's not the national capital alone, but the whole country which has been shamed today. The election venue became the den of violence, and councillors of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party shamelessly, tirelessly fought with each other. And before the cameras and all of us, before the media, before you, they abused, they pushed, they hurled chairs at each other. They exchanged heavy blows. They kicked each other. And then they jumped on the podium where the oath was to be administered and indulged in mindless thuggery. And by doing so, sent a message not just to 1.4 crore voters in Delhi, but to 1.4 billion people in this country, including you, that we the taxpayers will be forced to endure these netas till we who can bear no longer put them in their place, and that is what I will do tonight. My lines are open. They are open to you, to hear you, to join hands with you. So let's debate, ladies and gentlemen. That's debate number one this evening. Debate number one this evening. Do we deserve this? Is this what we deserve? Debate number two this evening. After a lot of pressure put by Republic, and now some other channels are joining in. He's lost his job. but he's not been arrested. And Shankar Mishra, the pervert, the creep who urinated on a 70-year-old passenger, is now putting a lawyer out there to threaten the passenger. It's unbelievable. Air India pretends like nothing has happened, and the government in India has done nothing. It's unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. That's debate number 2. And here are the headlines this Friday evening on the Debate Tonight. Republic Network campaign forces a national shake-up. The Air India P-gate accused is sacked, but still not arrested. Sacked for his mid-air perversion, but still defiant. The nation demands the arrest of this man, Shankar Mishra, right now. Coverage sends tremors in the aviation industry. The DGCA issues fresh guidelines to all airlines. Chairs flung, punches fly, tables push, property damage. India does not deserve these netas. Mindless violence, all to gain political control. Complete mockery of your vote in the national capital. And a second charge sheet filed in the Delhi liquor scam. No clean chit yet. No clean chit yet to Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. And ladies and gentlemen, India is the world's largest democracy, but in our national capital, the second biggest decision-making body in Delhi turned the Civic Center into a wrestling ring. What the nation witnessed this morning was scenes of outright thuggery and hooliganism. Fists raised and chairs hurled, councillors and politicians elected by the people stomping on the table. We are told it was because some people were sworn in before others. Would heavens fall if one person takes an oath before another? Take a look at an absolute mayhem that played out and ask yourselves, how many times have you seen something like this happen, and how many more times will you be forced to endure it? Let's debate.
This is the national capital, and these are the scenes amidst what was meant to be the prestigious Delhi mayoral elections. Fists fly, chairs hurled. Councillors climb over desks. Shoved. Pushed. Kicked. Watch how the Civic House became a platform for hooliganism. All norms of democracy thrashed, even in the presence of the police. And politicians within gleefully smiled on. The scenes played out over the order in which all of this happened, over the order in which councillors and aldermen were called in to take their oath.
कांग्रेस का और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लेन देन शुरू हो गया, सेटिंग शुरू हो गई, और कांग्रेस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मदद करने के लिए हाउस से आज वॉकआउट करेगी। तो ये खुली सेटिंग जो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच में दिखी है, ये आज सारा देश देखेगा, और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि आज कांग्रेस पूरी तरीके से एक्सपोज हो गई।
26 जनवरी का दिन जब रेल भवन के ऊपर अरविंद केजरीवाल अपना स्लीपिंग बैग लेकर पहुंच गए थे और उन्होंने स्वघोषित जो है वो एनार्किस्ट हूँ मैं, ये डिक्लेयर किया था। मेरे सामने वही चेहरे और वही सीन रिपीट होता है जब इनके नॉमिनेटेड सांसद राज्यसभा के अंदर पीठासीन अधिकारी के सामने बदतमीजी करते हैं और माइक तोड़ते हैं।
But Delhi's second biggest decision-making body is not the only time citizens have had to witness these moments of shame. From pepper spray being used in Parliament, to rule books being torn, to all-out clashes, India has seen it before. Indian citizens diligently vote and pay taxes, not for assemblies to turn into wrestling rings. The largest democracy in the world cannot join these League of Nations where violence is the norm and legislation the exception. Tonight, it is time for citizens to rise and speak up. Let's debate.
Viewers, let's say simply to the netas tonight, hashtag we don't deserve this. Because you're always told you get the politicians you deserve. I say hashtag we don't deserve this. They say you get the politicians you voted for. Even so, we would say we don't deserve this. We deserve better. Look at the pictures tonight. And let's have some shame. Let's have some shame. What would happen if some people took the oath first? The Aam Aadmi Party is in majority in the Civic House. The Aam Aadmi Party has a habit of saying that those who are in power and are in a majority must take responsibility, and their picture, the pictures capture their behavior on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, full frame please. Can I run the pictures throughout this debate? The Aam Aadmi Party can't play victim. The Aam Aadmi Party can't play victim. The behavior is captured on camera and it is abominable. If I can run those clips where the open battles play out, open brawling, open wrestling, hurling of chairs, and all because the Aam Aadmi Party said no, these people cannot be voted in first. It's disgraceful and it's unfortunate. Yes, these are the pictures. And as we play these pictures, I must say, Abhishek Sudhir, come into the debate because you support the Aam Aadmi Party. And on the other side, RP Singh. And viewers, remember that a man called Arvind Kejriwal, who once said, I will never enter politics, then said, I am forced to enter politics to change it. And today, the Aam Aadmi Party participates most enthusiastically and wholeheartedly in this open and perverted display of political violence. And I say tonight, we don't deserve this. You said you changed the system. Look what you've become, Abhishek Sudhir.
Look, the matter is simply this. The Lieutenant Governor is doing the bidding of the ruling party. The nominated councillor should have been sworn in last. They were sworn in first. There was a conspiracy to give the nominated councillors the right to vote. The Aam Aadmi Party stood in protest. The Aam Aadmi Party acted in self-defense, not in self-defense of their bodies, but in self-defense of democracy. The Lieutenant Governor has made the governance of Delhi a mockery. We are going to have RP Singh now, who's going to come and say, oh, this and that. It's simple. Article 243R of the Constitution says nominated councillors don't have the right to vote. How can you swear in a nominated councillor before the elected councillor? The order is this. Swear in the elected councillor. Now listen to me. Listen to me. I am a lawyer. I will tell you a little bit about the Constitution. Listen to me quietly. Listen to me quietly. Listen quietly. First elected councillors are sworn in. Once the elected councillors are sworn in, the mayor is chosen. Once the mayor is chosen, the deputy mayor is chosen. Once the deputy mayor is chosen, the standing committees are elected.
Section 3B1.
You are subverting the will of the people. You are subverting the Constitution of India.
The administrator
hang your head in shame. Hang your head in shame. Hang your head in shame.
Municipal corporation.
Hang your head in shame. This is the will of the people. The people voted for the Aam Aadmi Party. The people of Delhi deserve a mayor from the Aam Aadmi Party.
In the case of Delhi is LG. And he is within
Why have
his
you made
right
a Congress councillor head of the Hajj committee?
People.
Why have you made a Congress councillor?
One minute, Abhishek Sudhir and RP Singh. Abhishek Sudhir and RP Singh, may I come in please between both of you? And I want to say this, it is not the will of the people. How dare you call it the will of the people, Abhishek
Exuddin. This is not what the will of the people is. The people of the country do not deserve this. You're pushing and celebrating the fall of others, leaping and hurling there on the podium. This is not the will of the people.
These goons need to.
This is not the will of the people.
These BJP goons, they attack everybody. The BJP goons think they can attack everybody. And
we've heard this story too many times,
viewers. We will stand up for the defense of democracy. We will stand up for democracy.
RP Singh is on the debate right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag tonight that you must participate in. We don't deserve this. RP Singh. RP Singh.
BJP goons need to be taught a lesson.
RP Singh.
You BJP goons need to be taught a lesson.
I am going by Arnab. Let's go by the law. Let's go by the law. Law says that LG can appoint, the administrator of Delhi can appoint 10 people under section 33B1. So he did it. If they had a problem with that, they could have gone to the court.
What about
but they didn't go to the court. But they created a ruckus in the assembly. Sorry.
How many votes has Vinay Saxena got? How many votes has Vinay Saxena got? Who has voted for Vinay Saxena? Please tell me. How many votes has Vinay Saxena got? Has Vinay Saxena got one vote?
How many
one person from Delhi has he voted for Vinay Saxena?
Are you above the law? Your 3 MPs will be there.
What?
Your 3 Rajya Sabha MPs will be part of it.
Are you above the people?
Who has elected them?
Are you above the will of the people?
Are you above the people? They are also nominated.
The people.
They are also they are not from the direct election. So they have elected, so go for the election. Why are you scared of voting in the house? You are scared of the voting in the house. That's why you are running away. Your people are teaching you. That's why you are running away from the election. Sir, what is the process? Process is that
they have rejected
should have taken. And section 32 of the DMC Act categorically said that oath has to be taken by all. And those 10 are equally competent as the
nominated councillors can't vote. When nominated councillors can't vote, why are you not swearing elected councillors? The elected councillors have to be sworn in first so that they can elect the mayor. And then the mayor will preside over the house.
That means, sir, why can't they take oath?
What do you mean, why can't they take oath?
Read section 32.
That is not the convention.
Read section 32.
That is not the convention followed in the MCD.
Yes, they have the right to take oath. 2017, Arvind Kejriwal appointed his people.
Of course they have a right to take oath. Who is saying they don't have a right to take oath? Who is saying they don't have a right to take oath? We are saying the elected councillors have a right over them to take oath first so that they can elect the mayor. The mayor presides over the house. The mayor presides over the house.
Why did you thrash women?
We know you've struck a deal with the Congress. We know you've struck a deal with the Congress. You have struck a deal with the Congress. We are well aware of that.
Who has struck a deal?
You and the Congress are in bed with each other. You have struck a deal with the Congress. Why have you put a Congress council on the Hajj committee? Why have you put a Congress council on the Hajj committee? Why have you put a Congress council on the Hajj committee? 8 MLAs
Why have you put a Congress council on the Hajj committee? Supported Arvind Kejriwal.
Why have you put a Congress council on the Hajj committee? Nazia Danish. Nazia Danish. Answer me question, Nazia Danish. Why have you put Nazia Danish?
Visuals will score throughout. Okay, listen. RP and Abhishek, 1 minute. RP and Abhishek, thank you. RP, 1 minute. RP, 1 minute.
And they'll keep him like an anarchist.
RP, 1 minute.
Like an anarchist.
RP, 1 minute.
We all know who the anarchist is. We all know who the anarchist is.
The way they behave with the woman in the house.
We all know.
It was like Duryodhan behaved.
You want to talk about women? What about Anjali? What about Anjali? Have you protested for Anjali? Have you protested for Anjali? Tomorrow you are protesting at Rajghat against Arvind Kejriwal. Have you protested for Anjali? Have you?
You know, I just say this. I just want to say this here. I just want to say one thing here. Viewers, I want to.
Have you expelled Manoj Mittal?
We will go by the law. We will go by the constitution. We will go by the law of the
RP and Abhishek, I'll lower your faders, both of you equally for a while, because I want to say something right now. And isn't it very unfortunate, viewers, that as of tonight, as you're seeing these pictures of this tamasha going on in Delhi, it is the same city where 6 days back a 20-year-old girl was Syed Asad Abbas dragged for kilometers, I'm told, by 5 people under their car, and that is the way she died. And while that family doesn't get justice, while the police denies that family justice, while the police puts out fraud witnesses, you have this ugly scene, and this is the way the politicians of Delhi are remembering what happened to Anjali. We talk about Anjali, you want to make political fodder of them. This is a battle about the mayor's position. Viewers, just look at the pictures. I'll play them once again. If you have missed them today, you need to see this, viewers. The politicians were enjoying it. There is a picture of Atishi. There is a picture of Atishi actually seemingly directing people out there. And look at that. She's completely enjoying herself. I'll take up pictures on the left and the commotion on the right. Look at the fun she's having. Look at that. Are you seeing that? She's enjoying it. This is like some college level Netagiri experience for Atishi Marlena. What a shame, Abhishek. Have you seen this, Renu? They don't know. You think Atishi and the other politicians don't know? Or they're completely oblivious to what the people of this country think about such conduct? Renu.
What about the people of this country who elected the AAP to govern Delhi? So the BJP wants to overturn that verdict. The BJP, who has been in power 3 times in the MCD, can't digest the fact that they're out of power now. Take it. Accept it.
Are you justifying this, Renu?
No.
Are you justifying this? No, 1 minute, Renu. Renu, let me explain what this is about.
BJP is looking like a power-hungry party.
But I don't understand. How can you justify
power at any cost? You have lost the election. You have lost. Be graceful. And what is the Lieutenant Governor and all the governors in the country doing except towing the BJP line? The big bosses of the BJP are directing them that take power at any cost. Now, how does this talk about the 11 million people of Delhi who will not have a civic body to look after their
1 minute. Renu, simple question to you, please. Yes. Thank you. The question goes to you. See, Renu, you need to understand. You are saying the BJP must understand they lost the municipal elections in Delhi. Okay. Now the AAP won. It has a considerable majority. It has 1 minute. It has a considerable majority. You are saying you have the majority. The majority will then elect the mayor. And as you believe in our system of democracy, the majority decides on such elected positions. If the AAP is so sure they have the numbers, then why do this tamasha that we will not let the some 10 nominated members be elected because first? Obviously, allow me to complete. Obviously, somewhere the AAP thinks it can lose the mayoral election, and therefore has indulged in this tamasha. Now, if you think you are going to lose the mayoral election, you get your numbers together. You can't do this. No, you can't do this. You can't you can't do this.
Not like that.
You can't do this, Renu. Renu, don't justify this. Renu, don't justify this. Renu, this is a disgrace, Renu. Renu, this is leaping and hurling. Councillors were sent to hospital, Renu. You can't justify it. Councillors were sent to hospital.
What hospital?
Don't justify it.
Arnab, this is par for the cause.
God, if this becomes par for the cause.
Who are in this business day in and day out. What is the Lieutenant
This
Governor
is par
doing?
for the cause, says
Why
Renu.
Is he playing like a puppet in the hands
You
of
are not bothered about what scenes
government.
happen.
He is directing everything.
Viewers, let's raise our voice. I say we don't deserve this. Renu says it's okay. She says it's par for the cause, and I say it's not.
No,
for you it may be par for the cause.
The elected people have a right.
If people are elected, then the people are also have a right. You also remember, Renu, that after being elected, the elected representatives cannot deny the people of this country a right to have a decent political system. This is indecency. This is thuggery, Renu, and you're justifying it. Shame on you, Renu, for justifying it on national television tonight on my program. Subrashta is responding on the debate. This is cynicism of the highest level. Subrashta.
Arnab, I think what the pictures that are being flashed on your screen right now with a politician like Atishi Marlena, who apparently came with a lot of promise and lot of degrees to boast of. We have a panelist on your show who openly justified this violence, calling it legitimate in the pursuit of power. You have another gentleman on the show hyperventilating and saying that it is absolutely all right, it is for democracy. I asked them, is this violence? Why we, the citizens of Delhi, elected Aam Aadmi Party the way we did, and these guys can't even decide on a mayor.
Who created
it's
the
as
violence?
simple as that.
Who
And we
has
expect
created
them
the
to run
violence?
Delhi
It's the Lieutenant
and solve
Governor
all the civic
with his
issues.
act
Renuji, I'm
and the
not
central
done. I
government.
never spoke when you were speaking. Renuji, I did not speak when you were speaking, Renuji. Why are you being an anarchist on the show?
But the point is that this is
like
all,
your favorite politicians in the well of the house
acceptable.
today.
Because you're not looking at facts in the face. Please, go ahead.
What facts do you want me to look at in the face? We have pictures right in front of us. What facts do you want me to see? Tell me Atishi Marlena was not smiling when the violence was going on.
What about elections?
Tell me Atishi Marlena was not directing people.
Who lost the election and who won the election?
I'm talking about democracy. Atishi Marlena did not show democratic face on national television today. I'm sorry. She cuts a very sorry face, and you are cutting a very sorry face by justifying this nonsense live on national television.
Election?
People of Delhi don't deserve this. Let me tell you.
Why is the AAP not allowed to have its
It's not a question of who won, yeah. We are in Delhi, we don't get drinking water right now. As we sit today, there are parts of South Delhi which do not have water in their houses. Because your Aam Aadmi Party councillors are busy running a tanker mafia.
You had water. Last 3 times
there are schools
BJP was
in Delhi.
Power, you had water, huh? And you had sanitation, and you had everything going for you.
Renuji, what are you trying to say?
Nice.
Are you trying
Very
to...
nice.
Renuji, why are you sparring with me like
Suddenly
you are
you
a
have no
councillor?
water. Suddenly
Please
you
do
have
not
no
spar
water.
with me like that. You should be
sanitation.
ashamed that you have grouped yourself to a position where you are justifying violence that is being telecast live on national television, and somebody like Atishi Marlena is shamelessly smiling, gleefully directing councillors to indulge in violence, and you expect me to give you a talk on democracy.
Allow me to counter. I was hearing Subhrashtra. Thank you. I'd like to make a quick one. Arnab, the fact of the matter is you followed elections very closely, and you've been a fantastic apologist. I've seen you over the last 10 years. The BJP, the problem with the BJP is they are losers. They cannot take a defeat. Over 100 members of parliament, over 100 MLAs, chief ministers coming into Delhi, campaigning for MCD elections, but they lost. They fell flat on the face. Tam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, Adnab. They used every tactic possible. CBI, ED, IT, police, all the respective leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, all of them. But what happened?
Of BJP that you are trying to pontificate upon right now becomes justified because Atishi Marlena smiled.
So therefore, ma'am,
what are you trying to say, Abhishek? There is a very specific issue being raised. There is a very specific visual that we all are seeing right now. You may have a million differences with the BJP. Pray fight it out.
The fact
in various elections.
Let us take a moral responsibility.
No, Abhishek,
here.
No, I'm really sorry. No, Abhishek, even previously when you made that impassioned speech, when RP Singh was speaking alongside you made some incendiary remarks to basically justify violence. I'm saying, look at Atishi Marlena. Look at the way she justified and instigated the crowd, the mob of councillors out there in the house. Do you justify that? Is a simple question. I'm not here to listen. I'm not here to listen
you
to the
lost the elections. You lost the elections.
Okay, Romesh Sabharwal is on the debate right now. Romesh Sabharwal, Ratan Sharda, I'm coming to you. I'd like to bring in Romesh Sabharwal, Ratan Sharda, PKD coming to you in a minute. Romesh Sabharwal, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that your party, the Congress party, is responsible for this. And let me tell you why. I'll get AAP, Congress and BJP here. Frankly, viewers, my view is this is really insane. It's crazy. You may have an issue. You may think that you're going to lose the election, Abhishek Sudhi, no problem. You think that you won the election, but because the Congress party will do some arrangement with BJP, you will lose the mayoral post. That is what you are alleging. Okay, you have a right. You have a right to think that way. 1 minute. You have a right to think that way. But whatever the issue, you can't do this because we don't deserve this. No, 1 minute. Abhishek, 1 minute. However, I shall let Romesh Sabharwal come in. Romesh Sabharwal, the Aam Aadmi Party's view is that basically whatever happened today, and I'll run the pictures, they're more important than my voice, so I'll run them on air. whatever happened today, and we saw pictures at one point of time, Ramesh Sabharwal, where the podium where the oath is administered, the netas jump wearing their shoes, stepping on it so that others cannot go there, and so it became an all-out wrestling match. Now, AAP is saying that Congress is responsible. They are not talking about where chairs were lifted, thrown at each other, people from both sides got injured. They are saying the issue is that the Congress party did a deal with the BJP and that is why all of this happened. They are not talking of the consequence. They are talking about the reason. They are saying the reason is more important than the consequence. The people of this country are saying the consequence is more important. We don't care. 1 minute, we don't care what internal issues, what fights, what arrangements, what deals you strike, what compromises you have. But we are saying don't do this, for God's sake. Abhishek, we are saying don't do this, spare us this. Kuch bhi karna hai karo.
Congress has made a deal with the BJP.
No, but that you do your deals. You do your deals. Have you not made deals with the Congress? Have you not had deals with the Congress? Have you not had deals with the Congress?
The Congress party has made a deal with the BJP.
Ramesh Sabharwal of the Congress will reply to you, sir. Ramesh Sabharwal, please, would you like to reply, please?
Could you allow me to speak?
Yeah, go on, please. Let Ramesh Sabharwal speak, please. He's been waiting half an hour.
Congress councillors walk out. Sir, why did the Congress majority?
It's very unfortunate.
Ramesh Sabharwal ji, please speak.
And it is condemnable.
RP Singh, are you from the Congress?
It is very unfortunate that the political drama, the hooliganism, the wrestling, it's a shame part for the Delhi politicians, including me also. But Delhi doesn't deserve this. Delhi residents, Delhi citizens will be seeing this drama. BJP and our party, whatever they have done today, they have totally demolished the democracy in the heart of the city, heart of the country, the capital of India. We feel ashamed. We condemn it. And this political violence should not be allowed at any cost. This shows that what kind of sanskar these both political parties are having. Delhi people have given them a power. They have not given us the mandate. So we are keeping mum, but we condemn it. This house of MCD has given the freedom fighters like Aruna Asaf Ali, like Mahinder Singh Sathi, like Jayaprakash Agarwal's father Ramcharan Agarwal. These people were the members of this house. Today, what kind of stuff? People will be watching of Delhi. Delhi people, Delhi residents who belongs to Delhi, they must feel that what kind of people we have elected. Kejriwal must resign. Kejriwal must feel apologize on this issue.
Congress says Kejriwal should resign.
How he has cheated the Delhi residents by showing them a different drama coming from a Sivani, small village from Haryana, and totally demolish the democracy of Delhi character. Today it's a shame for us that it has happened in the capital of city. We condemn it. Very unfortunate incident. This political violence has to be finished. This is a very bad culture on the part of the AAP party and the BJP. Both are one. Both are one. Their drama is totally exposed today.
Answer the question.
For the power they are doing like
Both
this.
are one. I see.
Abhishek.
And you have made your deal with the BJP. You have made a deal with the BJP. He's not answering a single question. Why have you not
deal with anybody?
Why have you not? Why did you
we have nowhere. We have so small number. We couldn't cross double digit also.
What are you showing?
You have 9 votes.
We are single digit.
You have 9
we
votes.
Have no
Can't you
today.
just vote?
RP showing you something, Abhishek. 1 minute. RP showing something to you, Abhishek.
Why should we give it to you?
Both
of you are doing a political violence. Why should we vote both of us?
Nobody's saying give it to us.
Both of you. Rather we are
Congress party with switch sides.
Nobody's saying vote for AAP.
What are you showing, RP?
To Aam Aadmi Party.
उठा के देखा है ना, मैं देख नहीं पा रहा है, क्या दिखा रहे हैं?
This is the picture of the 2 Aam Aadmi Party worker.
Hold it up. What are you showing?
आम आदमी पार्टी के दो कॉर्पोरेटर्स हैं जिन्होंने कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन करी, वो वापस घर गए, लोगों ने उनको पत्थर मारे, वापस आ कांग्रेस पार्टी में आए। दो कांग्रेस के पार्षद ये कॉर्पोरेटर्स ले गए थे।
सिंधिया कहां से आए?
नाजिया खातून
अमेरिका से आए क्या? ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया कहां से आए?
अब ये भागेंगे नाजिया खातून और सबीरा बेगम Nazia Khatun or Sabila Begum, they forced those two corporated to sit to आम आदमी पार्टी
पे कांग्रेस को सीट दिया है ना,
पता लग गया किसके साथ कौन मिला हुआ है,
कांग्रेस को हज कमेटी पे
पता लग गया ना, हो गया एक्सपोज,
आपने कांग्रेस के
हो गया एक्सपोज ना,
सीट क्यों दिया,
किसकी बात करने चले हो, अरे आपसे बड़ा बेशरम नहीं है, आप अगर आज शपथ लेने देते, you could have allowed people to get votes today, simply everything would have happened later.
Why have you given
are scared because there are people within your party who are
but I want to bring in Ratan Sharda now and PKD Nambiar. Ratan Sharda and PKD Nambiar. Viewers, when the Aam Aadmi Party was formed, many people were surprised because it was never meant to be a political party, and then they said we don't want to do politics. Ek baar karenge because we are forced to do it. Anyway, everybody has right to do politics. The point is tomorrow now breaking news comes, the BJP is going to be protesting at Rajghat over what happened today. And Ratan Sharda, my question is, and PKD, I'm sure Ratan Sharda at one point of time you were supporting India against corruption, and so was Subrashta, and so was PKD Nambiar. You were supporting India against corruption when Arvind Kejriwal was a part of Anna's team. But now wouldn't Arvind Kejriwal also worry, and shouldn't he worry, that when there are pictures like this, the whole idea of having a political party with a difference, the whole idea of being different at all has been completely erased. Now you're saying basically that if India, you've seen people beat each other up in assemblies and parliament over the years, we are going to do it twice over. If you've seen it twice, we are going to do it 4 times over. We will keep doing everything that political parties have done and you've hated. We'll do it 20 times over because we are fully in the political race. That's the kind of messaging that's going out, and I think that should be worrying for Arvind Kejriwal, but it isn't. Ratan Sharda.
My simple question to all these people who are shouting like banshees, with whatever the issues, did it require violence, or that could be discussed in the assembly or corporation or not? Did the 10 nominated people taking oath before elected people was like some boy not being given cake first, and so they are angry about it? Was a Congress MLA becoming, or a corporator becoming Hajj committee member a problem that deserved this kind of violent attitude? That is a question they should answer. They have justified violence. They have justified all this. They had tied up with Congress. Today they are shouting at Congress.
No, that's not the question. The question is, Ratan Sharda.
AAP is like a petulant child who will create ruckus whether he wins or loses.
Regardless, एक हाथ से ताली बजती है, रतन शारदा जी, एक हाथ से ताली नहीं बजती, एक हाथ से ताली नहीं बजती. आप नहीं, दिल्ली के जो
whether 2 ताली 3 ताली, point is, did it deserve the kind of violence that आप
नहीं, 2 ताली 3 ताली की बात नहीं है. दिल्ली के जो 1.25 करोड़ लोग वहां पे वोटर हैं, उनको क्या मैसेज भेजा गया है? No, but is this what politicians were put in power for? No, Ratan Sharda, you're not looking at it the way I'm looking. The way I'm looking at it is somebody's watching TV tonight. No. Ratan Sharda, we have to. Ratan Sharda.
Whatever happened, whether 10 nominated paper took.
Ratan Sharda, this way.
How did it matter?
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you what. I think that tomorrow, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP.
I'll tell you how it matters.
No. Abhishek, 1 minute. I think what you should do is have judo and karate and taekwondo and martial arts, and have mixed martial arts trainers right outside your assemblies. Have full training, and let's have a full MMA match. You can give the rights to some sports channel. No, you give the rights to some sports channel. I'm very serious. PKD, this is disgusting. This is PKD, I think there is a disconnect between the politicians and the people, and it has never been as much as it is in cases like this. For half an hour I've been debating it, and none of the politicians seem to understand how much the people of this country hate this. People hate this.
They should not be allowed to.
It's really
they should have to resign and get re-elected if they have done something good.
It's an embarrassment for all of us.
Create ruckus and still want to be corporate.
PKD, go on the debate. PKD, please. Ratan Sharda, let PKD come in.
Would love a fresh election.
PKD, louder.
It's really a shame. It's really a shame. I voted on the MCD election, and the people who are being elected, irrespective of a political lineage of them or which party they belongs to, it doesn't matter. The message they had sent today in the first day of the mayor's election or whatever election, just in the pretext of I think the image what you're showing on your screen, the way the Atishi is cheering the people, more of like came as a very well fully prepared to create the ruckus in the thing. And you have been telling since the beginning of this debate that it is like a more of like a wrestling. But I wanted to correct you here. It is not a wrestling match where there is some kind of a dignity and they follow some rules. But it was more of like a street fight which happened. And if this is what Arvind Kejriwal wanted to send this message to the people of Delhi, and I can only say that I feel seriously sad that I have voted this MCD election. Whomsoever I have voted doesn't matter. But who is being taken oath first? How does that matter? The only thing which is it was a very well planned, conceived idea by Atishi, Aam Aadmi Party and their team is to go and create a ruckus and give a message that, okay, we mean different. And this is the kind of a difference of politics Delhi is going to get. I can only tell you, we are going to be, this is a national capital which belongs to not, as you said in the beginning, Arnab, this is not belongs to just the people of Delhi, this belongs to India. What kind of a message are we sending to everyone? I always speak for a particular political lineage.
Open the lines.
I will not be speaking on
Numbers below on the breaking
grid.
Very
clear.
Numbers.
One thing is very clear. If this is the kind of people who are going to make my street clean, I think there needs to be brainwashed first. They need to be put it onto an asylum for 2-3 months and given say particular training before they go to this to the session, in the next session. This is not the people we have elected for. This is not the purpose we have elected
Party,
them for.
as far as I'm aware,
they have clearly shown
is fighting for the constitution.
No.
For conventions to be followed.
Abhishek, I'd say something now. Thank you. I've heard everyone. I've heard everyone. I'll keep everyone on air, but I want to say something here. You see, basically, Abhishek, I think I have realized now why people in this country want to be netas. They want to be netas because they don't want any rules to apply to them. They want the rules to apply to everybody else. This is the base. They can stop ambulances. They can beat up people. They can say, "Kya tum nahi jante, main kaun hu?" Then they can also, of course, behave like this. They can break lines when you enter airlines. They can even when there are people who are on wheelchairs. I have seen netas and their chamchas sit on these buggies that come so that they can comfortably drive through while the people who need their support don't get it. We've seen this abjectly disgraceful behavior. Now netas and film stars, people say why does Bollywood, why is there a boycott Bollywood trend? I want to say this, one of the reasons why there is a boycott Bollywood trend, you should see sometimes how these most large majority of these Bollywood personalities behave at airports and public places. They believe they are something else. There's no sense of humility or professionalism. Now, question is, viewers, I open the phone lines, number is on your screen. Can you do this in your office? Can you behave like this in your office? Can you go and sit in a conference room, have an argument with someone and start flinging chairs because you didn't agree with their presentation? Can you go into a meeting, climb on top of the desk, throw all the files, destroy the property and not get fired? Can you go to your workplace? Can you push, kick and shove those you work with, beat them up, face no consequences, send your fellow worker to hospital and just walk away free with it? You know why this is happening? Because nobody is getting fired. And we frame rules for so many things. Why can't we frame rules for getting a few people fired? See, there's complete silence right now. Then people may say, we want Atishi to be fired for the way she's behaved in the assembly today. But the fact is, Ratan Sharda, they don't fear anyone.
Camera should be thrown out of the corporation from the elected assembly and they should disqualify for at least 6 years before they want to get elected again. They have no right. They are disgrace to democracy. They have no right to be in that assembly where they are creating this kind of ruckus. They have no respect for the people.
Which is the tradition in parliament. Arnab, you have covered parliament.
Renuji, you are saying course for the part of the course.
Who is the senior most member of the house? He is brought in for the swearing in and for all the other issues till the regular speaker is elected. Now, why is the Lieutenant Governor bypassing that? Because he is working at the behest of the BJP. The point is that the BJP wants to control the house. The MCD wants its own mayor despite having lost the election.
Subrashta and PK.
Get real to the fact that you can't do this because you have lost the election. 3 times you were in power.
There are
made a mess of Delhi. So
there are many able politicians in the Aam Aadmi Party. Somebody like you can replace Atishi if Atishi were to be thrown out by a idealistic, law that we sort of believe in, that she should be thrown out for her behavior, then perhaps people like you could take over. What is your problem? It doesn't necessarily have to be replaced by a BJP person that you fear so much.
Who are
Please
vying for the same
understand what
space.
one is asking
They are
for.
working in tandem with each other, and you win this and I win this. And now let's create this big tamasha to ensure that people realize
Who created the tamasha?
What are you talking about?
PKD.
People are
What is this whole?
PKD.
I think Madam Renu, you are doing a running commentary without even knowing what happened. And I think anybody whoever is watching this show.
Said Abbas, replacing Ramesh.
What happened during this?
Okay, we got our first caller right now. Rashmi is calling in from Bengaluru, I think. Rashmi, hi. Rashmi from Bengaluru. Let's take calls next 5 minutes quickly. Rashmi, our first caller. Rashmi, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What do you like to say on this? You're seeing this, I'm sure. This happened in Delhi.
Yes, I am. So it's happened in Delhi, and I think it really doesn't matter where exactly it happens. So I think these people are setting an example for all the others watching, right? So, and what kind of message are they sending to all the people who riot on the streets and stuff like that? So if these guys sitting in these seats who are voted by the people are setting this kind of example, I don't know what else to expect. And definitely we don't deserve this.
You heard that, Abhishek? Absolutely, we don't deserve this. Rashmi, we've got to raise our voice collectively in some way. And I just want to tell you, this is our world's largest democracy. We make this the world's largest democracy.
Delhi don't deserve this.
No, we queue up in...
It's not anybody's kingdom.
No.
It's not anybody's kingdom. If somebody feels that he's the king of Delhi, I am sorry. Delhi do not have any king. Delhi has got a different kind of altogether a setup. It is a city-state, and Aam Aadmi Party is thinking.
हम दिल्ली के मालिक हैं. Because Kejriwal said so.
There is a chief minister. There is certainly a king of Delhi who tries to act like the king of Delhi. Arnab, if I'm allowed to, please, and I have substantiated proof for that. Article 243R of the Constitution was violated by the Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, where he allowed the 10 aldermen, the nominated members, to come out and vote. So what sort of violation is this?
Just 1 minute. RP, people don't care. RP and Syed Abbas, you are out of sync with the views of the people of this country. You are basically trying to give any number of reasons to justify what happened. The Aam Aadmi Party says that we have serious problems with the fact that the Lieutenant Governor is making some people get sworn in before others. But I'm asking you, viewers, do you even care about that technicality? You don't. You care about what has happened today. You only care about what has happened today. We have Ranjit Murthy calling in from Dubai.
Condemn what happened today.
Ranjit, are you there? Ranjit, are you there?
Houses have to be run.
Hi, Ranjit, you're watching in Dubai. What would you like to say to this?
Yes, sir. This is extremely shameful, and it is very, very bad to see elected politicians fighting like this. And on top of that, I'm also very, very surprised that people like Abhishek Sudhir and Renu, I think her name is Renu, who is a journalist, are supporting this. This is really, really bad. Elected politicians who actually come.
She's saying something to you, Ranjit. She's saying something to you. What are you saying, Renu?
Yes.
At least I live in India. I don't live in some dictatorship. I don't live in a dictatorship.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you being, no, 1 minute. He's making it personal, and I request you, I think Ratan Chadha was responding to you there. If you cannot take...
He's making it personal.
No, he's not making it personal. He's saying that you're trying to defend what happened, and he's saying it's indefensible. He's a citizen of India, has the right to say that to you. What's your problem?
Abhishek Sudhir, whatever.
Didn't you study in the United Kingdom? Did it make you less of an Indian?
Does it make you throw chairs and break mics? On what is the justification for it?
I live in India.
You can keep on ranting and keep on shouting.
Viewers, this is becoming a big issue.
To spoil the people's money, taxpayers' money, and break the furniture, throw everything around, and you say that is justified?
I know, you know
Whoever
that.
says justified doesn't deserve
And
to
BJP
be
is
politics.
not doing it.
You
It is
need
only Aam
politics.
Aadmi Party doing
You
it.
need politics. You have got any
Only
guts,
Aam
any
Aadmi
decency
Party is
left in
doing
you.
it, is it? BJP is not
I
doing
said
it, is
anybody
it?
has done it.
BJP are angels.
Take a case.
BJP are angels.
Corporation. Let
Zorawar
them
Singh is calling in from Chandigarh.
6 years.
Zorawar, see, they're not even listening to me, Zorawar. Are you there, Zorawar? Are you there, Zorawar?
Yes, I am.
What do you say to them? 1 minute, Ratan Sharda, let Zorawar speak. Hi, Zorawar, go on.
Hi, Arnab. It's
Hi,
an
Zorawar.
honor to be on Republic
Thank
since
you.
I watch your show every evening.
I'm glad.
Arnab, I have a message for the viewers and for you. Since these Atishi Marlena, the communists, have been brought into our parliament, such a radicalized communist whose Atishi Singh used to be Atishi Marlena now, have been brought into the parliament and now they are causing ruckus. And it's shameful for us to see what's happening to our country, how these goons have been brought into parliament. There was a time when great politicians like Atal Bihari Vajpayee used to come to the parliament and now these goons are here. So it's sad for us to see our parliament turning into a goon place or something like that.
Okay, Zorawar, thank you very much for that. This was not parliament, but I understand your overall referencing. Lata is calling in from Mumbai. Lata?
Yeah, hi.
Good evening, Lata.
Yes,
what do
hi.
you think, Lata? This happens so many times, Lata. I tell you, it's so disappointing to even have to report on this.
Yes. Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Yes. I'm Lata from Mumbai. Hi, Arnab.
Hi.
I've been watching your debates very closely, and as far as today's debate is concerned, I noticed what is important here is not about the parties and who has been elected. What is important here is to see the behavior of these politicians and the behavior in the council meeting that has taken place. It's absolutely shameful and ridiculous. I would also like to point out, I find that Abhishek is always interrupting in your debate, and we find it difficult to, sort of listen to your debates properly because he keeps on interrupting and he doesn't allow the other speakers to talk. The other lady is Renu. Today I'm very disappointed to see how she's reacting to this ruckus today. I hope these senior politicians know how to take it and how to think of the country in a serious matter. And I can see Abhishek laughing here. He always does that, which is shameful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lata. Yeah, Abhishek, constructive criticism. Look how
Arnab,
closely
you keep
people
inviting
watch.
him. Arnab,
Sometimes,
stop
Abhishek, we feel,
Arnab,
politicians
you have to
feel
stop inviting
people don't
me.
watch, but
You stop
people
inviting
watch
me.
all the time. On the channel and
You stop
outside.
inviting me.
On the channel and outside, people watch very, very closely. Extremely closely.
And say, Abhishek, come tonight.
Well, Abhishek, I think I would only say this to you, that this debate trended within a few seconds of the debate starting, and the hashtag was simple: we don't deserve this. I feel you should understand the overall public sentiment. Public sentiment is what matters, and the people are beginning to speak up once again. And that is why, after Republic's very, very strong, almost activist campaigning, there's been pressure put on Air India. But I'm really disappointed that Air India still is trying to sort of brush away the entire incident, not respond to it, make it look like it's a matter between two sides. I'm really also disappointed that the Ministry of Civil Aviation is giving them so much time and such a long rope. Ladies and gentlemen, but what is most appalling is that this man, Shankar Mishra, has not even been arrested. He's putting out legal threats. Can you believe it? On the other side, we won't let go.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Amity faculty have filed over 1700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets to flood in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closet rescue station. And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh during the visit. The actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है, मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में में रहा हूँ। तो यही है कि ये जो परसेप्शन हमारा चल रहा है कि हैशटैग बॉयकॉट बॉलीवुड, वो हम सबको मिलकर उसे कैसे हटाया जा सकता है।
In the Shraddha Walkar death case, accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla will be produced before the Saket court or in New Delhi today. Delhi police will soon record the statement of crew members in connection to the Air India incident that took place on the 26th of November. And according to sources, Air India's crew members and pilots who are currently in Mumbai have been asked to appear before the police as well. Ten days after the shocking November 26th incident on a New York-Delhi Air India flight, another episode of a drunk male passenger allegedly urinating on a female passenger's blanket was reported on a Paris-Delhi sector flight, but there was no penal action after he gave a written apology.
Republic TV's relentless coverage has forced action, but it's not enough. The national demand is to arrest Shankar Mishra, debating next at 10 p.m.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
And here's a quick look at what else is making news across the world this morning. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of the ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit.
On 3rd January, Israel's new Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, conducted a visit accompanied by heavy security detail to the holy site in Jerusalem. The visit was the first to the site by an Israeli minister since 2017. While the visit was not accompanied or followed by violence, it is seen as particularly inflammatory given Mr. Ben-Gvir's past advocacy for changes to the status quo.
Overnight rains have caused streets to be flooded in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closest rescue station. The U.S. Coast Guard has removed more than 300 Cuban migrants from a remote island off the Florida coast. More than 4,400 Cubans and Haitians have arrived in Florida since August amid deepening and compounding political and economic crises in both countries. Arizona's newest governor, Katie Hobbs, was officially sworn in. The inauguration event for Hobbs and several other elected officials took place at Arizona's state capital near downtown Phoenix. Dangerous conditions caused by enormous waves and high tides have impacted the Santa Cruz coastline, forcing evacuations and resulting in damage to multiple piers. According to sources, significant damage has been caused in major areas and will be.
आपने ये बोला कि कर्नल बुल कुमार उन्होंने मैप देखा, उन्होंने बोला ये तो गड़बड़ है एज पर मैप भारत का एरिया, लेकिन वहां पे जाने की विदेशियों को, जर्मन्स को परमिशन दे रहा है पाकिस्तान.
क्योंकि since there were some people like us who were aware of what is Siachen Glacier, we knew what it is like. मैं बिला फॉन्डला पहुंचा, पाकिस्तान का हेलीकॉप्टर मेरे ऊपर, तो उसने मुझे देखा, मैंने उसको देखा, उसने वहां से घुमा पीछे वापस. They were shocked.
Studios of Republic TV. It's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 10, powered by Century Pro Wood.
Welcome back. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. Tonight, viewers, it is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. But that is just not enough. Arrest Shankar Mishra is a national demand. The Air India P-gate cannot be brushed under the rug by the Air India management. Let's debate.
41 days after the then Vice President of a top multinational financial services company urinated on an elderly co-passenger aboard an Air India flight.
It is a very serious matter. Again, I am repeating that they should be not only booked for, outraging the modesty of the woman, but they also should be booked for jeoparding the overall safety of the aircraft.
Very horrible and inhuman incident which has taken place on Air India aircraft. By a passenger traveling in a business class, such people send a wrong message.
Republic's campaign for action has resulted in his termination from Wells Fargo.
Right now we are outside his office in Bengaluru at Devana Bisanahalli, and now it is mainly being learnt of the fact that the accused Shankar Mishra was present in Bengaluru, but the timeline is yet to be established as of now because there are no details of whether he was present or not.
1 month and 11 days later, the DGCA has finally issued an advisory against crew and pilots. Though Air India has initiated an internal inquiry against the crew, it has been consistently trying to take a hands-off approach. But Shankar Mishra remains defiant. He has unleashed his lawyer to blame the victim, a 70-year-old woman passenger. He calls it all hearsay and implies the matter was settled.
Ma'am, you said that there was a middle person also. He didn't get drenched in urine while the victim said.
the statement the woman has made say that there was a man who tapped and told him to get back on his seat.
Yes.
So that man doesn't complain on anything of that reaching that man, right? I don't say, I'm not officially saying anything right now. I am just pulling out things from her version of the story.
Tonight, there can be no defense for Shankar Mishra, who's on the run.
झूठा केस है। मेरा बेटा अमेरिका गया हुआ था, वो रेलवे से उसको न्यूयॉर्क में फ्लाइट पकड़ना था। वो करीब 30-35 घंटे सोया नहीं था। ऑलमोस्ट समझ लो कि 1-2 दिन सोया नहीं था। वो न्यूयॉर्क से फ्लाइट पकड़ा। वो रात को खाना खा के इवन फ्लाइट वाले पीने को देते हैं, ड्रिंक देते हैं, तो पिया होगा और वहाँ से रास्ते में सो गया। और उसके बाद में जब वो उठा तो उसको ऐसा मुझे जो बताएगा, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, मुझे जो समझ में आ रहा है, बाकी मैं तो वहाँ पे था नहीं। तो उसको बाद में एयरलाइंस के लोग ने उसको बुला के पूछा, बाकी मुझे नहीं लगता कि ऐसा करेगा।
I'm trying to connect Shankar Mishra. I'm trying to connect Shankar Mishra. Put the phone on speakers. The phone is ringing. Shankar Mishra is not responding. Viewers, Shankar Mishra, the accused, the creep, who urinated and in fact is not responding.
He must be arrested. Let's debate.
Welcoming everyone. OP Singh is on top left of the screen. He is the former DGCA, former DGP of the UP Police. On the top right of the screen is Dr. Mahesh Y. Reddy. He is Director General of the Infrastructure, Industry and Logistics Federation of India, ILFI. Pramila Nesargi, well-known lawyer from Bengaluru. Madhuvanti, right-leaning, BJP supporting analyst. Nidhi Chapekar, former flight attendant, right there in the window below me. Vayan Sharma, aviation expert, to her right of the screen. Rahul Ishwar on the right. And we'll have a couple of guests join us in a minute. We'll introduce them then. First point is, Mr. O.P. Singh, isn't it bizarre that you can't catch a man who is a vice president till recently, till today? He was vice president of Wells Fargo, a well-known multinational corporation with several offices. He has just gone missing. The whole country for 48 hours is demanding the arrest of this pervert. He's speaking through his lawyer and issuing threats instead. So it seems there are 1.4 billion people on one side and Shankar Mishra on the other. And till now, Shankar Mishra is winning. The people of the country are losing. O.P. Singh, what do you make of this situation?
Arnab, this is a very, very shocking incident. Very inhuman, shocking incident which has shamed all of us. And I'm pretty sure about the police that he will not be far away. He will be caught sooner, maybe today, tomorrow, day after, but he will not be spared. And law of the land will definitely prevail. And the kind of work he has done, the kind of act he has committed, he will be punished.
No, but just on the question is, how is it possible? How is it possible that till this point of time, all of India can't catch one man called Shankar Mishra, who is his father is issuing statements, his lawyer is putting statements, and what do you make of the response of Air India, Dr. Mahesh Reddy? Dr. Mahesh Reddy, please. What do you make of the response of Air India?
Well, Arnav, I think Air India's action, what we have been seeing on the ground, is absolutely, not leading anywhere so far as the matter of arrest is concerned. Though, of course, they have been coming out with the statement they are acting and following certain procedures, etc. And there seems to be no concrete action on ground so far as, securing this arrest part of the No,
they feel
perpetrator is concerned.
How can Air India continue to say? Air India continues to say that they thought, and that's the operational part. Y. Sharma, Air India says, according to us, the matter has been settled between the parties involved, which means they're trying to say we have nothing to do with it. I'm sorry that Shankar Mishra urinated on someone on an Air India flight. Basically, they are trying to say they sorted it out. It's not our problem anymore. This laggard behavior of Air India, Y. Sharma, seems to convey to me they don't give two hoots about their consumers, about their passengers, or how the people of this country think about this whole situation.
Okay, may I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Two things here, but I'd like 2 minutes of uninterrupted time. Let's first see this in the right perspective and exactly what has happened. There's a guy who was blind drunk on a flight, okay, has obviously had much more than he was allowed. The serving crew, the serving cabin crew is at fault. They should have seen that this guy is having more. They should not have given him more alcohol. Point number one. Then he sleeps off, they dim the lights, and then he gets up to relieve himself, staggers in that drunk position, and just goes to a random seat thinking he's reached the toilet and unzips and starts urinating. Okay. Does that condone what he does? Absolutely not. But when you look at this, see, when that happened, after that, it's a 16-hour flight, right? After a little while when he sobers up, he goes crying to the woman, apologizes to her. For whatever reason, the lady at that time says, okay, fine. Okay, I'm not pressing charges. The cabin crew at that time says, okay, both the parties seem to have resolved it between themselves. So it's, that's where it ends. Whereas the cabin crew should have immediately first restrained that passenger in flight. The captain of the flight should have ensured that. They should have, once they land, they should have again asked that lady, ma'am, do you want to press charges on this? And they should have made an entry in the logbook that this kind of an incident has happened during the flight. Another point which came up during this was that when this happened and the lady's seat got soiled, there was no other seat available on the business class. So she said, look, I cannot be lying on this seat. It's not possible for me to continue my travel on this seat. So there was a seat available on in the first class. She could easily have been bumped up. Normal PR practice says the Air India captain should have just immediately allowed that. But apparently the cabin crew came and said that the captain has refused that. It's beyond imagination how a captain would, that's the kind of judgment he is exercising.
Rahul is sure that this man is
right. Once this lady comes out, after whatever time she decides, no, I don't want it to pass, I am going to press charges. And then she makes a complaint.
I think you are. I think Mr. Sharma, I wanted to give you Mr. Sharma. Mr. Sharma, see, I'll tell you what you are doing, and please don't interrupt me when I tell you what you are doing.
Okay.
You are trying to present in a very sort of innocent way certain technicalities, but allow me to complete. No, allow me to complete. But what you're basically doing, and it's evident to all of us. It's evident to, I'm sure, Pramila Nisargi. It's evident to Nidhi and to Madhuvanti and everyone. What you're trying to do is basically try and create some kind of alibi for Air India. But I want to tell you why your approach is. I'll tell you why your approach is completely wrong. I'll tell you first of all. If you don't mind, I'll just tell you why your approach is. You used two points. He said, Nidhi, you've been a flight attendant. Mr. Sharma, who's an aviation expert, says the lights were switched off. The man had a lot to drink, and then because the lights were switched off, it was dark. He went to a dark area. The poor fellow thought that it was the washroom, and the poor fellow relieved himself. Now, that is the first round of alibi which you're creating.
That's not what I said. I did not call him a poor fellow.
Okay, so you didn't call him a pure fellow. That is a mild
saying he was
exaggeration, but that's a
pissed
summon,
He's an
Mr. Sharma. That is a sum and substance of what you said. Okay, you didn't call him a poor fellow. Okay, you didn't call him a poor fellow, but you said that it was dark. He had a lot to drink, and he happened to go because it was dark, and hence you did not try to blame him. You tried to present this as a situation that got complicated because the lights were dark. Okay. First of all, it's a big assumption on your part. It's a big assumption on your part. The second assumption you made, the second assumption which you made, allow me, I'll play the tape back. Allow me. The second assumption that you made, the second assumption that you made, Mr. Sharma,
what we are doing now is instead of addressing that issue of what he has done wrong, we are turning it into a sexual harassment.
Mr. Sharma, your position is no different. Your position is no different from that of Air India's Campbell Wilson, their CEO, who says that whilst the story is more complicated than has been reported, there are some things we can learn. That is also a very, very smooth way of trying to blame the victim. You also said here, and I'll quote you.
No,
I'll tell you what you said. This is bizarre. Only that can happen only in India. Mr. Sharma, let me tell you. Mr. Sharma, where you are completely wrong, where you are completely wrong, and you goofed up big time, is where you say, for whatever reason, look at the words he uses, so technically perfect, he thinks, Pramila Nisargi, you're the lawyer. Mr. Sharma, who's almost the voice of Air India on the program, says, for whatever reason, the lady says, I'm not pressing charges. Now that's ridiculous, because the lady has put in her letter on the Air Seva portal that she was compelled to go. She begged and pleaded with the crew, I do not want to come face to face with a man who's urinated on me. The crew forced her to and brought this man next to him and tried to effect a compromise. Now, I can equally say that poor lady going through the trauma is completely hostage and in the hands of the Air India crew. All the Air India crew then come and say, you must compromise with him because he's feeling bad. What would she do? And now, having done that unacceptable act, you're trying to say she compromised with him, and I'm just baffled and astounded at the thoughtlessness of what's going on here today. That we are even debating this. Pramila Nisarga, you heard these sides out right now, and I'm telling you, if this continues, Air India will wash its hands of any responsibility.
I am ashamed of the incident, I do not know how Mr. Sharma is defending. Indirectly also. I think he must have been engaged by some person to be a defense advocate or a witness. I do not know. I am surprised at the way in which it is being defended. Look at the lady. I congratulate the lady who gave the complaint. Whatever may be the situation, I congratulate the lady. She has come forward and it has come to light. Entire country is knowing about what happened in the Air India. Look, see, the Air India is an abettor. You said, in the introduction that he is missing. Who has asked him to miss? Who has allowed him to miss? It's the Air India. They should have caught him there and then. They should have handed over him to the police. They have allowed him to escape. So I feel that the Air India officials also must be made co-accused as abettors in this case. And look at the way the father and the advocate come forward with defense. If they can come out with the defense, where are they? They also come to offenders. They are supporting. They are abettors in this case. Arnab, I want to tell you one thing. I want to tell you one thing. In criminal jurisprudence, if an offence is committed, the instrument used for committing the offence has to be destroyed. What should be done in this case? I want you to leave it, and it is high time the Parliament must amend the law in such circumstances. What should be done and how these people must be treated. In a case of rape and in a case in all such things, law must be amended. It must be made more vocal, and those persons must not be allowed to commit such incidents. High time that the law is
no,
amended.
what it I want to know.
Any reasonable mind.
Yeah, reasonable minds.
What Sharma ji said makes sense.
No.
Any reason
well, it does not make
sense.
Because
he was explaining the incident.
Rahul,
which sounds very logical, which sounds very possible. Where are we taking it? Sexual offence. Where are we taking it? Molestation, rape. Air India should be a court.
Nidhi and Madhuvanti.
Not exaggerating it too much. Yes, what happened was horrifying. What happened was terrible. But what Sharma ji said might have been the most probable thing that might have happened. It will appeal to any Indian with common sense. Yes, this person should be punished.
So viewers, I'll tell you what is happening. I'll tell you.
He should be punished. But beyond that, what are we? Where are we taking this?
I'll tell you where are we taking this. Okay, I'll tell you. So that can you be quiet for a minute? We are taking it to a point where Air India must apologize and Shankar Mishra must be arrested. Now, Air India is not apologizing. It's as simple as that. And I think one more point, I'm coming to you, Nidhi. The dangerous part is that this man, Shankar Mishra, who is now the terminated vice president of the US-based MNC Wells Fargo, he is not apologetic. He is completely defiant. He is unleashing his lawyer. He's bringing his father on television to play the victim card. And he's unleashing his lawyer and trying to go straight after the victim. I can't believe this. Look at the temerity of this man, Madhuvanti. Are you seeing how he's behaving?
I just want to ask Rahul Ishwarji a question, Arnabji. If this is not a sexual offense, then why is Mr. Shankar Mishra absconding? Why is he not coming out in the open and apologizing for what he did? They claim that he apologized on the aircraft. Am I right? Isn't that what they were all trying to create here as a story and claim that he apologized? He cried to the lady and he said, please forgive me. And why is he going on this defensive right now? Why is he unleashing his lawyer? Why is he not able to face the media? Why is he not able to come out and say sorry? Why is his father talking on his behalf? And why is this arrogance being promoted? I would like to know. And what is Air India doing?
And isn't Air India
unzipping your pants and pissing on a lady is not sexual offense in this country?
According to Rahul, no.
Unzipping your pants, wow.
According to Rahul, no.
Madhuji, we have to be reasonable.
He wants us to be reasonable about it. He wants us to be reasonable about this. Reasonable about urinating on it. We have to reasonably accept this according to Rahul. Let's open the phone lines. It's ridiculous.
In our legal framework, there is something called mens rea, which means intention.
Legal framework, you have to reasonably accept that he urinated on a woman.
No, he was intoxicated with alcohol. What he did was wrong. But how can we connect this to rape? How can we connect this to sexual offense? What he did was
what is it called then?
He should definitely be punished. But where is the mens rea for sexual offense?
And today, viewers, I'll tell you the bizarre situation. The man who has urinated, no, Madhuvanti, the man who has urinated on a woman on a flight is hiring a lawyer to go after his victim and saying, aren't you happy that I offered you some money? And the worst part is, and Nidhi, I feel, Air India is party to the crime. What this gentleman, who is the CEO, what's his name, Campbell Wilson, I don't know where he's from, but he's trying to say that they have nothing to do with it. They are party to the crime, Mr. Wilson. If you're listening to me tonight, you are party to the crime as an institution because you tried to broker a compromise. You refused to act. You refused to ensure the safety of the victim and the punishment of the accused, and therefore there must be action taken against you, and you are therefore completely party to the crime. And more than that, you are now defaming the victim, Mr. CEO of Air India, Mr. Campbell Wilson, by saying the story is more complicated than has been reported. Which side of the story are you listening to? What is your answerability, Mr. Campbell Wilson, to the people of this country and the passengers of Air India? The people of this country are the passengers of Air India, Mr. Campbell Wilson. Never forget, this is a national airline. It may have been privatized, but it's a national airline. Playing around with sentiments of passengers is not allowed. I'd really like to hear Nidhi's take on this. Nidhi, your take on the very long version given and interpretation by Mr. Y.N. Sharma especially.
If we hear Mr. Sharma, okay, whatever he says, we agree to one part of it. Okay, fine. But he has made a blunder on flight? Why did the crew did not follow any procedure? Why did the crew did not report it to the DGCA portal by themselves? Why they had not written it in the report? Why it was not informed to the security? And I do not able to understand that when it had happened before, they say 3 to 4 years back on Air India flight before. Then what are we waiting for? Why we cannot just make some kind of, I would say punishments? Like if you break one light, how much you have to pay? And if you do something like, I'm talking about traffic lights, everybody drives,
let's
right?
go on this case.
Nidhi,
you're generalizing it. Nidhi, you're generalizing it. I'd go very hard on the airline on this case. No, you're generalizing it.
Before.
I don't want to talk about traffic lights. I want to talk about what happened on the Air India flight. I have another opportunity to talk about traffic lights. My question is very specific out here. I'm revolted by the arguments which are being put more emphatically and more by Rahul Ishwar and more diplomatically by Mr. Y.N. Sharma. And the argument which is put here, Pramila Nisargi, with Rahul Ishwar, who knows very little about law but doesn't hesitate to spout it, is the argument of mens rea. He says he thinks he can complicate and make things complicated for everyone by saying there is no mens rea. Now, what he means is intention.
There's no mens rea.
You're wrong. You're as usual. You're wrong. You're terribly wrong. I don't need to tell you you're wrong. What you mean by
Where
mens
is the
rea?
mens rea for sexual offense?
Oh God, can you listen to me, please?
Oh my God.
I can't believe this man. Sometimes I just can't believe you, Rahul Ishwar. You're not a bad guy, but you get things so wrong that sometimes I believe that you're...
I'm a student of law. Where is the mens rea?
Where have you studied law, man?
I'm a law student.
I need to talk to your lecturers.
I'm a law student. Where is the mens rea?
You won't pass your exam, I can guarantee you.
What happened was horrible.
You're going to fail his exam. If anyone watching the program who's teaching him law, sack him from your class. I'll tell you now. Rahul, you spoke about mens rea. Okay, I'll bring in the former DGP because you're not listening to me. I'll bring in the OP Singh.
Will you assure that man is not suffering from any venereal disease? Will you answer? Are you aware of it? Have you tested that man?
Ma'am, you are a lawyer, right?
Is he
Please
not suffering
enlighten
from
us. Where is the mens rea and sexual offense?
Mental disease, physical disease.
Where is the intention for sexual offense here?
He's a man. He is suffering from both diseases, physical as well as mental disease. Look at the man. What the audacity.
No, she says, I want to bring in OP Singh. Okay, let me take the argument. OP Singh, actually this is the argument that is being put, and I don't find it accidental actually that this week a young lady has been killed most brutally in Delhi. Her body dragged for kilometers on end, and it is being argued that she was probably drunk, which was a fact which was disproved by the post-mortem, but there was a full attempt to defame the victim. In this case, the defense of the accused is that there was no mens rea, which means intention, which means Rahul Ishwar is basically saying that the man accidentally urinated. The same kind of argument that Y.N. Sharma was putting out when he spoke about dark lights and him thinking it was the washroom. Which means basically he tried to say he did not intend to urinate on the passenger. He intended to urinate somewhere else. It so happens he ended up urinating on a passenger. Now he therefore is saying, I didn't intend to urinate. But what he forgot to tell you that criminal jurisprudence also talks about actus reus, which means the action. You talk mens rea, I say actus reus, which is the action. And voluntary intoxication, willingly and voluntarily getting yourself drunk, is not a defense under the Indian Penal Code. So Rahul Ishwar, you have failed, and you will be a failed lawyer if you try to be one. And stop trying to whip up sympathy campaign for that intoxicated pervert. Shame on you, Rahul, for going so extreme in your arguments. OP Singh, what do you think?
Just being reasonable.
Absolutely. Arnav, you are absolutely right. And I would like to remind my friend, though I'm not a lawyer, used to be a police officer. Here, look at the incidents. The incidence is that he's trying to expose his private part of the body before a lady. That itself is a sexual act. That itself defines the whole thing. And if you look at Article 354, Section 354A, it should be also attracted if the act is interpreted as advance involving unwelcome or explicit sexual overtones. So I think whatever has been given in writing On the basis of that, the FIR has been registered. The police has gone in for 294 and 354A, and let the investigation begin, and then things will unfold itself. But right now, prima facie, you cannot say that there was no sexual overtones or there was no sexual activity.
You don't even have to bring the sexual overtones angle. It's an abominable, pathetic, perverted action. I have callers, so many callers calling in. Ronita Roy, I'm told, is calling from the US. Hi, Ronita, how are you? And what would you say? I mean, you're hearing Rahul Ishwar, you're hearing some others. What do you think? Can't hear you clearly, Ronita.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, I'm going to connect you again in 2 minutes because the line is so bad. We'll connect you and just turn off the volume on your TV set. I'm coming back to you in a minute. Now, I'm also getting Jitendra Bhargava, I'm told, former executive director of Air India. Is he there with us on the line right now? No, I mean, they are not coming. They are coming, they are going. And the surprising thing in this case also is, you know, Mr. Sharma, the aviation industry has all come together. It's like aviation experts, aviation consultants, pilots associations, chiefs, air crew associations, Air India, ex-Air India. Everybody's come together and decided they need to come together as one in order to protect themselves from the actions of the victim. Shouldn't they have come out for the victim instead? Mr. Sharma, that was to you.
I'm sorry, the connection bad. I couldn't hear any of.
No, I'm saying the entire aviation industry seems, and especially Air India, pilots associations, crew associations, everyone's come together to protect Air India right now. Why?
No, see again, all that one said. Nobody in any state, in any right mind, would ever be able to defend what this joker has done, right?
Joker?
He's an idiot. What he has done is totally wrong.
Idiot,
now,
joker, very forgiving.
I was trying to say was, let us keep it in perspective. What is happening is that now we are jumping from idiocy which this guy has done, idiocy which this guy has done, to sexual stories. I'm asking one question. There are people sleeping with blankets on. What if it would have been a guy instead of this lady, where this idiot went and pissed?
It's still a sexual offense.
And it is okay, ma'am. I'm not a lawyer. It may be still a sexual offense. What I'm trying to say here is that, keep it.
Are you trying to tell me that in this country, the men are not having sexual offenders?
Nobody is condoning what the person did. But what we are doing is, we are exceeding the brief here.
Who's extending the brief here? How can what you look at the consequences for the industry of which you are an expert? The consequences of this is that if there is no immediate action, what will happen is that basically it becomes a corporate challenge to the victim. That's how I look at it, because when the
but what makes you think there will not be immediate action?
Be patient.
Already.
No, it's a corporate challenge to the victim. Air India is challenging the victim in this case.
Has asked Air India for a report. When this lady finally decided, and she
what
made
happened
her
since the
complaint,
26th of November? Mr. Sharma, you're trying so hard. Mr. Sharma, you're trying so hard. Just ask yourself a simple question.
No, I'm not.
Mr. Sharma, allow me to respond to you. Allow me to respond to you. You are building. You are trying to build a case here.
What happened on November 28th? She received the compensation. According to information available on public domain, she received a compensation on November 28th, and on December 19th.
No. You're totally wrong. No,
it's available on public domain.
Come on, let's.
Just 1 minute. Now here is the argument. 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. The argument being made by this Rahul Ishwar right now is she was offered money. Why didn't she take it? I'm sorry, Rahul Ishwar.
She received it on November 28th.
Rahul Ishwar.
She received it on November 28th. Her daughter daughter returned it on December 19th.
Yeah, exactly.
We cannot take liberty with facts.
No, 1 minute.
Facts are facts.
Rahul, don't shout first of all. What you should ask is, I'll tell you this. If this were to happen to you or anybody close to you, male or female, you would not accept money either. Okay? So if the lady's daughter returned the money, hats off to her. So don't try to buy people, and Air India is trying to make it look like a compromise. Where Air India is making a grievous mistake, Rahul, don't interrupt me. Where Air India is making a grievous mistake is by saying that there has been a compromise between both parties. Viewers, people don't compromise, but here we have a situation where maybe pressure will be put or has been put on the victim, and the longer this drags, Madhuvanti, that pressure is being put on the victim maybe. Okay, why is the victim not spoken so far? My sources tell me the victim has not spoken so far is because there is an incredible amount of pressure on the victim. And the longer this drags, the victim will lose hope. After all, you have a billion dollar organization on one side and billion dollar group on one side, and you have a common citizen of the country on the other. You have Air India, which is owned by the Tatas, multi-billion dollar organization, massive valuation, big lawyers. You think that one lady will say, okay, I will fight the entire might of the Tatas. She can't. And in the case of this individual, Shankar Mishra, the longer this drags, and by saying the matter is more complicated than it appears or has been reported, Air India is already in a way siding with Shankar Mishra and is continuing to defame the victim. And I think people like you should have shown more spine than you are doing right now, Jitendra Bhargav. You speak on every issue. What has got your lips sealed over the last 24 hours? We asked you to come on the program yesterday. You flatly refused because you are obviously trying to hide on the issue.
Hold it. Arnab,
you may have your own interests. You may be part of any number of lobbies.
No, hold it. I was on no channel yesterday because of a bad throat.
I'm sure.
You can look up all the television channels. I was there day before, but I wasn't there yesterday. And I'm back today on television channels everywhere. Now let's get the facts right. You know, what has been made out and what is being accepted in simple English is that it wasn't Shankar Mishra who offered the money.
No. 1 minute. Why are you talking about money? Who's talking about money? Why are you making this about money? The lady has not accepted money. There's no money argument here. Don't be silly.
Arnab, why don't you allow me to speak?
No, but where's the money argument? Where's the money argument? No, 1 minute. I can't let you speak untruth.
Why will you not allow me to speak?
Because you're talking rubbish. Because you're talking rubbish. Because I'm going to accost you.
What transpired? Hold it. There's no need to intervene unnecessarily. What I'm trying to tell you is, and which is based on documentation, is that the lady concerned on flight said she wants her clothes, she wants her shoes and bag dry cleaned. It is in this context that the passenger, the corrupt culprit passenger, offered money. Now this has been recorded by the cabin crew
I'll tell
on
you,
the report.
Jitendra Bhargav, you completely lost your mind if you're saying this today. I'm sorry. But I'll tell you, 1 minute. I want to, 1 minute, Jitendra Bhargav, let me counter you, please. Let me counter you here. Let me counter you, Jitendra Bhargav. Mr. Bhargav, let me counter you. Don't get aggressive with me, Mr. Bhargav. I'm asking you something. My question is, he is saying today, Mr. Bhargav says, the lady wanted her socks and clothes and shoes dry cleaned. Now, the man offered to pay for the dry cleaning of the socks, the shoes and the bag.
That's right.
Now, Mr. Bhargav, may I ask you a question and you'll give me a short reply, right? What are you trying to say exactly? I don't get your point.
I'm only trying to put the facts in perspective.
Which fact has emerged so far?
That the offer for paying money did not come from Shankar Mishra. It basically evolved out of the fact that the lady wanted her clothes, her shoes and bag to be dry cleaned.
Oh God, I can't believe it. You're absolutely losing it.
And
Mr. One minute. Look here. 1 minute. Jitendra Bhargav, in your attempt to please your Air India bosses or ex-bosses or maybe future bosses, I don't know. Maybe there'll be your future bosses also. I don't know. They've been your ex-bosses.
No way. Let me.
Are you saying you're not going to be engaged in any future consultancy with Air India ever?
I'm stating.
Would you like me to ask you? Are you under any direct or indirect employment or retainership of Air India?
No.
Have you been?
What else do you want?
Have you been since your retirement?
No.
Will you ever be in the future?
No. Once again.
Will you never be in the future?
I am as independent.
So you're not conflicted. Okay, I'm just trying to ascertain whether what you said, the kind of garbage you spoke, was on the basis of some personal tilt.
I can counter the same way.
No, I'll tell you. I'm countering you. I'm countering you, sir. I'm just trying to find out whether the rubbish you spoke is on the basis of your own decision making or on the basis of some prejudice.
It's not my decision making. I can prove it with the help of documents.
Don't shout on me. First question is, Madhuvanti, I bring you in. Madhuvanti, let's get it clear here. 1 minute. He's trying to say here today. He's trying to say basically, can I have Madhuvanti on screen? Viewers, Jitendra Bhargav, who I believe has been standing in indirectly for Air India for the last 48 hours, is saying here today that the man was not offering money after urinating on the lady. The lady wanted money. She's trying to say the lady his insinuation is that the lady wanted money in lieu of the urination. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind?
Arnabji, I do not
crazy
understand.
This is the most crazy argument that I've ever heard.
I have not heard something like this on national
I'm really
television.
upset.
You might not have heard it, but what I'm saying are the facts.
National television ever, that somebody actually is saying that the lady wanted her soiled clothes to be dry cleaned and that is why compensation was offered. And what do you want her to do? Stay wet the whole 16 hours?
This is all about putting pressure on the lady.
Again,
this is all about putting pressure on the lady.
I'm so sorry that on national television you're trying to come to a conclusion which is devoid of facts.
I am not coming to any conclusion,
what I'm trying to put across in a simple English language is that the passenger had demanded this on a flight.
What happened in this case?
We're going to take some callers.
To conclusion saying the lady wanted her clothes cleaned. Of course, a lady will want her clothes cleaned if somebody urinates on her.
Okay, Anusha, you're saying something? Yes, Anusha.
I would like to ask something to Mr. Bhargav. Would it be okay if somebody urinates on him and offers him compensation to dry clean his clothes?
No. Good question. Ask him that louder, please. He's pretending not to listen, Anusha. You got to be loud, Anusha. You got to be loud. If necessary, shout him down on the program tonight. You got to shout out the question, Anusha.
On this.
Please tell me, sir, that if I urinate on you and I offer you compensation to dry clean your clothes, is that okay?
Please, again. No, is
that exactly what our airlines are meant to do?
No, let me again assert that no, it is not a fair thing to do. But what I'm trying to put across,
the fair thing is to make sure that such drunk people are not let into the airline. And when they are and somebody is done,
that's for the airline and the
DGCA
DGCA to decide. I can't take a call on it. But what I'm trying to put across,
you can take a stand on it, sir. You can take a stand on it. We are not here to change laws.
Why
we
are
are here to make a point as individuals and citizens of this country.
Then allow me to respond. The airlines work in a competitive environment. Air India on its own cannot take a call that we will discontinue liquor service on our flights.
So that is not what
it cannot happen because you lose out. It's a commercial decision.
And we will offer dry cleaning.
No, there are alternate ways. There are alternate ways of doing it. There are alternate ways of controlling it, like putting a restriction on numbers, making the crew, as the Air India CEO and MD has very clearly said, we need to relook at the whole system and to say, look, whether we give X quantity of drink and that is what is it.
Such a compensation that tomorrow morning the employees will become vigilant by themselves.
No, it's not a question. I don't think we can get into this competition.
You cannot just take it lying down now when a woman gets peed upon and we are
I agree with you. What am I saying?
I'm saying Air India is party to the crime. Air India is party to the crime, and I think that Air India CEO should come on my program and I will ask him how can he say the situation is more complicated than it is. I want to ask the Air India CEO, was he there on the flight? Is he trying to blame the victim? Why is he trying to do this? Does he not know his email will go public?
We have sympathies with her. And nobody
wants your sympathies. People want action.
Sympathies.
Sir, nobody wants your
Sympathies
sympathy.
with the
She's already
victim.
got your
Okay,
key.
let me
That
get
is
in.
more
Let me
than
get in.
enough.
Ronita Roy. Actually, she's been waiting for a long time. Ronita, are you there? What do you say?
Hi, Arnav. Thanks for taking my call. Yes, I'm here. I'm honestly so appalled. I'm really bereft of words. I'm listening to, with all due respect, listening to Mr. Bhargav for a long time. I really have nothing to say. Air India has been miserable in handling the total situation, to be quite honest. The very fact that Wells Fargo has sacked this Mr. Mishra, and yet he's still at large, that itself speaks volumes. He should be arrested ASAP. There is no second word about it. And honestly, I'm really sorry to say this, but had this been any other international airline, he would have been in a no-fly zone, no-fly list by this time. And he would have been the first one to be deboarded with armed escort. I mean, how in the world has he been allowed to just be scot-free? I mean, this is ridiculous.
I think he's been encouraged, Ronita, by the way the Air India CEO is speaking, the way Air India is covering it up. He's actually digging his heels in because he feels Air India is on my side. And that's really terrible. Good to yes.
I don't think.
I mean, this is the way. I mean, how is he's? I mean,
Okay, you sparked another round of the debate, Ronita. You sparked another round. Good talking to you again. And Satya is calling in from Chennai. Satya, hi.
Good evening. So my only one request is, all these panelists, with all due respect, just imagine, irrespective of that, whatever you are inebriated with, number one, you are not allowed in any public transport. I respect everyone, but at the same time, you have to respect the fact that in a public transport, such as an airlines, you can't even clear a security gate. Now, how this guy had the audacity to forget females, she's an elderly lady. Now, my request is only to all the panelists. I regret, I don't want to name the panelists right now because I know I've been following everyone. Now, this is the utter audacity of the authority. Now, if I have to run a cab, if a person is inebriated, I will not dare take him on my cab. And if it is a share taxi or a share auto, I will probably leave him alone, irrespective of whether a female is traveling with me or a male is traveling with me. And this guy, I don't even know what the technical terms are. Arnav knows it very well. But this is utter rubbish. This guy should be brought to the courts, forget the resignation, he should be penalized, he should be reprimanded from all the communities which we have for female security. Arnav, that's it.
But Satya, we got to keep up the pressure. I also want to tell you, and will tell you all viewers, these things get plowed over very quickly unless we build the pressure. In this case, I think we need to continuously build the pressure because Air India is digging its heels in. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to issue a public apology because they're looking at it legally. They are saying that if we apologize today, we'll be apologizing forever. Viewers, this is also, there's been another case report. I know where this Air India flight, a flight from Paris where another male passenger urinated on someone. You heard that? Another case, you heard about that? Anusha, this is not the only case.
Yes, and he wrote even a letter of apology, so they said it's okay.
Yeah, and in this case, we're talking about money. I want to tell Jitendra Bhargav, this creep, Shankar Mishra, offered 15,000 rupees to the victim. And I have the screenshot of a WhatsApp chat of the daughter of the victim to Shankar Mishra, where she says, "Hello, Mr. Mishra, this is so-and-so, daughter of so-and-so. She is very traumatized by her experience on the Air India flight. We are very upset, we are outraged and we are angry and we do not want your money. She is returning it to you, please do not communicate further with her." In other words, this makes it clear, Madhuvanti, that Shankar Mishra was almost stalking this lady who was his victim after having carried out the act and trying to buy over his crime with 15,000 rupees.
And according to Mr. Rahul Ishwar, this is not a sexual offense, Arnavji. And according to Mr. Bhargavji, this is just a reimbursement for dirty clothes. It's a laundry bill. That's all it is, isn't it?
Yeah, Anusha, yeah.
I hope they get feed on at the same aircraft by similar people. They come on the show and say the same thing.
No, let's not say that. Can I have her on the left, please, so that Jitendra Bhargav can respond along with Rahul Ishwar? 15,000
rupees. Each of us
rupees?
only understands it when it comes on us. So if somebody pees on us and offers us 15,000 or washes our clothes, we are okay with it. Is that how we are?
No, you're being over enthusiastic and you're misrepresenting the facts. What we are putting it across is that the act of urination is a condemnable one. Nobody will dispute that fact. But what we are talking about
money,
is subsequent.
Mr. Bhargav was mentioning something about money.
Let me complete. What I'm trying to hold it. After this thing has happened, what I'm trying to put across to people who are not aware of the fact that on
Why don't you mention what you were mentioning about money? Mention it again.
I'm again saying it.
What were you saying?
I'm saying.
What were you saying?
On the flight, a demand was made. A demand was made. Hold it. A demand was made for laundering, for dry cleaning of the goods soiled by urination.
1 minute. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. 1 minute. Jitendra Bhargav, in ordinary situations for speaking such unadulterated garbage, action should be taken against you. He's saying here, look at his words here, Nidhi. He says a demand was made. He's saying a demand. He said the victim was demanding money. Do you ever mention that the victim folded her hands and she told the aircraft crew, please, I do not want to be confronted with this man. I don't want to meet him. What do you mean a demand was made?
The crew should have not got the lady in front of that man. And I just want to ask one more thing. No, sir, I just want to ask you one more thing. Had it been a flight not to India but to UK or US, would the crew would have followed the same procedure? They would have not written? They would have not followed it? Tell me one thing, sir.
Look, the managing...
No, and I'll ask you one more question. I'll ask you one more question. I'll ask you one more question, sir. I'll ask you one more question, sir. I'll ask you one more question. Had this lady been a foreign national, had this lady been an American citizen, and this flight be flying, say from Delhi to San Francisco, and the lady had been an American citizen, I want to ask the great Mr. what is his name? Campbell Wilson, CEO of Air India, whether he would have been responding like this, indirectly trying to put the blame on the victim.
That's what I said.
Nobody is blaming the victim.
Nobody
here is blaming the victim.
What does he mean by saying?
Nobody has blamed, everybody has condemned it. In his letter to the employees today, he said it very clearly. We are as distressed and repulsed as the...
Everybody is horrified by the incident. Everybody is condemning the incident. But we should see things in the context and in proportion.
This is the introductory paragraph of his mail to the employees sent today.
OP Singh, please. OP Singh.
Yeah.
You've been listening on to various narrations, Mr. Singh. You've been in law enforcement. Yes, sir.
I'm so surprised. You know, either you talk of money, you talk of compromise. You know, you have already pointed out that how helpless that lady, that victim was feeling. And it's a very, very big picture that we are perhaps missing out. Regardless of whether the compromise was made or not, regardless of whether the money was demanded or not, how is it possible that not only such incidents are taking place and being committed by such disruptive passengers, and despite that, the protocols are not being adhered to at all. The crew members, the airlines staff, everybody is not adhering to the protocols that is already clearly well established, laid out. So the problem, it's a bigger problem. It's not a problem of one individual. Every time we are hearing such incidents taking place, maybe the scale is different, the intensity is different, but such incidents are taking place.
Well, we got to keep up the pressure over the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Shailendra is calling in from Dubai. Shailendra, hi. You work in an airline, I'm told.
Hi, Arnav, and due respect with you and I would like to highlight certain things. Everybody is focusing on Shankar Mishra and his arrest. Yes, definitely he must get arrested and punished by the court of law. But whether the cabin crew, the team of cabin crew and flight deck crew, that is the entire crew, perform their duties or not by the law, by the aviation law, by the guidelines of the training manual.
Correct.
No, they have not done their duties because at the end of each and every flight purser must make some reports and captain also make some reports. But they have failed to do this. So they have failed to perform their duties. For me, they must immediately suspend the entire crew and till the further inquiry. If they found guilty, yes, they are guilty. Definitely they are guilty. Especially those who are allocated in the first class and the business class. Yes. Along with the captain and the first officer, they must terminated from their services. Because
yes, Shailendra, I'm running short. I'm going to take a response on that from Mr. Reddy. Mr. Reddy.
Yeah.
Arnav, I think we have been going on to altogether a different tangent. In fact, in the whole chain, the first and foremost onus lies on the DGCA. Just the DGCA can't escape its responsibility by creating simply a committee called internal committee and leave it to the airline.
Yeah.
And as if we have been discussing, as if it is a matter between victim passenger and unruly passenger.
Correct.
Both the passengers and airline. But in fact, first and foremost organization which comes in this chain is the DGCA, which should be kind of monitoring this entire exercise. And then I don't know, where is the DGCA in this whole exercise? In one case, it is more than 5 or 6 weeks. In the second case, whatever the time lag be, there is no response at all from the DGCA. And it is in fact that organization
should
kind of take the onus at the first level.
Notices to Air India management asking for explanation.
Well, DGCA, is responsible for the safety, security and the dignity of the passenger in the country. And that is the reason why it creates...
I agree with you, Mr. Reddy. I think the government and the DGCA are looking a little complacent on this matter. We'll have to follow it up through, and I don't think the DGCA should give Air India such a long rope. They're giving them a long rope. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic Media Network is tracking this story. It is because of your support that after we picked up the issue in a big way, this became a matter of national debate. Viewers, I believe that the airline is being unfair on the victim. I believe the DGCA is giving the airline a long rope. I believe that passenger rights have to be protective much more aggressively. What do you think? I shall see you soon, ladies and gentlemen. Have a fantastic weekend. Good night and goodbye.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी
are raising slogans against each other here at this very venue where the elections forum, the mayoral post was all set to be done, but it could not happen because of the
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
On to international updates. UN Security Council held an emergency meeting at the request of the Palestinians and other Islamic and non-Islamic nations to protest the visit of ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister to a Jerusalem holy site. The Palestinian UN ambassador cited widespread condemnation of Ben-Gvir's visit. Overnight rains have caused streets to flood in downtown Santa Barbara. An atmospheric river is moving further south as people living in flood-prone areas of Montecito went to their closet rescue station. And a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this morning. Sunil Shetty met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Mumbai to talk about film opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. During the visit, the actor mentioned about anti-Bollywood trends in social media and reportedly sought help from the UP Chief Minister, also assuring him that 99% in the industry do not do drugs or any sort of wrong work.
लोगों तक ये पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी है कि हम अच्छा भी बहुत काम कर चुके हैं। हमारे बीच एक रॉटन एप्पल तो कहीं भी होता ही है, लेकिन उसमें हम सबको आप लोग नहीं गिन सकते कि हम सब ऐसे हैं, क्योंकि फिलहाल ऑडियंस के दिमाग में यही है कि बॉलीवुड यानी हिंदी सिनेमा यानी जगह अच्छी नहीं है। हमने अच्छी फिल्में भी की है। मैं बॉर्डर जैसी फिल्में भी था और बाकी काफी अच्छी फिल्में मैं रहा हूँ। तो
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
For a very long time, these netas, these politicians who preach to the citizens must realize that if what happened in the national capital today, during the mayoral elections is any indicator, then it is time that we, the citizens, preach at the netas. It is time that we speak loudly to the netas. And if they cannot hear, which I suspect they cannot, it is time that we shout at the netas. Such a fight, viewers, such a fight. A physical fight, a WWE kind of fight, with elected netas being rushed to hospital with multiple injuries, like they're in the middle of a wrestling ring. It's not the national capital alone, but the whole country which has been shamed today. The election venue became the den of violence, and councillors of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party shamelessly, tirelessly fought with each other. And before the cameras and all of us, before the media, before you, they abused, they pushed, they hurled chairs at each other, they exchanged heavy blows, they kicked each other, and then they jumped on the podium where the oath was to be administered and indulged in mindless thuggery. And by doing so, sent a message not just to 1.4 crore voters in Delhi, but to 1.4 billion people in this country, including you, that we the taxpayers will be forced to endure these netas till we who can bear no longer put them in their place, and that is what I will do tonight. My lines are open. They are open to you, to hear you, to join hands with you. So let's debate, ladies and gentlemen. That's debate number one this evening. Debate number one this evening. Do we deserve this? Is this what we deserve? Debate number two this evening. After a lot of pressure put by Republic, and now some other channels are joining in. He's lost his job, but he's not been arrested. And Shankar Mishra, the pervert, the creep who urinated on a 70-year-old passenger, is now putting a lawyer out there to threaten the passenger. It's unbelievable. Air India pretends like nothing has happened, and the government India has done nothing. It's unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. That's debate number two. And here are the headlines this Friday evening on the Debate Tonight. Republic Network campaign forces a national shake-up. The Air India P-gate accused is sacked, but still not arrested. Sacked for his mid-air perversion, but still defiant. The nation demands the arrest of this man, Shankar Mishra, right now. Coverage sends tremors in the aviation industry. The DGCA issues fresh guidelines to all airlines. Chairs flung, punches fly, tables push, property damage. India does not deserve these netas. Mindless violence, all to gain political control. Complete mockery of your vote in the national capital. And a second charge sheet filed in the Delhi liquor scam. No clean chit yet. No clean chit yet to Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. And ladies and gentlemen, India is the world's largest democracy, but in our national capital, the second biggest decision-making body in Delhi turned the Civic Center into a wrestling ring. What the nation witnessed this morning was scenes of outright thuggery and hooliganism. Fists raised and chairs hurled, councillors and politicians elected by the people stomping on the table. We are told it was because some people were sworn in before others. Would heavens fall if one person takes an oath before another? Take a look at an absolute mayhem that played out and ask yourselves, how many times have you seen something like this happen, and how many more times will you be forced to endure it? Let's debate.
This is the national capital, and these are the scenes amidst what was meant to be the prestigious Delhi mayoral elections. Fists fly, chairs hurled. Councillors climb over desks. Shoved. Pushed. Kicked. Watch how the Civic House became a platform for hooliganism. All norms of democracy thrashed, even in the presence of the police. And politicians within gleefully smiled on. The scenes played out over the order in which all of this happened, over the order in which councillors and aldermen were called in to take their oath.
कांग्रेस का और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लेन देन शुरू हो गया, सेटिंग शुरू हो गई और कांग्रेस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मदद करने के लिए हाउस से आज वॉकआउट करेगी। तो ये खुली सेटिंग जो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच में दिखी है, ये आज सारा देश देखेगा और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि आज कांग्रेस पूरी तरीके से एक्सपोज हो गई।
26 जनवरी का दिन जब रेल भवन के ऊपर अरविंद केजरीवाल अपना स्लीपिंग बैग लेकर पहुंच गए थे और उन्होंने स्वघोषित जो है वो एनार्किस्ट हूँ मैं, ये डिक्लेयर किया था। मेरे सामने वही चेहरे और वही सीन रिपीट होता है जब इनके नॉमिनेटेड सांसद राज्यसभा के अंदर पीठासीन अधिकारी के सामने बदतमीजी करते हैं और माइक तोड़ते हैं।
But Delhi's second biggest decision-making body is not the only time citizens have had to witness these moments of shame. From pepper spray being used in parliament, to rule books being torn, to all-out clashes, India has seen it before. Indian citizens diligently vote and pay taxes, not for assemblies to turn into wrestling rings. The largest democracy in the world cannot join these League of Nations where violence is the norm and legislation the exception. Tonight, it is time for citizens to rise and speak up. Let's debate.
Viewers, let's say simply to the netas tonight, #we don't deserve this. Because you're always told you get the politicians you deserve. I say #we don't deserve this. They say you get the politicians you voted for, even so we would say we don't deserve this, we deserve better. Look at the pictures tonight. And let's have some shame. Let's have some shame. What would happen if some people took the oath first? The Aam Aadmi Party is in majority in the Civic House. The Aam Aadmi Party has a habit of saying that those who are in power and are in a majority must take responsibility, and their picture, the pictures capture their behavior on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, full frame please. Can I run the pictures throughout this debate? The Aam Aadmi Party can't play victim. The Aam Aadmi Party can't play victim. The behavior is captured on camera and it is abominable. If I can run those clips where the open battles play out, open brawling, open wrestling, hurling of chairs, and all because the Aam Aadmi Party said no, these people cannot be voted in first. It's disgraceful and it's unfortunate. Yes, these are the pictures. And as we play these pictures, I must say, Abhishek Sudhir, come into the debate because you support the Aam Aadmi Party. And on the other side, RP Singh. And viewers, remember that a man called Arvind Kejriwal, who once said, I will never enter politics, then said, I am forced to enter politics to change it. And today, the Aam Aadmi Party participates most enthusiastically and wholeheartedly in this open and perverted display of political violence. And I say tonight, we don't deserve this. You said you changed the system. Look what you've become, Abhishek Sudhir.
Look, the matter is simply this. The Lieutenant Governor is doing the bidding of the ruling party. The nominated councillor should have been sworn in last. They were sworn in first. There was a conspiracy to give the nominated councillors the right to vote. the Aam Aadmi Party stood in protest. The Aam Aadmi Party acted in self-defense, not in self-defense of their bodies, but in self-defense of democracy. The Lieutenant Governor has made the governance of Delhi a mockery. We are going to have RP Singh now, who's going to come and say, oh, this and that. It's simple. Article 243R of the Constitution says nominated councillors don't have the right to vote. How can you swear in a nominated councillor before the elected councillor? The order is this. Swear in the elected councillor. Now listen to me. Listen to me. I am a lawyer. I will tell you a little bit about the Constitution. Listen to me quietly. Listen to me quietly. Listen quietly. First elected councillors are sworn in. Once the elected councillors are sworn in, the mayor is chosen. Once the mayor is chosen, the deputy mayor is chosen. Once the deputy mayor is chosen, the standing committees are elected.
Section 3(3)(b)(1).
You are subverting the will of the people. You are subverting the Constitution of India.
The administrator,
hang your head in shame. Hang your head in shame. Hang your head in shame.
Municipal corporation.
Hang your head in shame. This is the will of the people. The people voted for the Aam Aadmi Party. The people of Delhi deserve a mayor from the Aam Aadmi Party.
In the case of Delhi is LG. And he is within
Why
his
have you
right
made a Congress councillor head of the Haj Committee?
People.
Why have you made a Congress councillor?
1 minute, Abhishek Sudhir and RP Singh. Abhishek Sudhir and RP Singh, may I come in please between both of you? And I want to say this, it is not the will of the people. How dare you call it the will of the people, Abhishek Sudhir? This is not what the will of the people is. The people of the country do not deserve this. You're pushing and celebrating the fall of others, leaping and hurling there on the podium.
This is absolutely...
This is not the will of the people.
These goons need to
This is not the will of the people.
These BJP goons, they attack everybody. The BJP goons think they can attack everybody.
We've heard this story too many times,
viewers. We will stand up for the defense of democracy. We will stand up for democracy.
RP Singh is on the debate right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag tonight that you must participate in. We don't deserve this. RP Singh. RP Singh.
BJP goons need to be taught a lesson.
RP Singh.
You BJP goons need to be taught a lesson.
I am going by Arnab. Let's go by the law. Let's go by the law. Law says that LG can appoint, the administrator of Delhi can appoint 10 people under section 3(3)(b)(1). So he did it. If they had a problem with that, they could have gone to the court.
What about
but they didn't go to the court. But they created a ruckus in the assembly. Sorry.
How many votes has Vinay Saxena got? How many votes has Vinay Saxena got? Who has voted for Vinay Saxena? Please tell me. How many votes has Vinay Saxena got? Has Vinay Saxena got one vote?
How many
one person from Delhi has he voted for Vinay Saxena?
Are you above the law? Your 3 MPs will be there.
What?
Your 3 Rajya Sabha
Are you above
MPs
the
will be
people?
part of it.
Are you above the people?
Who has elected them?
Are you above the will of the people?
Are you above the will of the people? They are also nominated.
The people
they are also they are not from the direct route of the election. So they have elected, so go for the election. Why are you scared of voting in the house? You are scared of the voting in the house. That's why you are running away. Your people are teaching you. That's why you are running away from the election. Sir, what is the process? That
they have rejected
should have taken. And section 32 of the DMC Act categorically said that oath has to be taken by all. And those 10 are equally competent as the
nominated councillors can't vote. When nominated councillors can't vote, why are you not swearing elected councillors? The elected councillors have to be sworn in first so that they can elect the mayor. And then the mayor will preside over the house.
That means, sir, why can't they take oath?
What do you mean, why can't they take oath?
Read section 32.
That is not the convention.
Read section 32.
That is not the convention followed in the MCD.
Yes, they have the right to take oath. 2017, Arvind Kejriwal appointed his people.
Of course they have a right to take oath. Who is saying they don't have a right to take oath? Who's saying they don't have a right to take oath? We are saying the elected councillors have a right over them to take oath first so that they can elect the mayor. The mayor presides over the house. The mayor presides over the house.
Why did you thrash women?
We know you've struck a deal with the Congress. We know you've struck a deal with the Congress. You have struck a deal with the Congress. We are well aware of that.
Who has struck a deal?
You and the Congress are in bed with each other. You have struck a deal with the Congress. Why have you put a Congress council on the Haj Committee? Why have you put a Congress council on the Haj Committee? Why have you put a Congress council on the Haj Committee?
8 MLAs of the Congress party supported Arvind Kejriwal.
Why have you put a Congress council on the Haj Committee?
Nazia Danish. Nazia Danish. Answer my question, Nazia Danish. Why have you
But visuals will go throughout. Okay, listen. RP and Abhishek, 1 minute. RP and Abhishek, thank you. RP, 1 minute. RP, 1 minute.
And they'll keep him like an anarchist.
RP, 1 minute.
Like an anarchist.
RP, 1 minute.
We all know who the anarchist is. We all know who the anarchist is.
The way they behave with the woman in the house.
We all know.
It was like Duryodhan behaved.
You want to talk about women? What about Anjali? What about Anjali? Have you protested for Anjali? Have you protested for Anjali? Tomorrow you're protesting at Rajghat against Arvind Kejriwal. Have you protested for Anjali? Have you?
I just say this. I just want to say this here. I want to say one thing here. Viewers, I want to.
Have you expelled Manoj Mittal?
We will go by the law. We will go by the constitution. We will go by the law of the...
RP and Abhishek, I'll lower your faders, both of you equally for a while, because I want to say something right now. And isn't it very, 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 very unfortunate, viewers, that as of tonight, as you're seeing these pictures of this tamasha going on in Delhi, it is the same city where 6 days back a 20-year-old girl was Syed Asad Abbas dragged for kilometers, I'm told, by 5 people under their car, and that is the way she died. And while that family doesn't get justice, while the police denies that family justice, while the police puts out fraud witnesses, you have this ugly scene, and this is the way the politicians of Delhi are remembering what happened to Anjali. We talk about Anjali, you want to make political fodder of them. This is a battle about the mayor's position. Viewers, just look at the pictures. I'll play them once again. If you have missed them today, you need to see this, viewers. The politicians were enjoying it. There is a picture of Atishi. Actually seemingly directing people out there. And look at that, she's completely enjoying herself. I'll take her pictures on the left and the commotion on the right. Look at the fun she's having. Look at that. Are you seeing that? She's enjoying it. This is like some college level Netagiri experience for Atishi Marlena. What a shame, Abhishek. Have you seen this, Renu? They don't know. You think Atishi and the other politicians don't know, or they're completely oblivious to what the people of this country think about such conduct? Renu.
What about the people of this country who elected the AAP to govern Delhi? So the BJP wants to overturn that verdict. The BJP, who has been in power 3 times in the MCD, can't digest the fact that they're out of power now. Take it. Accept it.
Are you justifying this, Renu?
No.
Are you justifying this? No. 1 minute. Renu. Renu, let me explain what this is about.
BJP is looking like a power-hungry party.
But I don't understand. How can you justify
power at any cost? You have lost the election. You have lost. Be graceful. And what is the Lieutenant Governor and all the governors in the country doing except towing the BJP line? The big bosses of the BJP are directing them that take power at any cost. Now, how does this talk about the 11 million people of Delhi who will not have a civic body to look after their everyday
1 minute. Renu, simple question to you, please. Yes. Thank you. The question goes to you. See, Renu, you need to understand. You are saying the BJP must understand they lost the municipal elections in Delhi. Okay. Now the AAP won. It has a considerable majority. It has a considerable majority. You are saying you have the majority. The majority will then elect the mayor. And as you believe in our system of democracy, the majority decides on such elected positions. If the AAP is so sure they have the numbers, then why do this tamasha that we will not let the some 10 nominated members be elected first? Obviously, allow me to complete. Obviously, somewhere the AAP thinks it can lose the mayoral election, and therefore has indulged in this tamasha. Now, if you think you are going to lose the mayoral election, you get your numbers together. You can't do this. No, you can't do this. You can't discuss. No, you can't do this.
Not like that.
You can't do this, Renu. Renu, don't justify this. Renu, don't justify this. Renu, this is a disgrace, Renu. Renu, this is leaping and hurling. Councillors were sent to hospital, Renu, you can't justify it. Councillors were sent to hospital.
What hospital?
Don't justify it.
Arnab, this is par for the cause.
God, if this becomes par for the cause.
Who are in this business day in and day out. What is the Lieutenant
This is par for the cause, says
Renu. Why is
Renu.
he playing like a puppet in the hands
You
of
are not bothered about what scenes
government?
happen.
He is directing everything.
Viewers, let's raise our voice. I say we don't deserve this. Renu says it's okay. She says it's par for the cause, and I say it's not.
No,
for you it may be par for the cause.
The elected people have a right.
If people are elected, then the people are also have a right. You also remember, Renu, that after being elected, the elected representatives cannot deny the people of this country a right to have a decent political system. This is indecency. This is thuggery, Renu, and you're justifying it. Shame on you, Renu, for justifying it on national television tonight on my program. Subrashta is responding on the debate. This is cynicism of the highest level. Subrashta.
Arnab, I think what the pictures that are being flashed on your screen right now, with a politician like Atishi Marlena, who apparently came with a lot of promise and lot of degrees to boast of. We have a panelist on your show who openly justified this violence, calling it legitimate in the pursuit of power. You have another gentleman on the show hyperventilating and saying that it is absolutely all right, it is for democracy. I asked them, is this violence why we, the citizens of Delhi, elected Aam Aadmi Party the way we did, and these guys can't even decide on a mayor?
Who created
It's as simple as that, and we expect them to run Delhi and solve all the civic issues. Renuji, I'm not done. I never spoke when you were speaking. Renuji, I did not speak when you were speaking, Renuji. Why are you being an anarchist on the show?
But the point is that this is
like your favorite politicians in the well of the house today.
Because you're not looking at facts in the face. Please go ahead.
What facts do you want me to look at in the face? We have pictures right in front of us. What facts do you want me to see? Tell me Atishi Marlena was not smiling when the violence was going on.
What about elections?
Tell me Atishi Marlena was not directing people.
Who lost the election and who won the election?
I'm talking about democracy. Atishi Marlena did not show democratic face on national television today. I'm sorry. She cuts a very sorry face, and you are cutting a very sorry face by justifying this nonsense live on national television.
This election?
People of Delhi don't deserve this. Let me tell you.
Why is the AAP not allowed to have its
who won, yeah. We are in Delhi, we don't get drinking water right now. As we sit today, there are parts of South Delhi which do not have water in their houses. Because your Aam Aadmi Party councillors are busy running a tanker mafia.
You had water. Last 3
there are schools in Delhi.
You had water, and you had sanitation, and you had everything going for you.
Renuji, what are you trying to say?
Nice.
Are you trying to...
Nice.
Renuji, why are you sparring with me like you are a councillor? Please do not spar with me like that. You should be ashamed that you have grouped yourself to a position where you are justifying violence that is being telecast live on national television. And somebody like Atishi Marlena is shamelessly smiling, gleefully directing councillors to indulge in violence. And you expect me to give you a talk on democracy.
Allow me to counter. I was hearing Subrashta. Thank you. I'd like to make a quick point. Arnab, the fact of the matter is you followed elections very closely, and you've been a fantastic apologist. I've seen you over the last 10 years. The BJP, the problem with the BJP is they are losers. They cannot take a defeat. Over 100 members of parliament, over 100 MLAs, chief ministers coming into Delhi, campaigning for MCD elections, but they lost. They fell flat on the face. Tam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, Arnab. They used every tactic possible. CBI, ED, IT, police, all the respective leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, all of them. But what happened?
Of BJP that you are trying to pontificate upon right now becomes justified because Atishi Marlena smiled.
So therefore, ma'am,
what are you trying to say,
Abhishek?
Abhishek?
Not Bharatiya
There is a very
Janata
specific
Party.
issue being raised.
When you spoke,
there is a very
Shivraj, when you
specific
spoke, I did not,
visual that we
intervene.
all are
So
seeing
therefore, I
right
think
now. You may have a million differences with the BJP. Pray, fight it out.
The fact
you know,
of the
in
matter
various
is, ma'am,
elections.
let us take a moral responsibility.
No, Abhishek,
here.
no, I'm
Do you
really
condemn
sorry.
the violence
Do you,
of the BJP
no,
councillors
Abhishek,
there?
even previously
You know
when you made that impassioned speech, while RP Singh was speaking alongside you made some incendiary remarks. You basically justified violence. I'm saying, look at Atishi Marlena. Look at the way she justified and instigated the crowd, the mob of councillors out there in the house. Do you justify that? Is a simple question. I'm not here to listen. I'm not here to listen to your political problems.
You lost the elections.
Okay, Ramesh Sabharwal is on the debate right now. Ramesh Sabharwal, Ratan Sharda, I'm coming to you. I'd like to bring in Ramesh Sabharwal. Ratan Sharda, PKD, coming to you in a minute. Ramesh Sabharwal, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that your party, the Congress party, is responsible for this. And let me tell you why. I'll get AAP, Congress and BJP here. Frankly, viewers, my view is this is really insane. It's crazy. You may have an issue. You may think that you're going to lose the election, Abhishek Sudhir, no problem. You think that you won the election, but because the Congress party will do some arrangement with BJP, you will lose the mayoral post. That is what you are alleging. Okay, you have a right. You have a right to think that way. 1 minute, you have a right to think that way. But whatever the issue, you can't do this because we don't deserve this. No, 1 minute. Abhishek, 1 minute. However, I shall let Ramesh Sabharwal come in. Ramesh Sabharwal, the Aam Aadmi Party's view is that basically whatever happened today, and I'll run the pictures, they're more important than my voice, so I'll run them on air. Whatever happened today, and you know, we saw pictures at one point of time, Ramesh Sabharwal, where the podium where the oath is administered, the netas jump wearing their shoes, stepping on it so that others cannot go there, and so it became an all-out wrestling match. Now, AAP is saying that Congress is responsible. They are not talking about where chairs were lifted, thrown at each other, people from both sides got injured. They are saying the issue is that the Congress party did a deal with the BJP, and that is why all of this happened. They are not talking of the consequence. They are talking about the reason. They are saying the reason is more important than the consequence. The people of this country are saying the consequence is more important. We don't care. 1 minute. We don't care what internal issues, what fights, what arrangements, what deals you strike, what compromises you have. But we are saying don't do this, for God's sake. Abhishek, we are saying don't do this. Spare us this. Kuch bhi karna hai karo.
Congress has made a deal with the BJP.
No, but that you do your deals. You do your deals. Have you not made deals with the Congress? Have you not had deals with the Congress? Have you not had deals with the Congress?
The Congress party has made a deal with the BJP.
Ramesh Sabharwal of the Congress will reply to you, sir. Ramesh Sabharwal, please. Would you like to reply, please?
Could you allow me to speak?
Yeah, go on, please. Let Ramesh Sabharwal speak, please. He's been waiting half an hour.
Congress councillors walk out. Sir, why did the Congress majority?
It's very unfortunate.
Ramesh Sabharwal ji, please speak.
And it is condemnable.
RP Singh, are you from the Congress?
It is very unfortunate that the political drama, the hooliganism, the wrestling, it's a shame part for the Delhi politicians, you know, including me also. But Delhi doesn't deserve this. Delhi residents, Delhi citizens will be seeing this drama. BJP and our party, whatever they have done today, they have totally demolished the democracy in the heart of the city, heart of the country, the capital of India. We feel ashamed. We condemn it. And this political violence should not be allowed at any cost. This shows that what kind of sanskar these both political parties are having. Delhi people have given them a power. They have not given us the mandate. So we are keeping mum, but we condemn it. This house of MCD has given the freedom fighters like Aruna Asaf Ali, like Mahinder Singh Sathi, like Jayaprakash Agarwal's father Ramchandran Agarwal. These people were the members of this house. Today, what kind of stuff? People will be watching of Delhi. Delhi people, Delhi residents who belongs to